Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machine Plus, and welcome to day 3 of Quilt Fest. This is our 3rd annual Quilt Fest, and guys, we're so excited that you're joining us today. And man, I hope that y'all have been enjoying it. Yesterday was another great day. We had so many great educators on, and man, way to end the day, guys. We ended it with Joanne Banco yesterday. Just kind of got everybody excited. And again, today we have another exciting day, and we have, a great educational session today as well. And we have Becky Thompson going to be here with Power Tools with Threads. And Becky's going to talk about how to bind your quilt while it's still on the long arm. I know everybody out there's got to be ready for that. But I've got my partners in crime in here today. I got Kennedy, Kyle, and Roger all in here. We don't have a camera on them this morning, but they're all at the console. We have Deb's team is next door. We have Rhonda and Melinda helping Deb. They're all on the YouTube and Facebook chat. And we have Nick's team all over at our call center manning the phones this morning. And then we have Laura Cook's team, the customer service team, all manning the phones. And then we have our live chat agents. If you're on the website and you're looking at a product page and the chat pops up, that's the chat that's on the website. And they can help you take your order, answer questions as well. So everybody's full force this morning. We're ready to go. I hope that you are ready to go. It is a rainy day here in San Diego area, and so I hope that your weather is good where you're at. But you know what? What a better day if it's nasty outside, if it's snowing or raining or whatever, to stay in and watch SMP all day today, and get your coffee, sit back this morning and relax. We got Jane Klaus, my co-host, is going to be here a little later this morning. And Jane is all fired up, ready to go. And so we got a great day planned. Again, guys, if y'all haven't been watching Quilt Fest from starting Monday, just to kind of catch you up, we're going to have 63 different demonstrations this week. We have 4 educational sessions. And then on Friday, we're going to have a session called Meet the Judges. You're going to get to meet all the professional judges that we have that's voting on the quilt contest. And they're going to tell you the do's and don'ts and kind of what they look for to have an award-winning quilt. So you don't want to miss that. That's going to be exciting. I can't wait to talk to them and find out what they look for. And then, guys, we are going to have a huge drawing on Friday for the Dream Studio. $25,000 we're giving away for one person, but we're giving over $100,000 away of products for the entire week. Guys, isn't it awesome? Incredible. It's over $100,000. So we've been giving stuff away every single day, and each day we're picking a finalist to go in for that $25,000 Dream Studio. But this year we changed it up. Not only is, Friday I'm gonna pull their name out of a hat, the person who wins the $25,000, but if you just get picked as a finalist this year, the other 4 people are going to win a minimum of a $4,000 prize package. So everybody that gets in the finals each day are guaranteed to win something. So it's going to be pretty awesome. And so far, we've already given away a ton of stuff, and we got a lot more stuff to give away. But Monday's finalist was Debbie Poole. So she was our finalist on Monday. She'll be put in the drawing for Friday. And then Tuesday's finalist was Christine Curon. Yeah. And Christine, she is in there, yesterday's finalist. So both Christine and Debbie are going to be in the hat for Friday's drawing. And right now, they're guaranteed to win a prize package of at least $4,000.
Christine actually messaged us last night on Facebook and said that she was so excited.
Well, I'd be excited too.
Oh, of course.
I would be excited too. But today, again, we got a ton of stuff that we're going to give away. And let me tell you a little bit about the quilt contest now. So voting, we had a little glitch in our website, and it closed the voting early. But they're working on it right now to get it open back up. So voting is open today all the way till 11:59 p.m. tonight Pacific time, and then voting will close. So you will be able to go right back on. I know some of y'all probably have been out trying to vote and it wouldn't let you. For some reason, it closed early. So they got it. They're working on it right now to get it open back up. So go out there and vote on your favorite quilt. And if you haven't just looked at all of them, just go look at them anyway. I tell you, the quilts are fantastic this year, and we had over 100 entries in the contest. We've had over 25,000 people vote. So it is going to be a huge contest. And again, let me tell you how the quilt contest works. So as you can see, all the beautiful ribbons over here hanging to my right and the 2 golden scissors trophies. Well, guess what? Somebody's going to win those. The first category that we're giving away is the People's Choice, and you get to vote on your favorite one. The first 3 places, not only do they get a ribbon, first through third, the first place also gets a golden scissors trophy, and there's a prize package for each place. First place gets $11,000 prize package. Second place gets an $8,000 prize package, and third place gets a $7,000. So all 3 places get a great prize package along with their ribbon, and the first place gets the trophy. Now the judges are going to choose a best of show. Now the best of show also gets the golden scissors trophy, a big ribbon to go on their quilt, and they get an $11,000 prize package. So it is going to be a ton of fun to see who wins that and give all that stuff away. So we're super, super excited about it. But today, guys, we've got a great, great show lined up for you. But I know everybody always asks, how do I win? How do I win during the show? How do I get entered into the grand prize drawing? Guys, it is super, super easy. All you have to do, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, just go right now to YouTube, type in Sewing Machines Plus, it'll come up. Just subscribe to the channel. If you're watching the show today from YouTube, all you have to do is give us a thumbs up, hit that bell notification. Also put ask questions, make comments in the chat. All those things are going to actually enter you to win as an entry, okay? Each thing gets you entered. If you're watching today on Facebook, make sure you like our page, just like Facebook, our YouTube, our Facebook page. If you're watching the video from Facebook today, just like the video. You can share it to your own Facebook page. And then again, just make comments and ask questions. And that's going to enter you to win as well. So there's a lot of different ways that get you entries into the drawing. And not only will you get entered into the drawings we're giving away each and every day, but you'll also be entered in for that third finalist position we're going to draw this afternoon to get into the grand prize drawing. So it is a lot of stuff going on. It's going to be fast-paced all day long today, and we hope that y'all are going to be able to stick around and watch the whole show. So right now, I got to say a big birthday wish out there to Linda Brooks. So happy birthday, Linda. I know it was your birthday. I think somebody told me on Monday that you said my birthday. I think she said Wednesday. But if I got it wrong, Linda, I'm sorry, but I know it's this week. And so anyway, I got to say happy birthday to her. Also, I got to say a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching today. Hey, we got Yvette Dupree watching. So good morning, Yvette. We have Carlos Sims, or is it Carol Sims?
Oh, Linda Brooks said it's tomorrow.
Oh, it's her birthday's tomorrow? I knew it was this week, Linda. So is it Carlos? Carlos Sims. So good morning, Carlos. We have Ann Philback. So good morning, Ann. We have Krista Snelling watching today. We have Linda Firestone. We have Susie S. watching. We have Kathy Heath. And I got to say a big shout out. I saw that my mother, Mary Etta Austin, up in Bono, Arkansas. She's watching today as well. So good morning to her. And so my wife, Michelle's on. Yeah. So I got to say hi to my wife, guys. I tell you what, I was so tired when I got home yesterday. I went in and spoke to her 5 minutes. I gave her a hug and a kiss. I said, hey, I'm going to go lay down for a little bit. I went and laid down, and I woke up at 10:30 p.m. and I went and used the restroom, went back to bed, and got up at 6 this morning. So I haven't even seen her hardly. So good morning to my wife, Michelle. So anyway, guys, we hope that you are having fun. I tell you, we are having a blast here, and it's going to be a party once Jane gets here.
I have to tell you, your sister Robin is watching too.
Is she really?
Yeah.
Got to say a big shout out to my sister Robin. She's also up in Arkansas, up in the Bono, Arkansas area. And so good morning to y'all. Glad y'all getting to see the show. And I tell you what, SMP Nation, guys, we are fired up today. And there's a reason for it, because we have had so many great products and we have got some great pricing. So guys, I got to tell you a little bit about how the pricing's working, and then we're going to get on to our first demonstration this morning. But how our pricing's working, you're going to hear me talk about, hey, this is a call-in special. Well, the reason I have to say that is because the manufacturers out there, they put this rules out that you can't advertise below a certain price, and it's called MAP pricing, minimum advertised price. So what we have to do, be able to get around that, is we just have to say you have to call in, because if you call us, we can tell you what our sales price is, but we can't put it on the screen, and I can't say it on air. So just know this, when I say it's a call-in special, it is a really good price. So you have to trust me on this and pick up the phone and call, because here's what I always tell everybody. It doesn't cost nothing to call. You can call, find out what our deal is, what all the different specials or the packages are, and make your mind up from there. We've got some really great financing this week as well. We've worked with Synchrony really, really well, and we're able to offer some extended terms. Some of the products we're able to offer 72 months on, some of them are 60 months, but I'll be telling you when the product comes up how many months we can finance. Some of them are only 18 months, but there's a lot of different products we have some really long financing for, to make those payments really low for you and to help you out. So, but anyway, just know when I tell you it's a call-in special, I can't say the price on air, and you just have to call in to get that special price. Now, some things occasionally, we'll have the price and you can order it right online, but most of the products on the show are call-in specials. Now, again, I'm going to show a price on the screen. That's our regular price. So that way you'll be able to compare it to when you call in, what the actual price is. So that's the way it's going to work all day. And the other thing, we have been selling out of products. So when I work these deals with a manufacturer, they may say, okay, Blaine, we'll give you a special cost on 20 of them. And I bring those 20 in and I pass those savings right on to you. But if I run out of those 20, then they're gone. So what I decided to do after Monday, we saw that we ran out of some stuff. I said, you know what? I called a couple of the manufacturers and said, will y'all extend this for a few more products on certain things? And they all said yes. So what's going to happen if we run out of products on any item that you want? If we run out, if you go ahead and pre-order it before Saturday, 4 p.m. Pacific time, I'm going to go ahead and honor Quilt Show pricing all the way through Saturday, 4 p.m. And that way, when it comes in, you'll still be locked into that special price. So don't worry about if we run out of run out of something, you're still going to get the price. So make sure you get your orders in before Saturday, 4 p.m. Sound good, guys?
Sounds good.
All right, guys. So that's how it's going to work today. We're going to have a fun day. I'm glad y'all are here with us. And guess what? We're ready for our first demonstration. And guys, we have Grace back in the house. They're getting to start Quilt Fest off every single morning first. And we're super excited to have them part of our show. They are one of our platinum sponsors as well. And we have Melinda Romero here this morning, and we have Janome Matthews. And we are going to talk all about the 16X Elite. Guys, this has been a huge, huge product for us. And everybody loves this. When you see this thing, it is so sleek, so modern looking. You're going to love it. So let's welcome to the show, Jana and Melinda.
Hi, Blaine.
Good morning, Blaine. How are you today?
How are y'all doing today?
I'm fabulous. Yeah.
Yes, we're doing great.
Love it. Well, hey, guys, we're going to let y'all tell everybody about this 16 Elite, and then I'll come back in about 25 minutes, and we're going to tell them all about the specials.
All right, awesome. Thanks so much, Blaine. Good morning. I'm Melinda Romero with Grace Company.
And I'm Janome Matthews. We're so excited to be here today. I believe all the rain that you guys have been having in California made its way here. So we're getting rain today instead of snow. So thank you for that, because we really love the rain.
Yes. I tell everybody I am so tired of the snow. So yes, the rain was definitely welcomed this morning. My little dog didn't like it so much, but that's a story for another day. Today, we have the fabulous 16X Elite machine. Today, we're showing it on our new Evolution hoop frame as well. So again, we just want to emphasize just how versatile the Grace and Unique products are. Most products, of course, are interchangeable, meaning our machines are compatible with our frames. Frames are compatible with our machines. There are a couple of exceptions, but again, for the most part, completely interchangeable. So you can find a system that's going to work perfect for you in the space that you have available.
And I got to show the 16X the other day, and we showed it on the Cutie frame. So when we were deciding to show about the 16X Elite, we wanted to make sure we were showing on a different frame because we wanted to
Yes.
show you, you can use whatever fits your space, right? We always tell people, what is your budget? Because that's a big part. What kind of quilts do you quilt? And then what's your space in your area? Because you can have a huge budget and a tiny living space. And so you want to merge those together so that you buy the system that works best for you, for your space, your budget, and then the quilting you do.
Yes, exactly. You hit everything just, on the head with the points. And I love our products because we have something for everybody. So again, whether you have a small space, again, we talked about the cutie last time. Today, again, we have our wonderful 16X Elite on our Evolution frame. So again, something for everybody. So let's go ahead and jump right into the machine, Jana.
Yeah, so first I want to talk a little bit about the differences between the 16X and the 16X Elite. First thing you'll notice is this large frame right here. So we've got this large 7-inch horizontal frame or screen for this Elite versus the 2.5 for the X. And you have all these wonderful, easy touch screen, just like we were saying before. Our phones are touch. Some of our laptops are touch screen. You can come in and select anything that you're doing here on the screen. Exactly. It's large. It's easy to read. It has all the same features that our other Qnique machines have, right? So we've come here. We've got our 4 different stitch modes, the precise, cruise, our basting, and manual. 3 are regulated. And what that means, because sometimes people will ask me, what does stitch regulation mean? And that means when you're going fast or slow, the stitches stay the same. So you are usually the regulator on your domestic machine. When you're pushing their fabric through, or if you're using a machine on one of our frames that doesn't have regulation, you're being easy and consistent as you're doing your free motion work. But with the stitch regulation on our machines, you don't have to worry about that. So this machine has up to 2,000 stitches per minute.
That's insane.
I know, right?
Insane.
I can't imagine. And that means every second I'm doing how many stitches? It's just so many. So it's going to be a lot of stitches for you to do. You're not going to get past that stitch regulation unless you're really doing like a weird, just signing your name and being crazy with it. But so with the stitch regulation, again, the precise, that means you're going to move the machine and it's going to stitch. If you stop the machine, it stops stitching. So you don't have to worry about, oh, I stopped for a second. Right. Is it going to keep going, right? And then cruise is our next one. On cruise, it will go kind of like the cruise in your car. So when you're going, you let your foot off the gas, your car keeps going. The same thing with cruise. Once you hit start, it's going to keep going. It's great for following over stitch in the ditch, or if you're doing
micro stippling.
Also, if you're filling in a small area and you're not wanting the start and stop as you're going back and forth, that's another great one to use cruise. The last one that's stitch regulated is based. So we have 3 based modes here, short, medium, and large. That's just an easy regulated basic stitch for basting, so that you can baste your quilt if you're wanting to.
Yes.
And then the last one is manual. Manual mode allows you to use this machine as if it's your domestic machine. You don't have to worry about the stitch regulation. Again, you can be that stitch regulator instead of having it automatically done.
You know, some people, like our educator, Carla, she will do all of her projects on manual mode. I feel my confidence is getting better. My stitches are getting better on manual, but Carla makes it look so easy. Her stitches look fabulous. There are just, those people out there that love that manual mode.
And you can go a little bit faster, right? You're not limited with those 2,000 stitches per minute. You can go a little faster with that manual mode. So that's another reason why people like it and why we keep putting it on. Because people will say, well, why do manual? Why not just have everything stitch regulated? And that's why we keep that.
Right. One day I'll get there, but for now, I love this using any mode that has the stitch regulation.
Yeah. So other things on this screen, I'm going to go back to here. We have the stitch regulation here, your big play button, right? That looks just like what you play on YouTube to watch videos, or your DVD players or anything like that. You have the ability to change the stitches per inch all along here. You can just tap the plus or minus sign, or you can drag it along. And then the Elite machines, this is my favorite part. They have some fantastic customer service interaction. So if you come into the toolbox, you'll see there's a lot of things that aren't normally with our other Qnique machines, just the X series.
Right.
First, we have the measuring tool. You can measure diagonally, horizontally, or vertically. Both have all that. You can reset it again once you've done it, so you can measure exactly what you're needing. And you can then go back to the other toolboxes. We have a calculator feature, because I don't know about you, I always set something down and then it's underneath a pile of fabric. It's
Right.
never in the place that I want it to be.
I never have a calculator on me. Well,
'Cause
my phone.
your phone, right.
But when I'm in my sewing room, I don't want the interruptions of my phone. So my phone is never in my sewing room.
So yeah, so it's like, where did you put that calculator? Well, it's here for you. You don't have to worry about it. The other option with this fantastic X Elite is this bobbin estimator. So at the beginning of updating your bobbin, you can put how many yards there are. And so I'll just go in here and select our bobbin. I'm going to add one. I'm just going to call it gray because that's what we have in here. Hit enter, and I'm going to say we have 90 yards on this. And I'm going to close that out. Now you can see right here, I've got a little green bobbin that's going to tell me you've got thread in there. Because I don't know about you, how many times I've run out of bobbin thread unwittingly, because I'm like, oh, I'm close, but I'm not there totally all the way. But as you go down, it's going to turn orange and then red when it gets close to being out. It won't tell you it's out. It's not that perfect of a calculator, but it will give you that warning that it's going to turn red.
Yes. Now, I do want to point out, Jana, that there are some factors that will determine how much thread that you've wound on your bobbin. So our finesse thread, it's a 50 weight, it's a 3-ply. Any other threads, again, depending on the weight of the thread, the ply of the thread, that will really determine how many yards you can actually wind on that bobbin.
Yeah, and also certain bobbin winders will wind it tighter, those kinds of things. So make sure that it's just an estimate, because each bobbin could be holding more or less. So we're saying this is how much we think it's going to be on there. The other fantastic option here is edge warning. Now, we showed this on the 16X. It's available on all our machines right now. You can set an area of either 1 inch warning or a 1/2 inch warning. And when you set it, as you get close to the edge, it will warn you, hey, it's going to beep, it's going to flash lights, and it will tell you, don't get too close. So when I always get going with my free motion and I get close to that front clip or the back clip, and it has that wonderful warning system so that it flashes and beeps at you, so you don't have to worry about that.
Right. Now, Jana, I do want to pause in our presentation, because there were a couple of questions that came through.
Oh, excellent.
About the regulation with our machines. So one question was, and I apologize, the question is off the screen now, so I'm trying to recall exactly.
Okay.
So it was to the effect, basically. Will the regulation, how is it impacted by the speed of your machine? So how fast you're moving?
Yeah, so with regulation, that's why we have a number per minute that you can do. If you are moving faster than 2,000 stitches per minute, and the way that the regulation works on our machines is you have 2 encoders, one in the back and one on the left back side. And these roll along with your machine as you're going front and back and side to side. And they tell the machine how fast you're going. So if you're going faster than 2,000 stitches per minute, it will warn you, hey, you're going a little bit faster than that. But between that amount, as slow and fast up to 2,000, your regulation is going to work. So if you're going slower, the machine will say, tighten the stitches so that they're smaller. And if you're going faster, so that in a normal machine, if you're going really fast, those stitches lengthen out. It will tell it to get smaller, and those small stitches will get tinier so that it's the same stitch length. Whatever you pick on here, right? We have 12 stitches per inch. It will keep that 12 stitches per inch, whether you're going fast or slow.
Yes, yes. All right, and then the next question is the regulator and accessories. Are they installed or are they additional? So a great thing with our machines, the regulation is built right into the machine, so you don't have to worry about any additional accessories to achieve the perfect stitches on your quilts.
Yeah, all you have to do is attach the encoders to the wheels of your carriage and then one onto the wheel of your machine. And there's great instructions. It's wonderful. I love our engineers who've done a great job writing up the instruction sheets. And so it's very clear step by step what you need to do. It's not difficult at all.
Yes, yes. All right. So I didn't mean to
Oh, no,
interrupt
that's
your
great.
presentation. I just didn't want to lose the questions.
Yeah, and if you have any other questions about any of the Grace products or specifically about the 16X machines or the Unique machines, please bring them in now. We'd love to answer any questions you have. This is the opportunity. And at the same time, I just want to say too, if you've already decided you want to buy it, you're ready to go, you want the additional throat space for the other frame that you're using, don't hesitate. You don't have to wait until the end when we talk to Blaine to make your purchase. Call now, because if you wait, then everybody else is calling. Get on that phone right now, and so you can get it ahead of everybody else.
Yes, yes. Now, one thing I do want to say is with our 16X Elite machine, it has been our #1 selling machine probably for the year.
Yeah, this year, yeah.
Close to the year. It's so popular. It's so versatile. I think people are drawn to it because it's not a huge, intimidating machine.
It's true.
It looks sleek and just so easy to use. We hear comments all the time about people who have bought the machine and they're in love. They're just in love with the machine. Now, I do want to ask our audience one question. Go ahead and put a 1 in the comments if you already own a 16X Elite machine and if you recommend that machine to a friend or a family member.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, because I find that a lot of people, especially if you have a cutie and you had a domestic machine, this is a great machine to go up to. So pay attention to all those ones coming in that everybody is saying, this is a great machine, right? Like usually at shows, we have this machine on a cutie or on the Evolution side by side with a domestic machine. So you can see that additional throat space that you can do. It's just such a game changer going from your domestic and then up to the Unique machine.
Yes. So Jana, I'm seeing a few 1s coming through the comments. I'm also seeing a few, I wish. I wish I had the 16X Elite. You know, my recommendation, Jana already said it, go ahead and call SMP. Get in touch with their customer service and sales team. Blaine has touched on the last few days, and I believe this morning as well. They have wonderful, wonderful financing options if that's something that you're interested in. But, you know, just do it for yourself. Everybody deserves to be happy. Sewing makes us happy. Quilting makes us happy. My recommendation, if you've been thinking about it, just do it.
Yeah. I definitely love all the features on the 16X. You're not going to be disappointed. You're at no point are you going to purchase the machine, put it on your frame and go, oh, I wish I didn't have all this throat space. I wish I didn't have all these features.
Yes.
You're not going to think that ever.
No, never, never, never. So let's jump back in and just go over some of the additional wonderful features of the machine.
Yeah, so besides the edge warning, we also have a project list so that you can keep track of your project for the number of hours you're doing for that project. And that's an easier reset, right? So how many hours you're using it, how many stitches, you can get it reset each time for each project you're working on. You also have a lifetime. So you can look at that lifetime and just think, wow, I have stitched that many stitches already. So you can see ours, we've only been running it for half an hour and we've got 5,000 stitches. So it's so much fun to be like, that was me. I did that many stitches. My favorite thing though, among all these things on this tutorial is the get help with. Now, I don't know about you, Melinda, but oftentimes I'll have my manual. I'll think I've put it in a safe space and then something will happen and I'll think, oh, I just had a quick question about maintenance or how do
I thread the machine?
Yeah, or
where do I oil
or
the
troubleshooting,
machine?
or even it has an option right here for using the touchscreen. So if you're unfamiliar and you're thinking, well, what are all the options available? You can come here and for the troubleshooting, and it shows here's how to troubleshoot tension issues, general troubleshooting. Here's some issues about things that you can go through, but it's all right here on the screen. You don't have to keep track of your manual. You don't have to call anyone. It's just here ready to go. Also this preparing to quilt, right? Threading your machine, choosing your needle. We get that question a lot. Which needle is best for what thread? And when you come in here, it'll show you which needle you would use with which for thread, which I think is fantastic. All the time people are like, now which one do I need to use? It'll also show you how to check whether your needle is messed up or not. So if it's dull, bent, burred, or damaged, and it'll show you it should look like this, not like this. So just these little tips that are so fantastic. I love on this elite machine. The other thing that I want to talk about though is how fantastic, I think I saw in one of the questions was about the bobbin winder.
Yes. You know, I love our bobbin winder. For quite a few years, our machines have had a built-in bobbin winder. And I don't want to say it always seemed to be lacking in some way or another. We've completely revamped our bobbin winder.
Brand new motor.
Brand new motor. It's a stronger motor. It's just phenomenal. Janet already mentioned we love our engineering team. They're so innovative. They, take
responsive.
Responsive. They'll take suggestions, and I've heard suggestions over the year and a half I've been here, and seeing some of those suggestions come through to features on the machines is phenomenal. But let's take if we're looking at our bobbin winder, it's right just up on top of the machine. Our bobbin winder will fit your M-class bobbins. I think we've probably, had a couple other bobbin sizes at shows, using our bobbin winder, but it's phenomenal. You can wind your bobbins, I would say probably at less than a minute, setting the bobbin, empty bobbin onto the winder, threading, getting your thread ready. You can very easily and quickly wind your bobbins. I always tend to, kind of as my end of task when I'm in my sewing room, for my end of task job before I kind of call it quits for the day or evening, whenever it may be. I'm just going to throw some bobbins on there, get them wound for the next time I come into my sewing room. Now, our bobbin winder, I feel, works hand in hand with our wonderful bobbin estimator. So again, it doesn't matter what type of thread you're using, just be mindful. You can estimate how many yards that you're winding on your bobbins. I know our pre-wound bobbins they're 90 yards. So again, kind of estimate just based on the type of thread you're using, and use the bobbin estimator. It is going to be your best friend with the machine.
It's true. And we had one question when they asked, when did the bobbin winder get updated? And that was with these new X series machines. We have it updated. And Melinda, when you were talking about it can do the M class, it can also do the regular class. It's gonna want to wait to fill it as large as an M class. But the nice thing about this bobbin winder is you can start and stop it. There's a little button there on the left side where you can stop it. So as you're watching it and you see your regular L class or other class bobbins different than the M class, you can stop it and still wind those other bobbins. And like Melinda said, it's a separate motor than your regular needle motor. So you can do it on the fly if you need to. If you see it's running out and you're trying to get there, then you have that option. The other thing I wanted to talk about today is the Qnique machines service stuff, right?
Yes.
One of the things that the Qnique is different than other machines is you do not have to bring it in regularly for service. As long as you're oiling it in the needle play area, or not needle bar, and then your bobbin case hook area, that is the assembly that you need to do. You don't have to do the other sections. You just have to do the bobbin area. So I'm going to open this up so you can see just right here is your needle bar area. And so you can see this is completely accessible, easy to grab. You're just putting a couple of drops of oil right there. for it. And it has in there, again, that maintenance section in the front will show you where you're needing to do that. And then also the last part is you can do your bobbin case area foiling. You don't have to worry about that either. Then I want to talk about our handles.
Yes, yes.
Melinda and I, now we have this machine and frame set up a little bit higher for our viewing purposes.
Yes. I'm like 5'2". I'm over 5'2", under 5'3".
And I'm only 5'6". And you can see this is actually set a little bit higher for us, just so as we're doing viewing and everything like that. So what we want to show you is when you're using a machine or frame that's a little bit higher, this option for you is a lot easier. So our handlebars right here have a section. Not only can I tilt it and put it right where I need to go, I can also pull it out and help extend that reach, because with this frame, almost chest height for us, we're needing that extra grab. As I move it back and forth, I'm not going to be able to
you
have
don't
to lean
like,
over.
Yes, exactly.
Give yourself a stomach ache as you're quilting, right? The other thing about our handlebars is we have these wonderful sections. You've got the touch screen, but sometimes when you are quilting, you just need it at the touch right there. You don't want to let go and then go here. Not that you can't just do it one-handed, because we have that option, but sometimes thinking about it, you know, I'm moving it, I don't have both going at the same time. So we've got this wonderful parts right here on the left one. This is your up and down for your stitches or percentages. And then just like the screen over here on the right, and I'm going to pull this one out as well so it'll measure the same way, because otherwise I'm going to feel lopsided.
Yes.
Is I have my play button, just like we did on the screen, and then my needle up, needle down. So at a moment's notice, I don't have to let go and go push something. I can just have my handles on those, or my hands on the handles, and get going from there.
Okay, so there is a question that came up. Can the buttons be reversed for left-handed use? On our X Elite series machines, the buttons or the handles, they're not interchangeable. So again, your start-stop will be on the right. Your speed or stitches per inch will always be on the left.
I love the comment by Linda. She says, I like the handlebars and pretend I'm in NASCAR.
Yes.
That's so true, right? You get your handlebars, you just go super fast. I love that. The other thing I love about the handlebars is they have this nice, easy grip. It's not something that you have to do. I'm just going to bring up my needle here so you can see I'm just easily moving this around. I don't have to grip it really hard, right?
No.
If you have arthritis, we talked to one person at a show and she couldn't open her hand all the way. You know, it was just kind of stuck. And she's like, can I still do this? So she was just moving it this way, not with an open hand. So it's available, whatever ability you have. And then, like I said before, whatever adjusting section, if you want it up straight, you can do that. I've had people who really like to quilt kind of this way, you know, all that way or all the way this way. Whatever you're wanting to do, you can even move them all the way down. Whatever is comfortable for you, you can adjust those handles that way.
Yes. You know, we've talked about all the wonderful features on the 16X Elite. I did see one question about the handlebars. Are they the same on the 21X Elite? Yes, they are. So kind of across the board, the 16 series, 19, and the 21, they are going to be the same handles. And
another question we get a lot of times with these handles, you know, is can I adjust them up higher or lower? And you can. There's a screw here in the back that's holding these in place. You can loosen the screw. And if you want them to go a little bit higher or a little bit lower, you can do that as well. So we want you to have a good experience while you're quilting, right? We don't want quilting to be a chore because it's our favorite thing to do.
It should be relaxing. It should be, I don't even want to call it a task, but it should be like a mindless task.
I'm focusing on my quilting, not on the muscles, you know, so get it so that it's comfortable for you, however you're going to hold it with your shoulders or anything like that.
Yes.
The last thing we want to talk about on this machine, it's different than all our other Quilting machines. We talked about it a little bit with the 16X, but it's the lights.
Yes.
So the throat lights on this machine and in the bobbin case area are different than any other Quilting machine exclusive to the 16s. I think that's why they're everybody's favorite.
I love the lights, but I think they're just the package as a whole is phenomenal. The lights are amazing. I always say when we're sewing, when we're crafting, there's no such thing as too much light. So again, if we can take a peek with our machine, we do have the lights inside the throat. You can see the light on my hand.
Yeah, it's harder to see totally in the studio, but just on your hand.
At first I was like, are the lights even on? But yes, so we have the wonderful lights in the throat area. Again, the wonderful light in the needle bar area. If we pull our machine over, I know oftentimes when I'm changing my bobbin, I'm digging under the fabric and I'm like, okay, where's the hole? Where does
the
it
little
go?
lever? Yeah.
Yes. So I don't know if we can see it on video, but our bobbin case is right down here. There it is. We see it on the screen and there's light. Let there be light, so we can see where we're changing our bobbin case from. For me, that's probably the hardest thing about the machine sometimes, because you can't always easily see in that bobbin case area.
Yeah, so you can see that the 16X Elite Unique machine has so many fantastic features. So we just want you to know that if you have any questions about the machine, you can reach out to SMP. They are fantastic. They can, even if they don't know the answer, they'll get in touch with us and we'll get you the answer on any questions you have about any of our products.
Yes.
But let's throw it back to Blaine now, and we can hear about the fantastic pricing that they've got going on for the show.
Well, thanks, ladies. Great job as usual. And I know we'll see y'all a little later on in the week, but I got to tell them how they can get this. So, guys, we just got to see, that unique 16X Elite. And, man, what a great product this is. And, guys, this has been super, super popular ever since it came out. And I was telling y'all about how sleek it looks, how sleek and elegant it looks. I absolutely love this. The regular price on this is $54.99. And again, guys, you can get this. It's a call-in special today, 800-401-8151. We have 48 months financing available for you, 0% interest. And we're going to also ship this free right to your doorstep. Again, guys, this is the Elite. It has the 16-inch throat space. It has that Elite 7-inch touchscreen on the front of it display. It is just a great package to get. And then again, we have several different frames that you can choose from to match this up with. Again, tons of frames. You can do the Continuum frames. You can do the new Evolution frame. So the hoop frame, the queen frame, there's so many different ones. So what you need to do on this is make sure that you call in 800-401-8151 and talk to Nick's team, because they are very versed in what all the different frame packages that you can get with this. So it'll fit in your sewing room. You can just customize it to make sure that you're going to have the perfect setup for you. I can't say enough about it. It is also able to accept robotics. So you can also put the robotics on this as well if you want to do that at a later time. So you can expand this to robotics later on, or you could do it now. There's a lot of different ways that you can go with this. But again, I recommend you give us a call. All the salespeople on the phones, they can talk you right through exactly what would be the best setup for you. And today, you're only going to be able to get the Quilt Show pricing if you call in. So make sure you do that call-in special. And guys, it is a great package. So we are going to move on. And guys, we have Baby Lock coming in the house. We're going to talk all about the Baby Lock Altair. And we have our good friend Laurie Hernandez is coming in. And guys, if y'all don't know Laurie, very, very talented lady. She is a national educator for Baby Lock. And you can find her on the Serger Fun Club and Laurie's Inspiration Collection. And I tell you, I absolutely love Laurie. And you're going to love her. So welcome to the show, Laurie Hernandez.
Hi, Blaine. It's so nice to see you and to be here with all of the lovely people that are here with us online enjoying Quilt Fest. I'm pretty sure, Blaine, you're missing some good Louisiana food, aren't you? A little secret.
I'm telling you. Blaine, so you're down in my old stomping grounds. And Laurie, we haven't seen each other, I guess, since August. We were at Baby Lock Tech this year.
Right.
But so happy that you were able to come on our show and do this. And what I'm going to let you do is talk all about that Altair, and then I'm going to come back in about 25 minutes and tell everybody about the exciting prices for it.
That sounds great. Well, as you can see, everyone, I am sitting here in my sewing area, and behind me is, let me scoot over this way for y'all, is my Baby Lock Altair. I have a couple of things over here in this area that I've created behind me, as well as over in this area, little mirror imaged here. And I'm going to share with you some phenomenal things that can be done with the Baby Lock Altair. It's a fabulous machine. You have all your sewing capability, your embroidery capability, as well as the area within the Baby Lock Altair that's called the IQ Designer. Now, within that area, that's the area that I love to quilt my projects with. Both of these projects over here in the outer areas, I've quilted on the Baby Lock Altair. It can do so many fabulous things. I've prepared a little presentation for y'all. So with no more ado, let's go ahead and share that with you. Give me just a moment. You're going to love. Baby Lock Altair has fabulous embroidery design features built into it and a variety of embroidery designs. As you can see, I'm thumbing through these wonderful designs that are built into the machine. I've got a really beautiful visual capability within the machine. I can select the thumbnails and explore. Let's explore this category. Look at these beautiful campers, and there are also more designs within this category. I've actually stitched some of these designs out. Look how beautiful they stitch. The stitch quality is pristine. Don't you really enjoy having different types of themed embroidery designs within a set as well? These campers, to me, are a win-win and a must for a lot of us that want to travel, maybe think of vacation, or just have a little fun stitching out these designs. Now, maybe you like to fish, or you have someone in your family that likes to fish. I know we love to sew, but there are people that love to fish as well. These designs are gorgeous, as well as the stitch quality. The digitizing for these designs are seamless. Look how beautiful they stitch out. My brother-in-law, my husband's cousin, absolutely loves these fishing designs. Definitely a head turner for them. Look at the other categories that we have built into the Baby Lock Altair. Kids Corner, some fabulous children's designs to stitch. Needlecraft, we all love that for sure. Look at the novelty tab, the scroll styles, the stained glass, and Western. You'll notice that we also have some additional tabs over to the right. Here we have some additional tabs, more embroidery designs. Look at the red work, one of my favorites. You will enjoy browsing through all of the designs that are built within your Baby Lock Altair. Fonts, a must. Look at all of the fonts that are built into the Baby Lock Altair. The script, the exclusive script, is gorgeous. And here you have some beautiful jumbo designer fonts. Also, I've used this font multiple times to create some very pretty personalization. Look how ornate these are. Isn't it great to have such variety and have jumbo fonts to include and incorporate within our projects? And you'll notice that this set also has additional ornate type of designs that coordinate with the font. Next, let's walk through some of the editing features that you have built into the Baby Lock Altair. I've selected Design and Celebrate, and I will select my color palette. Maybe you want to explore the color options that you can create an existing embroidery design with. Notice that I've selected that key, and I can select the individual parts and pieces of any embroidery design, but I've chosen this sweet little bird. Notice as I touch the different thread changes, it selects the different area within the design. I think we should create a little canary. Notice with the area of the design that I have selected, I was able to change the color using the color palette. You'll notice that I'm using the numbers as well. That's an option that can be used also. We also have the option to preview and use the stitch simulator. Are you a little color challenged, or maybe you really do just get excited when you can explore other design options? I've selected an existing embroidery design, selected that color palette once again within the design. Here I can access the color visualizer. Now within the color visualizer, we can do quite a few different things, but the main thing that really helps me here and gets me very excited is the machine itself will help me change the color of an existing embroidery design. And I just browse through, click the little button. If I find some that I really do like, I can place the heart in the upper right hand corner that saves it to the favorites of my machine. Look at all the different colorways that the machine is finding for me. And keep in mind, there is some variety in the palettes. Maybe you like those soft hues, or you want more of a gradient option, or maybe you want to pin a few colors that are your favorites. That's exactly what I'm doing here. We can just go in and select some of our favorite colors, pin them, and then the color visualizer will give you different types of options for the embroidery design that you've selected. Look how gorgeous these are in my favorite colors. Once I've discovered my favorite, I can set it onto the workspace of the embroidery side of the machine and stitch this beautiful design out in my favorite colors. Do you enjoy creating quilted blocks using embroidery designs within your quilt blocks? The Baby Lock Altair allows us to create a stipple design around any of the embroidery designs that you've brought into your machine or those that are within your machine. You'll notice that I can change the different hoop size that I want to create my embroidery quilted block within. I can adjust some spacing to create larger stippling or smaller, tighter stippling. And as I browse through the size of hoop that I'm deciding upon, the machine lets me know which hoop size will work with this design. So we can easily select whichever hoop size that will really make a winning block out of these options. We can apply that stipple and allow it to sit close to the design itself, or just move the stipple a little further away from the outside area of the embroidery design. Again, we can adjust the spacing of our stippling to create a larger stipple or a tighter stipple. I like having this feature built into my Baby Lock Altair on the embroidery side of the machine. Very quickly, I can create blocks fast and easy, and they're ready to go to create as gifts or projects or something that I might want to keep as well. Our Baby Lock Altairs has a precise positioning option built into the machine. We'll use the IQ positioning app and our frames that are marked with reference marks. Using the app and our smart devices, we'll capture the image that we've hooped within our frame and send it wirelessly over to our Baby Lock Altairs. Positioning visually is my favorite way to place an embroidery design on something that I want to embroidery. We've sent our design over to our Baby Lock Altair. Next, we'll select a font. I'll type in my name. We'll set it onto the workspace. Then it's as easy as following the prompts that the machine tells us on the screen. You'll notice it's telling me to load my frame. Well, of course, I need to load my embroidery frame with the fabric that I scanned and hooped. Now it's time to embroidery and position. Notice how we can visually see the fabric that we scanned, and there's my name. So now I can just move it wherever I want to place it on the screen itself visually. I don't have to wonder if it's going to stitch in the correct place. I can visually place it. I also enjoy using the advanced feature for precise positioning. For those hard to hoop options, maybe you have a cuff or a lapel or some type of project that you want to embroider upon, but again, it's a little bit harder to position when hooping. Here I'm going to use my positioning sticker. You'll notice it has a little circle at the top and a larger circle at the bottom. So the smaller little circle, let's imagine that's the sew man and that's his little head. So whenever we're placing an embroidery design, we'll make sure that the little part is positioning up, right side up. We'll select our IQ positioning app. We'll once again capture the image. We're going to use our advanced feature this time. When we're using the advanced feature, the machine knows that we'll be using our positioning stickers. So it was letting us know that we needed to affix our positioning sticker. Capture the image, send it on over to the machine. Once we go into embroidery, now we can once again select whatever we want to embroidery. I've selected my name once again. We'll continue to follow the prompts on the machine, easily allowing the machine to precisely position our embroidery design that we've selected using that advanced feature. Now, as you can see, the machine has angled my design and placed it exactly where I wanted it to embroider. Accuracy, so easy. Within the Baby Lock Altair, we have IQ Designer. You can create some very easy and fabulous projects using the features built into the Baby Lock Altair within IQ Designer. I really enjoy selecting the shapes that are built into the Shapes key on the IQ Designer side of the machine. I've selected a square and then I'll resize and duplicate it to create multiple squares. Once I finish resizing and placing those squares on the workspace, I'll then apply a different motif stitch to each one of the squares. How easy is this? Look at the different motif stitches that I've applied. This is so fast, and you can select your fabric, different colors of embroidery thread to create a beautiful, easy block. Creating applique designs in IQ Designer is another one of my favorite things to do. I select one of the floral shapes within the Shapes key on IQ Designer and then apply a straight stitch, as well as building the design using the floral outside and a circle in the center and just nestling them all together. This capability is endless. I also enjoy creating my own designer satin embroidery designs. I've created a little flower line design and sent it wirelessly over to my Baby Lock Altair. You'll notice here that I'll crop the image around the outside area of the flower that I drew. You can also get a variety of line designs out there on the internet to create your own designs as well in this way. Fast and easy. If you don't draw, you can grab some of those free line designs out there on the web. Now that we've cropped our design, we'll start bringing it over to the workspace of IQ Designer. I'll select my fill feature and I have a variety of colors to choose from. I'll fill the inside with a yellow. I can zoom in so I can see it very, very easily. I'll select some different colors and touch the inside areas of the petal to fill with fill stitches. That's exactly what we're doing. We are easily creating a beautiful embroidery design. I would love to see the designs that you create in IQ Designer. Oh, I have to share with you another feature within the Baby Lock Altair that allows us to stitch gorgeous design fills. Look at the fills that are built into the Baby Lock Altair. A lot of variety. and they stitch out so gorgeous. I like having the variety to choose different designer feels to place in my projects. I use these often to create beautiful quilted fabric with flair. I can just imagine what you might decide to create using the designer feels within your Baby Lock Altair. Last but not least, I have to share this next tutorial with you. Now you can watch this tutorial in full length over on my YouTube channel. I'll share that link with you down in the comments. I really enjoy drawing, but once again, you can find some beautiful line designs out there on the internet that you may really enjoy using and combining the features that are built into your Baby Lock Altair. Now you already know that we can capture an image and send it over to our Altair wirelessly. That's exactly what we'll do with this line design that I've created here. I have my IQ positioning app. We'll capture an image, taking a photo with my smart device, selecting the IQ positioning app. Then we'll continue to follow the prompts on our phone, sending that background image, that photo, over to the Altair. Once we have it over to the Altair, we'll use those features within IQ Designer to change our line drawing into, very quickly, a digitized line design within our machine. Did I say digitize? Quickly? Oh my goodness. Actually, we don't even need to know how to digitize. The machine does it all by itself, and we don't have to think about a thing other than just sending that design over to the machine itself. Once it's there, we'll pop over into IQ Designer. We'll select Line Design, send it over to our machine wirelessly. There's the image. The top image on the list is the latest one that I've sent to the machine itself wirelessly. Now you'll notice that our drawn flowers that we drew together appears on the screen. I'll crop it once again as tight as I can. That way the embroidery field will be the smallest it can be. No wasted space in that embroidery frame. Don't you really enjoy the fact that we do not have to be master digitizers? All we have to do is grab whatever line designs, images that we want to bring into the machine and let IQ Designer work its magic. The machine itself digitizes the design. It follows the pathing option itself. We do not need to tell it where to start and where to stop. I think that is phenomenal. If you are a master digitizer, you know how much time goes into the digitizing process. Now you and I can create beautifully digitized designs without even needing to know how to digitize. Our Baby Lock Altair does all of that for us. I know you're going to get lots of oohs and ahs from the projects that you create using your Baby Lock Altair. If they only knew how easy it is to create these one-of-a-kind designs. But we won't tell them. That will be you and I's little secret. How fast and easy it is to create designs like this. It's a rabbit hole. We can have so much fun with this capability on our machines. Before you know it, we are embroidering our beautiful designer one-of-a-kind designs that we've created on our Baby Lock Altair. Look at how pretty this design becomes as we embroider it on our Baby Lock Altair. Now don't forget, if you want to watch this tutorial in its entirety, head over to my YouTube channel. I also have some very exciting news to share with you. Do you have a serger? Do you know how to use it? Do you want to learn how to use it? Surge Fun Club 2023 annual membership has kicked off. Between now and April the 1st, you can sign up for our 2023 annual membership where you and I can create a project every month. I'll get you so comfortable with that serger, you will wonder why it's been sitting in the closet. There's lots of great prizes to be won, and we want you to join us for our April the 1st Surge Fun Club birthday party live. Check us out at www.surgefunclub.com. Well, what did y'all think? The Baby Lock Altair is a fabulous machine. The features that are built into that machine are definitely a variety of my favorite features that I use all of the time. And the machine is so very easy to use. I really enjoy combining quilting along with embroidery. And as you could see, I really did enjoy the feature where I could apply a stippling design around any of my embroidery designs, whether I bring them into the machine through a flash drive port on the side of the Baby Lock Altair, or I use one of the gorgeous variety of existing embroidery designs that are within the machine. Now, I know that because I know that many of you have the machine and many of you were really excited to see all of the different features that are built into the machine itself. I was trying to skim through y'all's comments, lots of wonderful comments. They're going so quickly. I couldn't grab all of them, but some of you were telling me hello. I want to tell y'all hello as well. And I think Blaine's going to come onto the screen and tell us how you can pick up the Baby Lock Altair as well if you don't have this lovely machine in your sewing room.
Well, Laurie, thank you so much for coming on the show and demonstrating that. And I know that everybody should rush over there and sign up for your Surger Club as well. But thank you for coming on. I'm sure we'll see you again real soon.
Have a great day. Y'all enjoy y'all's wonderful program, Quilt Fest.
All right. Thanks, Laurie. All right, guys, that was the Baby Lock Altair by Laurie Hernandez. And again, guys, this the regular price on this is $8,999. You do get a great bundle with this as well. The bundle is a value of $950. You're going to not only get the machine, but you're going to get that gold Sewing Machines Plus Sew Mat, which is in that Baby Lock gold that matches the machine perfectly. You're getting that exquisite thread pack as well with it. You're going to get the stabilizer, the Stay Perfect stabilizer. And again, guys, we're giving you the tearaway. All these are pre-cuts. They're 20 by 24 inch in size. There's 25 in each pack, and you're getting those 5 packs. You're getting the tearaway, the stay, the cutaway, the no-show mesh, the sew and wash, and the peel and stick. So you're getting all those with that. And again, we're going to also throw in that platinum protection warranty on it, which is an extended warranty on top of the manufacturer's warranty. A great bundle that comes with this. And again, we've got free financing. It's 0% financing for 48 months and free shipping right to your doorstep. And guys, this thing is one of those machines I talk about all the time that has a really good price point, and you're getting so much technology built right into this. And Laurie did such a good job of showing you that. Again, you can digitize right in the screen with this. You can take a picture with your phone and then just upload it right into the machine and digitize it and print it out or stitch it out. So there's so many things you can do with this. It's got so much technology built in. And so again, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151 to get yours today. We still have these in stock. I think we're down to like 3 or 4, Kyle said. So we're getting low, aren't we, Kyle? So 3 left. All right, Kyle said there's 3 left. So I know that, Richard was here, I think on Monday. He demonstrated this, and we had a rush on them then, but we have 3 of them left. But again, no worries, guys. If we do sell out of these this week, we're going to honor the Quilt Show pricing on anything that you order like that. So you can just go ahead and pre-order if we do run out. But right now, we currently have 3 left. So make sure you jump on the phones and get yours ordered. And if you get it ordered today, they'll ship it today. So you'll get it very quickly. All right, guys, we're going to continue on the show. And I hope that y'all have enjoyed it so far. Wanted to also just a big shout out to Baby Lock. Baby Lock was one of our platinum sponsors as well. And we couldn't do these shows without our sponsors. So we sure do appreciate so far. All the manufacturers seen on here were sponsors for the show. And we'll keep acknowledging them as we go through the show as well today. But up next, guys, we have Handy Quilter in the house. Oh, so they're not on yet?
Yeah, they're not on yet.
All right, so I'll just tell a few jokes and keep you out. No, I'm just kidding. Well, hey, can we pull up the sponsor list, Roger, for me? And I'll just go through all the sponsors and well. And guys, I also want to just highlight, make sure y'all go vote on the quilts. So we did get the voting's working again. You can go look at all the votes. And I tell you what, it is a close race is all I'm going to tell you. Right now, the top 3 quilts, there's just a few votes separating them. Actually, the top 5, wasn't it, Kyle? Pretty much the top 5 votes. I mean, top 5 quilts. There's just the top 5 quilts. There's pretty much just a few votes separating them.
Yeah, I think it's like less than 50.
Yeah, so this is the closest race we've ever had with Quilt Fest on how tight the voting is. So, guys, make sure you go vote for your one. You get 2 votes. Go see which one you like and vote on it, because right now the race is extremely close. It is going to end at 11:59 p.m. tonight, Pacific time. So you still have plenty of time to go vote, but make sure you go vote on your favorite one. But I also have got to talk about our sponsors, guys. We couldn't do Quilt Fest if it wasn't for our sponsors. Our platinum sponsors were Handy Quilter, Grace, and Baby Lock. The gold sponsors was Brother and Janome. Silver sponsors was King Quilter, Dime, Butler, Arrow, and Durkee. And we also got to say a big shout out to Synchrony Financing out there. If it weren't for Synchrony, they wouldn't be giving us these great rates as well. So we sure do appreciate them. And but again, guys, that we hope that you're enjoying it. And if you want to know how to win the prizes and things we're giving away, again, we have this huge prize package that we're throwing out there. And so we're going to draw our finalists each day. We're going to have a finalist on, every day of the week. We're going to pull one person out, and they get in the hat on Friday for that Dream Studio giveaway, which is worth $25,000. So the total show this year, we're giving over $100,000 in prizes, and each day we're giving a bunch of prizes. And then, so make sure that y'all are, commenting, sharing the videos, asking questions, and participating as much as you can, and that's going to help you get your entries in there. So, guys, we are ready. I think we've got Handy Quilter is in the house, and guys, we have Denise Dowdrick and Kim Sandberg in here, and we are going to talk all about the Capri with that insight table. And guys, we have some special pricing on this, so you don't want to miss this demonstration. This is a sit-down version. You're absolutely going to love it. So let's go to Utah, and let's welcome Kim and Denise to the show.
Okay. Is that okay? How you doing?
Doing great. How are y'all?
We're doing good. Sorry, we're just getting our mics figured out again. Us and sound issues. Yes, we're so excited to talk about the Capri today.
Well, good. I think your sound is great today. I think both of your mics are working. And so, guys, we're going to let y'all get going on your demonstration, and I'll come back in about 25 minutes, and I'm going to tell everybody the great specials we have on this today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So all about the Capri today, Denise. We are so excited. We love the Capri, don't we?
Yes, we do. This is a fabulous stationary machine. We have 18 inches of throat space. I promise we have great lighting, but again, we've got that turned off today so it doesn't cause any issues with our camera. And you can see this quilt probably looks familiar. We've been working on it the last few days. So we've brought it over to do some quilting on our stationary machine today. And we're going to go through some of our stitch settings, and I'm using magic ruler today. Look at that. I'm using our curvy ruler to continue with our continuous curve stitching today. So
I love it.
Isn't this fun?
So should we talk just another couple minutes about some of the features of the Capri? So you've already mentioned the amazing lighting. The reason why we have to turn it off when we're filming is it would be like a whiteout here.
You wouldn't be able to see. Yeah, it's bright. You would not be able to see what we're doing
and
here at all.
There's lighting here in the throat space and at the needle.
At the needle,
it's
too.
exactly where you need it for stitching, which is so great. Let's talk about the throat space too. The 18 inches of throat space. It's fantastic.
It really is. And I mean, we've got a good size quilt on here today, and I've just kind of bunched it up here. But remember, we were talking about on Monday how we pre-basted this quilt because we were going to be moving from machine to machine. So pre-basting is important on the stationary machine because you want to make sure all your layers are secure before you bring it over. You could actually even just layer your backing, your batting, and your quilt top, and you could even use the basting features on this machine to do your stitching. So, or you can spray based or safety pin, whatever your favorite method is for just putting all your layers together.
Exactly. The table that comes with this too, such a great table, the Insight
It
table.
really
It
is.
has a fantastic surface on it that it's so easy to move the quilt around, isn't it?
It really is. It just glides over the surface. And this table has a secret weapon.
It does.
Should we show them what it
Yeah,
is?
let's do.
Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and move my quilt out of the way here. We have built-in Insight stitch regulation on both sides of the needle. And this little sensor right here, this is what helps us get those beautiful regulated stitches.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll notice our quilt backing is quite a bit wider than our quilt top, a little wider than our batting too, because it's really important to make sure those sensors are covered. So when I'm quilting clear over at the edge of the quilt top, I still want to make sure that sensor's covered, and that's going to give me that beautiful stitch regulation all the way to the edge of my quilt.
That's so great. And this table is fantastic. So if you're like tight for space, this is a great machine because it fits. This table is 32 inches deep and 36 inches wide. But if that's not enough space for you, you can add table extensions to it. And they're
You sure can.
18 inches on each side. So you can have up to 6 feet of quilting space, which is plenty of table to support like a really big quilt, right?
It really is. You can do a quilt whatever size you want on just a really small frame here, so
Yep.
or a table. If you decide to add the extensions, you'll need a little bit of room to those swing out, but you can also leave them down when they're not in use. And right now, I mean, we're working on like a baby sized or throw size quilt, but you could do a queen or even a king on this.
Yeah.
Just, you know, pre-baste it and then just fold it up into your throat space as you're quilting. I've got all of this room behind the needle to fit my quilt into. So it's really generous size table, generous throat space, makes for any size quilt that you want to do.
Exactly. And this table, there's a couple of other great optional things that you can add to it besides the table extensions. So there's an awesome drawer. Unfortunately, the one we have set up today, we don't have one installed, but you can actually put a small drawer on each side, which is exactly the right size to keep your scissors, your rulers, thread, you know, gloves if you like to wear those when you quilt, all of that stuff you can keep in there. And if you're tight for space, which once again, this is a great machine for that. You can put this on casters, which we actually have this on casters, and it's so easy to move around, isn't it?
It really is. It just makes it very easy to position. So if you have to kind of keep it tucked into a corner in a room, it's really easy with these casters on to pull it out to where you want to use and just have all of the space that you need in a really confined space if that's what works best for you. So spacing's great. Okay.
Well, I think that's a lot of our favorite things.
That's a lot of our favorite things. And one of my other favorite things is with the Capri, I can change the feet.
Mm-hmm.
So what we did today is I'm going to be doing some ruler work. I already showed my ruler. And on the stationary machine, I don't have to add the optional ruler base like I need to with the frame mounted machines.
Right.
I have this beautiful, generous surface, which is perfect for ruler work. But I did add my Handy Quilter Surefoot here. And that has a nice thick profile, which is going to meet up the profile of my 1/4-inch ruler here. And that way I just nice and secure while I'm stitching. They just hug each other perfectly while I'm quilting. But you can use the other feet that Handy Quilter makes too. If you want to use the glide foot, if you want to use the micro foot or the echo feet or you couching, they're all compatible with the Handy Quilter Capri.
They are. And it's a lot of fun to use all those different feet, just depending on what kind of project you're working on.
It really is. And speaking of projects, should we
Yeah,
jump
I
into
know.
some stitching? I'm like, I'm sitting here just antsy, like ready to stitch. So
Let's do. So yeah. So what are we working on? What's the block we're working on?
okay, so we're going to work
During this
right here on this little corner block here. It's right here at the edge of the quilt. So like I mentioned, I have plenty of backing over here to cover my sensors. And I'm going to keep going with our continuous curve theme, but I'm going to be using a ruler this time.
Right.
So throughout the week, we've done some free motion, we've done some pro stitcher, and now I'm going to go to some ruler work. So I want to check the settings on my machine.
Right.
So we have lots of different stitch settings. I can stitch in manual mode, which means I set a speed and the needle's just moving up and down, and I need to move the fabric to regulate my stitches. If you like that, that's great. I personally really love the regulated features in here. And we have 2 regulated features. I can stitch in precision mode, which is really great for rulers. So I'm going to show you, to get started, I'm going to show you precision mode. What that means is when I turn on precision mode, the needle is only going to move up and down as I move the fabric. So if I need to pause and adjust my fabric or adjust my ruler and I stop moving things, if I take my foot off the pedal, the machine will stop stitching. But if I'm holding that pedal down or if I'm using the play button on the screen, precision knows to stop when it does not sense the fabric moving. So I'm going to start that way. And, and of course, I'm going to start by bringing up my bobbin thread first. I like having nice, tidy area here. So I'm bringing that up first.
No thread nests on the back, right?
No, I do not like those thread nests. And I'm just going to go ahead and hold my foot pedal down. I'm in cruise mode right now. So when I push the foot pedal, the needle moves, even though I'm not moving the fabric. So I'm just going to pop in and switch to my precision stitching.
Okay.
So I've got the foot pedal pressed all the way down right now, but you'll see the needle is not moving, is it?
Right, it isn't.
It's not at all. So that is going to allow me to put my ruler right where I want it to. And I think I'm going to use this side here. And something to notice about rulers, the needle is a 1/4 inch away from the ruler because I've got about a 1/4 inch difference between the foot and the needle. So that's going to just give me a nice gentle arc right here.
Okay.
And so I've got some handy grip, kind of hard to see on the camera here, but this is kind of like a little bit of a sandpaper type product. It goes on the back of the ruler, and that way it's kind of helping me not slide around. It's helping me grab the fabric. So I'm using that in place of a paddle or a sweet spot or gloves today.
Nice.
Okay, pedals down, rulers in place. The ruler's hugging the foot. So now I need to move the fabric. And then when I move the fabric, it'll start stitching. So you see that really just slight hesitation as I get started until I move. And then I stopped, so it stopped.
And you set it so that when you stop, the needle's down.
The needle is in the down position, and that's really important with ruler work. So I can choose to have the needle stop in the up position or the down position. And with ruler work, it's stopping down, and that way I don't lose my place. It's holding my positioning right there. Okay, should we try some cruise mode too, so you can see what cruise mode looks like?
Let's see what the
So
difference
I'm going to
between the
change
two.
to cruise. I'm going to set my needle to cycle kind of slow. Let's see, 150. That means the needle will move 150 times per minute.
Okay.
Okay, so now when I push that pedal, that automatically starts moving. So if I don't move the fabric and that needle is moving, it's going to kind of build up a knot. So I need to be conscious of that.
And that's why you set it on a lower cruise, right?
That's right. That's on a nice slow cruise, so I don't have to worry about that. And if you find that you need a little more help moving the fabric around, you can use some sweet spots, some paddles, or some gloves. I didn't bring those out today. Oh, we do have a paddle. Here we go.
I have some paddles right here.
Okay,
You'd like them.
Kim's more prepared than I am today.
I'm just close to the supply cart.
So I'm going to hold this one paddle to help hold the fabric on this side. The ruler's helping me hold it on the other side, and that'll just give me a little more opportunity to help guide that right around the curve. I always stop. I take my foot off the pedal and I stop when I need to move the ruler. So I'm just making an adjustment there and going to keep going. And you'll notice I am hugging. I am putting a little bit of pressure, pushing against the ruler and pushing the ruler up against the foot. That pressure helps keep everything nice and secure and keeps me from hearing that ruler clack, 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 clack.
Yeah. You don't want that.
No, that's not a fun sound.
It's
when
usually
you're
a
quilting.
precursor to maybe an uh-oh.
An uh-oh. Yes, we don't like those sounds either. So I just, like we talked about with our thread path the other day, I came down. Now I'm going over.
I love it.
Okay, so I'm going over to the next column, and I'm just going to start working my way back up. And you'll notice as I'm moving my ruler, I am placing it so I'm just shy a 1/4 inch from my next intersection. I'm using the markings on this great HQ curvy ruler just to line up the center and keep myself about a 1/4 inch away from the next intersection.
Perfect. The rulers are really great because they give you precision, don't they?
They really do. So I'm not doing that serpentine stitch we did when we were doing free motion the other day. This time I am just shifting my ruler upwards.
A little easier than flipping the ruler
It
back and
is.
forth on the
It is
different
easier than
sides.
flipping it back and forth for sure. You'll notice too, my fingers are kind of close to the edge of the ruler. I'm not worried about that because that sure foot is keeping everything steady right where I need it to be. Hit my next mark. Now I'm going to switch hands with my ruler and my paddle. And now we're just going to come back down.
Okay.
And again, just still hugging that ruler. Using those markings to guide me right where I need to be. So you'll see, Kim, rulers are not fast, are they?
No, they're not, but they're precise. And that's, that's why you use a
That's
ruler.
why you use a ruler. You want precise stitching. You want it to look good. I always love watching ruler videos where I see them just quilting away, speeding along, but I know they have sped that up. And you're not really quilting with rulers that quickly.
No.
And then here, I'm just going to move across the bottom. So one thing that's really fun on a stationary machine, I have a lot of liberty here with my fabric where I can move the fabric around until it's in the right placement for me to where I feel comfortable. It's not like being on the frame mounted machine where I'm kind of stuck with the fabric in one position. I can move this around until I'm comfortable. And we're just going to come in here. And again, the magic happens when you actually move the fabric.
Right.
Getting that right where I wanted. I do like stitching with rulers in cruise mode too, because as I'm coming to these intersections, I want that nice sharp point.
Right.
And that needle in cruise mode moving up and down a little bit, that's going to help me get that nice sharp point.
Watching you do this, it makes me want to quilt.
I know, isn't it fun? And now I'm just going to flip sides again.
Okay.
And again, you'll notice my insight sensor is always covered.
Yeah.
That's helping me get those beautiful regulated stitches. If you miss the mark a little bit, I'm just going to free motion my way in there. We don't need to tell anybody. Yeah, nobody needs to know my little secret there.
Exactly.
Kind of like being on the freeway. You don't want to make any like sharp movements. Bad things can happen on the freeway if you change lanes too quickly. Same with ruler work. Just slow and steady wins the race here.
It does definitely.
Ooh, got a little fast there.
Ooh, a little speedy for rulers there.
A little bit. So we're just going to move over to the next one. So, and I don't worry too much if the fabric bunches up a little bit as a movement, because remember, we pre-basted everything. So it's already held together.
Yeah, nothing's going to shift.
No, it's all good. And that little bit of handy grip on the bottom of my ruler really helps keep things steady. Got to move my ruler into place though. that kind of a little silly to not put the ruler in place.
Well,
getting ahead of myself.
I don't think people appreciate how hard it is to quilt and talk, like narrate what you're doing at the same time.
Oh, it's easy.
I always feel like I want to have pre-recorded me quilting and then just let me voice over the top of it.
I know.
Because it's like you can focus on one or the other. You're doing great.
This is definitely a little bit faster and less awkward when you're not talking. When you just put some music on and get in the zone. Honestly, it's so relaxing. It's really therapeutic actually to just kind of get in the zone, get out your ruler.
Just relax and enjoy.
I'm just making this nice little precise curve. We were doing free motion the other day. And I'm going to go ahead and just stop using the paddle because I'm right here at the edge and I can just kind of use the batting to hold there.
Okay.
Okay.
Working your way back down.
Working my way back down. When I'm doing free motion, I get a little shaky if I'm in a square that's over like 1.5 inches or so. So I like using rulers for like 2-inch blocks or bigger.
Yeah, they just really give you that extra level of getting that shape exactly the way you want.
Exactly what I want,
Yeah.
where I want it, and
I know that I love using rulers to lay down what I like to think of as the bones or the foundation of a quilt. And then I will go back and do free motion to fill in because I've defined spaces. I've done stitch and ditch, any of those kind of things.
yeah,
right?
it's just kind of that framework.
Mhm.
So here at the edge of the quilt, I am using my foot as a guide, and I'm stopping at the edge of the quilt because remember, we're going to have batting on this quilt eventually. So I don't want to bury that corner right in there. So
Exactly.
now we're just going to climb up this side.
And if we did the basting correctly, it's about 1/4 inch in. So you can follow that basting line and pretend like that's your
And that's actually
seam line,
exactly
right?
what I'm doing. You'll see my stitch there just hit the basting, and it's doing it at the next intersection too.
That's really great.
So now I'm just going to start working my way across in rows.
I love it.
And you'll notice I hold the ruler quite a bit differently when I'm working horizontally.
Yeah.
So I've got that handy grip keeping me steady. I like putting the handy grip right where I'm going to press on the ruler at those pressure points.
Right.
So I'm just kind of using this to help me move my fabric and keep my stitches steady. If you get a little bit of a high point in that where intersections are meeting in your seam allowances, don't worry, your foot will go over it.
Exactly.
I'm just going to keep sliding. So this is really just slow, relaxing, therapeutic quilting.
It is. It is. And it's fun to watch the design like emerge as
It
you're
really
working your
is.
way across the quilt.
Okay, so now I'm going to position that at the top and see that little bit of handy grip right underneath my fingers. That's just helping me keep that ruler steady.
That's perfect.
Unless I forget to hug. It happens.
Yeah, just
Remember, your ruler is your
friend.
friend. You want to hug it.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah,
It's
this
all
is kind of like a quilt yoga kind of thing. You're moving your ruler around quite a bit, and you just need to remember that your fabric's moving, your ruler's moving. I'm going to just get a little closer where I want there.
I know when I go from working on a frame mounted machine where the ruler stays in place and I move the machine, I always have to kind of shift gears just a little bit for quilting on stationary with rulers because the fabric and the ruler move at the same time, but the machine stays still.
That's
so
right.
You do hold your ruler just a little bit differently when you are quilting on a stationary machine versus a frame mounted machine.
That's right, because it's not just guiding my stitches, it's helping me guide the fabric too.
Right, exactly.
I'm going to just pump that up just a little bit.
Handy grip is helpful though, anytime you use rulers. It just helps that ruler stay in place so one end doesn't slip or rock a little bit while you're quilting.
And
that tends to happen to me sometimes.
And as long as you remember to hug your ruler, your stitches stay really consistent. It's the one you forget to hug.
Yeah.
Gotta hug
Christina
your friends.
likes to say, don't go out for ice cream. Right?
That's right.
And sometimes on those curves, it happens a little bit more. I know that you tend to get into a rhythm and you know exactly where you're going. You're still hugging that ruler, but it helps you keep everything in place.
Well, and I know for me, I like having my ruler above the foot so I can see what I'm doing. When I'm quilting it the other way, it's kind of tricky for me. What I could potentially do, because I'm on a stationary machine, I could flip my whole quilt around.
Yep.
And that way I have absolute control of my project.
Yep. I know that when I do stationary quilting, I often do that where I am turning the entire quilt in whatever direction it's easiest for me to make that design in. That is one of the pluses to quilting on a stationary machine. You have that freedom, but you have to remember when you're using the inside stitch regulation to not have your foot down on the pedal when you spin your quilt.
That is right. Otherwise, you just make a knot.
Yeah.
You need to kind of move your fabric like the points of a compass. You're going to be moving it this way. If you just twist it, it's just going to make a knot.
Yeah. If you're going to twist it, you want to make sure that the machine is not stitching. And then you can turn it, for example, 45 degrees or whatever, so that it's a little bit easier to have that ruler in the position you want it to be in to create the design you want.
That's right. So, and again, every few little curves, I'm going to stop, just reposition my fabric, reposition my ruler. So my foot is off the pedal when I'm doing that. You can also stitch with the button on the screen. There's a play button on the screen. And if I choose to use that, when I'm ready to stop, I don't have to touch that button again. I can just tap the foot pedal and it will stop.
That's really great. I know that I tend to use that feature a lot when I'm doing like big all over free motion quilting with Capri. I will turn it on the screen, and then when I'm ready to stop, I just tap and turn that off with my foot. It's kind of nice having all those options, right?
It really is. There's options to make quilting, you know, just a customized experience for exactly what you want.
Yeah. It's also one of the things I love about the Capri, the fact that you can turn it on and off just on the screen. It means that if you do have issues where maybe standing or using your feet is a little bit difficult, this is a really great machine for you because you can easily control everything with your hands. The inside table is also fairly easy to change the height on, so you can set it a little higher if you prefer to stand.
That's right.
Like say sit on a stool while you're quilting, which is, I actually have a stool that I usually sit on for mine, and yeah.
And I'm sitting on a chair today, so we actually dropped the machine down a little bit to make it a little more comfortable for my height, because Kim's almost a foot taller than I am. So
yeah, we usually do have to make adjustments between the two of us when we're on machines on the switch. So yeah.
Okay, I'm coming back to the same point I started at. Just working my way around, keeping everything continuous. There's no overstitching.
Right. I love this design because you start and stop at the same point. So
Gonna lock that
it helps
down.
you just in kind of planning your stitch path.
That's right.
That, right?
That's right. And I just used the needle up down button on the screen to lift my needle, bring my thread up, and now I'm just bringing my bobbin thread up. So I don't have to move the quilt out of the way to do the, oh, what's that called? To bring up my bobbin thread.
Right.
So we're gonna, oh, we just had a little power bubble.
There's my favorite, one of my favorite
things. I know, I love the way
it
it sounds when it powers up. How fun is that?
A little handy quilter.
Okay, and then I can just bring up my bobbin thread, and
Sorry
I can
about
cut
that.
them all off.
We actually had some power issues here at Handy Quilter yesterday, and we just had a little bit of a bump there. Hopefully it didn't do anything to the transmission, but it did a little something with the machine
But
yeah, everything's still working great.
Yeah,
we're
I completed another block. This quilt's just coming together block by block. It is so much fun, and like I said, it's just a relaxing, enjoyable, therapeutic process. So, and I know Blaine said we had about 25 minutes. I think we took 24. So like, that's just about perfect.
I think we've got just a few more minutes. So, you know, one of the things I really love about the Capri is just the orientation of the machine. You know, I started quilting, like I'm sure a lot of you did, on my domestic machine, and having that arm right there to the side, there was always a lot of fabric right there.
There's a lot of fabric bunching up to the side. So the orientation where this is turned, all of my bunched up fabric comes up to the top. It's out of my way. But I mean, look at all this movement here. Like, there's so much space. I can't do that on my domestic machine.
No, and the 18 inches of throat space here, it just, oh my gosh, it's really easy to have that quilt. You can actually, so over here on this side, we have it rolled up a little bit. You can easily just roll
and as we move to the next block, we just roll it again and just go ahead and push that fabric up out of the way so you can position it for the next block. I'm always just positioning for the block I'm working on. So I don't have to worry about the whole rest of the quilt. And I could put my extension sides up if I wanted to manage this. Kim's been helping me with that today because the extension would get in her way. So she's been great for helping me with that. But it's really just amazing that we've got all the space. You can do whatever size quilt that you want. And again, just keeping it, those little sensors under here, this is what makes the magic happen here. Making sure that those are covered on both sides of the needle while I'm stitching gives me those just perfect, beautiful stitches.
Yeah. It's such a great machine, the Capri. It's fantastic. It'll fit in pretty much any quilting studio. So yeah, we're really excited. I know that Blaine has a really awesome price on these.
Oh, I know he does.
This is such a great machine. We're really excited to demonstrate it today. We've been working on doing more projects with the stationary machine. We actually have a stack of them in the studio.
We do.
And we've just been having so much fun. We're doing a live every month, Handy Quilter is, featuring stationary machines, because we know that education is really important to you when you buy these machines. And so we want to make sure that you are happy with the education you get when you purchase a machine.
Absolutely,
like this.
because you want to be comfortable on it. And if you have any questions, you need to know that you're going to have support available. So we have a lot of support and education available for our machines. Another feature we didn't talk about, I love that I can use whatever thread I want.
Yes.
So we've been keeping our thread color consistent throughout the quilt, but today I'm using like a high sheen embroidery thread, which is amazing. It's I have a lot of embroidery threads, so I can use that in my quilting machine too. And it's just all about knowing I can do my tension right up here on the machine. Just get comfortable with changing your tension. If you want to use different threads, it will use whatever thread you want it to. It's really remarkable. So I'm trying to think of what have we not covered. Like we can use different feet, we can use different threads, we can quilt whatever projects we want. You can do pieced quilts, applique. You could do whole cloth quilts if you want. Sometimes I like putting a stencil on and just marking a stencil and following my stencil path. But where we had this beautiful piecing that Kim did for us, it was just a perfect opportunity to follow the piecing.
It's been fun. It's been fun working with this. Yeah, the Capri, it's a great machine. It you can do, and one thing, I think there's a little bit of a myth. I think people tend to think, oh my gosh, I can't do the same things I can do on a frame mounted machine with a stationary machine. But guess what? You can do all the same things.
You sure can.
You can piece as you go. You can put binding on.
Yes.
You can use all the different feet like we talked about. You can couch, you can do free motion. You can, like you said, you can do the stencils. You can do all of those same things.
Absolutely. On the frame mounted machine, you're moving the machine up here with the handlebars. Here, I'm just moving the fabric. It's really not any different. It feels very comfortable. And this beautiful, big, spacious, smooth surface makes it so easy. Like this is effortless to move the fabric here. Look how easy that moves. I'm not fighting feed dogs underneath that I have to remember to put down. I'm not fighting another little table that fits around here or no table at all. So it really is just a remarkable machine to do free motion, to do ruler work, however you want to finish your quilts.
Exactly.
Well, are there any questions out there for us?
There were some comments on the quilt behind you.
Oh, the quilt behind us.
So Blaine, it sounds like you're coming back.
Well, go ahead and tell us about the quilt behind you.
Okay, so everybody keeps asking about this. This is a pattern called Seeing Stars, and this is a quilt along that we're actually doing right now. So if you'd like to join the educators, we're making this quilt over the next few months. So it's a fun quilt.
Hey, and I have a question for you. What all feet comes with the Capri?
So it comes with 2 feet. It comes with the closed toe foot and the open toe foot. So, and you can do all kinds of quilting with
You sure can.
Yep.
Well, thank you all so much. It was a great demonstration on that. And guys, we have got some fantastic pricing for everybody on this. So this is the Handy Quilter Capri. Guys, this is the sit down free motion. And the regular price on this is $8,395. We do have a call-in special for it. We have financing available as well, and we're going to ship it free right to your door. But the great thing we have too, if you think that the new price is still a little bit high for you, we have some demonstrator models. We were able to secure some models from Handy Quilter. So again, Like sometimes if you've been over to Handy Quilter before and been into their big studio where they have all these machines set up and they teach classes, well, they occasionally, they take all those machines and they sell them. We were able to do that with the Moxie, and we were able to do this with the Capri. So we got all of them that Handy Quilter had. So we have some education demonstration models that they call them, that are, you can save a little bit more money. It comes with a brand new table though, brand new table. That Insight table will be brand new, but the machine head was used slightly and then they refurbish it and then we've got them. So guys, if you want to save a little bit more on that, even you can talk to them when you call in and tell them you're interested in the demonstration model. But give us a call. These are all call-in specials. We have great prices on all of them today at 800-401-8151. All right, so we are going to continue on. And guess who we got in the house next, guys?
Who do we have next?
We have Janome.
Janome.
So we have Janome coming in, and we have Susan Anderson. And Susan is going to talk all about that Versa 18. And this is another quilting machine from Janome, guys. And so welcome to the show, Susan.
Hi, how are you?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you for coming. This is your first time on one of our shows, so welcome. And we're all super excited to see about this new Janome. And so I'm going to let you go ahead and start doing your demonstration. I'll come back in about 25 minutes, and I'm going to tell everybody how they can get the special price on this.
Okay, sounds great. This is our Janome Versa. We call it Versa because it's versatile. It starts out as a tabletop model, as you see here. Table comes with it. There are extension leaves on either side if you'd like to make the table bigger, but it's basically 3-foot square, which means it'll fit just about anywhere. It's also height adjustable. Right now I've got it set up as a sit down, but you could do this as a stand-up model as well. But it's got 18-inch deep throat, which means I can just about put any size quilt or quilted project on it I want. I do have a regulated or manual mode on my control panel. It will sew up to 2,200 stitches per minute. I can control the stitch length. I can do precision, which is what I'm going to do today, which means when I move the fabric, it stitches, and when I stop, it stops. And it does, like I said, have a stitch regulator. We can control the needle up or down, and this is my tension setting. Since all the threading is from the front, it threads just like a regular machine. And when I adjust my tension knob over here, you can actually see the numbers change. And I'm just going to put that right back to where I had it, which was 220. There we go. And I'm set to go. Now it does come with 2 accessory feet, the standard closed toe and an open toe. Now I've moved on to my ruler foot machine attachment. It is sold separately. We also have echo feet. We have square feet. We have couching feet. So there's a lot of extras that you can purchase with it. But we're going to show you how to free motion with rulers today. This is a lot of fun. Most people that are quilting that want to do free motion are nervous about the fact that it's not going to look professional. It's not going to look the way I want it to look and be pretty and everything else. But rulers or templates are simply guided freed motion. They're thick plexiglass. They come in all different shapes. Straight one's probably going to be your first one that you purchase. And they come different ways. These are rulers that you go around the outside, and these are rulers that you go around the inside. They make different shapes. And I've got some samples I'll show you eventually. But to do it, to do basic ruler work, I've done some line work on just a piece of fabric. I've got batting underneath. And I'm going to show you how to do a flower with my clamshell ruler here. Now it's got lines going horizontal as well as 45 and down the center. I'm going to use my large 4-inch first, and I'm going to start with my horizontal line here, and I'm going to attach first off my foot in the center. I'm going to take 1 stitch. Let's see if we can go. It doesn't want to go for me. Why? There we go. Pull my bobbin thread to the surface. I'm going to move my ruler in, and I'm going to make sure this horizontal line is on this horizontal line, and I'm going to trace up around here, and I'm going to stop on this diagonal line. So we're just going to go ahead and move the machine like so. Move it up to the point just to the line, and I'm going to stop. Drop my needle down so it doesn't move. Now I'm going to turn my ruler around. Now I want to come back down to the center to finish off my petal. So I'm going to use my vertical line over here. Make sure I have about a 1/4 inch so I get right back into this point here to the center. And I'm going to put that line, the horizontal line on my clamshell on that vertical line here. And we're just going to walk it right around back to the center of my design. Now to get to the next side, I'm going to go to this line. Repeat the same thing. Vertical line or horizontal line across my clamshell. Go up around here and stop at the tip of the blue line. Let's see where we go. Now I've also added some tape to keep my ruler from slipping while I'm moving my fabric. Right there. And now we're going to go to this line over here and put that line back where it belongs. Right on there, like so. Making sure I've got my 1/4 inch coming in. And right back to the center. So you just continue around all your different lines and you end up with a flower like that. And you can keep building. Now this has got 4 different sides to this particular ruler. I have a 4 inch, I have a 3 inch, I have a 2, and I have a 1.5. And you can get all different kinds of different designs out of those different sizes or sides. So there's my flower. Now that flower could be used on any of them, but I use the 4 inch. This vine here, I'll show you in just a minute. This is done with my 3. This is my 2, and this is my 1.5. Now, granted, you could do any one of these designs with any of the 4 sides. So it makes the ruler very versatile. Also makes it very easy to do. Let's get that needle up. Pull the needle up. There we go. Bobbin thread to the surface so we can clip that and get that out of the way, because we don't want to leave the run on the back. And I'm going to go into some of my straight lines that I've drawn up here. This time, I'm going to use this particular curve. That's my 3 inch. And I'm going to do the line. I've added an extra tape because I only want to go down. I don't want to go all the way down to the bottom of my clamshell. I want to go about halfway. And I'm going to put that along the center line that I'm going to follow. This is going to be my top here and my bottom here. So we're going to slide over to the side. And you can use the rulers going any direction that makes it comfortable for you. That's the other nice thing about rulers. With a nice deep bed like this, I can push all of my quilt into the back of my machine and it's not in the way of what I'm trying to stitch. And rather than turning the whole quilt, I can just turn the ruler. So we're going to start here. Pull my thread to the surface. And I'm starting on the line and ending on the line. But this time I'm going to stop halfway, right there at that particular point in my ruler. Just like so. One more stitch. There we go. Let's drop our needle down. Okay. Now I'm going to turn it, and I can see behind there where I've got my 45 line, and I'm going to turn it parallel to my lines, and we're going to follow that ruler out. Just like so. Down to this line and stop. I know that looks kind of weird, but we're making the leaf part of the petal. I'm going to turn my ruler up here again, making my, I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's my line here parallel to this line. And I'm going to bring it back up so that it comes up to this point. So I want to make sure I've got about a 1/4 inch from that edge. And we're going to walk this right around. So like so. And now we're going to continue that vine by bringing it back down to the original position, making sure that my center line is right up against the center of my foot. And we're going to come back down to this line. Like so. So there's my first curve of my vine and my one leaf. Now I can do a leaf going in the opposite direction, or my vine going in the opposite direction. So I'm going to move over here this time. And we're going to do the pink tape along the center line, and we're going to go to the stopping point, which is the center of my clamshell, so that we have that little curve to it. So you can get that nice S curve going. You could just do the S curve if you didn't want to do the petals. And this time we're going to do a petal going this way. So I'm going to run my lines that are going to be parallel. And we're going to start down here, and we're just going to go right on to down to this line here. So I want to make sure it's about halfway. Let's see, here we go. And come down to the blue line and stop. Then bring it back the other direction, again, making my lines parallel. And I want to stop again up at that point. So I want to make sure I'm about 1/4 inch away. And you can see with the rulers, I can go around to the back side or the front side, whichever I'm doing. It doesn't really matter. Now let's finish off that beautiful serpentine stitch by putting my pink tape right along my center line. And we're going to come back to the center line this time. Just like so. And one more stitch and we're stopped. And that's how we got that beautiful stitch. Now that could be an edge-to-edge design. It could be a border design, whatever you wanted to do. But you can do, again, variations of that simply by changing which side of the ruler you used. I used the 3-inch one on this too. So it's the same thing. But that gives you an idea of what you can do with your rulers. And don't think that you just have to do small pieces. Even with just a straight ruler, you've got all kinds of options to do. So you can do small pieces, large pieces. You can go different angles. Your straight ruler will have your 45, your 60, and your 120 ruler angle as well. And you can do blocks, not just edge to edge. So you've got all kinds of designs that you can work with. And rulers are not very expensive, but they are addictive. These are some of the designs, the quilt panels I have hanging in my studio at home. And nothing says you can't combine them with something else, either other free motion, just meandering, or maybe you want to do computer work if you're doing your long arm, because our long arms also have quilt tables that are ruler tables that go with them too. So you have that as an option. But again, different rulers will create different things, and they're a lot of fun to play with. That's what I have for you today on rulers and our Versa 18. Are there any questions? No.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
Well, is there any questions that you saw out there, Roger?
Let's see. I am searching right now. Let them know if they have any questions to post it up right now. Bob.
All right, so if y'all have any questions right now for Susan, go ahead and post them right now, and we'll try to get them up there for you. So, Susan, I got to ask you, what's the speed on that, like the stitches per minute?
It's 2,200 stitches per minute.
Okay.
That's the top speed.
Okay. And then the speed regulator is built right into the table, correct?
Right. Yeah. If you wanted to see the regulator, there's one on either side, but that's the stitch regulator right there. And as you move the fabric across it, because you're moving at a distance, it will start the stitch. I like to work with 10 to 12 stitches per inch when I do it. But you could change that to 18 if you've got a lot of tight curves and so forth to give you a nicer curve to it.
Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, well, Susan, well, thank you so much for coming on the show and demonstrating this. We're going to tell everybody how they can get one of these now. All right, guys, this is the Janome Versa 18-inch sit-down quilting machine. You can see it right there. It's called the Quilt Maker Pro 18-inch Versa long arm and it has that electric eyes built right in the stitch regulator in the table. The price on it is $5,999, and we do have a call-in special for it, so give us a call. Free shipping nationwide, and we have financing 0% interest for 48 months available. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, if you've been interested in a sit-down quilting machine by Janome. All right, guys, let's continue on. Let's bring my co-host in. Y'all welcome to the show, Jane Klaus.
What's up, Blaney Blaine? Hi, everybody. Good morning. How you doing today?
Hey, we're doing awesome today. Glad you finally made it and got here. We started it off. It's been an exciting day. And
I've been watching.
Great show so far. And man, everybody's excited today. And hey, it's Wednesday. It's right in the middle.
I can't believe it. It is Wednesday, day 3 of the most amazing Quilt Fest ever. And I have been watching. Don't think I'm not watching, Blaine. I'm keeping tabs on everything that you're doing. And so far, so good. And it seems like everyone's having so much fun.
Oh, they are. It's been a lot of fun. And, you know, we started off, again, really great today. And been doing another great show. And you know what I want to do right now is just kind of go off the rail a bit. I know we have a little bit of time before our next demonstration, which is an educational session.
That's right.
But so why don't we just give some stuff away?
Let's do it. Oh my goodness, what a great idea. We're just kickstarting the day. Well, you've been on for a couple hours, but I mean, why not? Here I am. Let's spin the wheel, Kennedy.
So I'm thinking, you know, Kennedy gets that wheel all ready to go. And what is one of the items that we have, the big item that we could give away, Kyle? Let's give a big one away.
What's one of the ones, Roger?
A big one right away, friends. See what Blaine does for you. The second I show up, I'm like, yeah. And he, what is he going to do? He has to give a big prize away. Sorry, Blaine, you keep talking to your crew over there.
We can do.
You know what I want to do?
Huh?
I want to give an Arrow sewing chair away.
There you go. Arrow sewing chair.
What?
Hydraulic
Yeah. Sewing chair. There it is, guys. Look at that.
You're reading my mind.
So it's normally $450 is the normal price on that. And you can, a lot of times on our show specials, we get them down in the low 300s. But guys, we're going to give one of these away absolutely free. So Kennedy.
Yes.
Spin that wheel.
Everyone said it at home too, because it's an early spin the wheel. Diane Guy, congratulations! Watching on YouTube on day 3 of Quilt Fest. Congratulations! You won the Arrow chair. That's so awesome.
All right, Diane. Congratulations, Diane. And what we need you to do, you go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see Claim My Prize. Fill out all the information complete. Hit submit, and we will ship your chair out to you as soon as we get the information.
All right.
All right, Jane, I think we ought to give something else away.
Yeah, let's do it, Blaine. You're the best. You're in a good mood today, huh?
Yeah, I'm in a great mood. Let's give away one of our world famous sewing mats.
Yes, world famous sewing mat. I love it.
All right, guys, they're in 13 different colors, 4 different sizes, but the only one that doesn't have 4 sizes is the leopard print, and it comes in 2 sizes, medium and large. So we're going to let you pick your color, your size. So Kennedy.
Yes.
Spin the wheel.
Okay.
Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. I like that too. It's real calm. Spin the wheel. Oh, Lisa Socha, congratulations. Hanging with us on Facebook today. I love it. You win the mat.
There we go. So Lisa, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says Claim My Prize. Fill out all the information. And most importantly, let us know what color sew mat you want, what size, and hit submit, and we'll get that shipped out to you. So guys, too, if y'all want to know the dimensions of the sew mats, what you can do is just go to the smplive.tv page where you see the sew mat. Click on it. It'll take you to the product page, and it tells you all the dimensions of each size on that page. That way you can kind of measure your machine and make sure you're getting one that fits your machine. And but again, Jane, everybody needs one.
Everybody has to have one. And it's funny that you're just giving one away. I just put my embroidery machine on a sewing mat. I had to put up a table because it's very, very occupied over here, and I wanted to do a little embroidery. And so before I put it up there, I'm like, oh, I need my sewing mat.
Well, Jane, speaking of sewing mats and sewing, what do you got going on? I know you're always working on projects. So what's your latest and greatest project you're working on?
So my goodness, so many things. Okay, so I'm hooping it up right now. Oh, hi everybody. So I'm gonna have to unhoop it here. So I love to recycle. I love to upcycle. So lately I've been shopping at the secondhand store, finding old shirts and putting them together. You cut them in half. So 2 shirts into one, and then I added embroidery all over it, like I'm tattooing up a shirt, or you can do little cutouts. But I put on embroidery. Do you have a picture of the two shirts, Kennedy? Do we put that up? Oh, that's the old one. No, that's the repurposed shirt. What about the shirts ahead of time? It's 2 shirts on mannequins. Okay. So, well, that's what it ends up looking like, or it looks like this. So what I did was, you see that it's 2 shirts. There it is. 1 shirt, other shirt. So you take the 2 shirts, you can cut them straight down the center. I was in the store and I saw in a little boutique store how they had 2 different sweaters put together and the cut was straight down the center. Well, I thought, well, I'm going to cut this diagonally. So those are just 2 oversized secondhand men's shirts. And I turned it into this, and I have one right here. And what I did, you can see, here's 1 shirt, that's the other. And what I did was I just, instead of those little patches like you saw, those are cutouts, I added embroidery all over the shirt. And so I finished with it, and then I thought I needed some more right here. So I literally just ripped this out of the hoop to show you. I'm going to add a couple more right in here, just so it has something on the chest. Isn't that cute? It's a great way to repurpose old shirts. Yes?
I like it.
It's really cute. No, I in fact, this morning to the radio station. So what happens with me, Blaine, I'll start on one project. I'll do one, and then I make a whole bunch of them. So I wore a purple and pink one that I put together yesterday during the show. Yes, I was paying attention to the show, but my sewing machine is literally right next to me, and my cutting is over here. So I had a purple and pink one that I wore to the radio station today, and my sleeves were a little short, so I just took the extra scraps and made cuffs. So it was a big hit. Everybody at the other stations were like, oh, it's cool. Did you get your shirt? I'm like, I made it. You know how that goes.
Well, you're always making things, and you repurpose so many things. And that's what's really cool is, other people's trash is some people's treasure. They can get things that people, get ready to discard and throw away, and you can take them and repurpose them and make some really crazy stuff.
And you know that our guest coming up for education session is Becky Thompson, who is a Air Force veteran. She served for 20 years. And I'll show you this now. I want to show her. I took an old piece of denim. I took some fabric scraps. These are from quilting. This is like a military button that says US. This is an old frame. And I made these. I used to make these for vets. Isn't that cute?
That's pretty cool.
And then there's another one. Just
Becky is extremely talented too. She does so many things, but yeah, she'll love that stuff. She will absolutely love it.
And this is just using your old frames. I imagine this one right here is just so old. And I took the glass out and I just wrapped it with the fabric, and then I top stitched this on. But I imagine this like, just having like someone's picture, and the people are probably have passed on to heaven, but these were probably somewhere a long time ago, and I could see the graduation pictures in them or whatever was in them. But I think this is such a great way to repurpose just old frames.
Yeah, it is. Well, speaking of Becky, I'm gonna go ahead and let you get going because I know Becky's ready to go. And,
Good.
And you can tell everybody about her. And then I'll see y'all back here in about 30 minutes.
Thanks, Blaine. All right, cool. And Becky can take a little extra time on her education. What do you think, friends? All right. So we're talking about education right now. And Becky is going to show us how to add binding to your quilt while it's on the long arm. Of course, Becky Thompson. She learned about her passion, and she gained her passion for stitching from her mother, like so many of us, who is an amazing garment and seamstress. So she's been around sewing machines her entire life. Now, we talked about her 20-year career in the U.S. Air Force and now 17 years as a federal civilian. She has become very, very comfortable with technology and loves to combine that knowledge and skill with her quilting and embroidery skills. So Becky is here. to tell us all about adding binding to the quilt while it's on the long arm. Please say hello to Becky Thompson. Hi, Becky. Oh, maybe she's not there yet. Okay, let me introduce her again. Becky's going to teach us all about adding binding to your quilt while it's on the long arm. Is Becky there?
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Becky.
I'm backstage. Hello. Hi.
Hi. Come on over to the camera so we can see you.
Hello there. I'm tall. I'm sorry. We'll bring that up. Hi. How are you?
You're great. We're actually looking at you from your side angle, Becky.
Okay. I'll come back over here to this camera. Yeah. So
hey,
let me
Becky.
sit down here a second. Let me point out somebody in the back real quick. This is Valerie, and she is going to be my camera person here. She used to work at the local quilt store, and so she's going to help me out so you guys can really see and get down in and see what's going on.
I love it. Sally, right?
I'm sorry?
Sally? Is it Sally?
Valerie.
Valerie. All right, everybody say hi to Valerie. Good. Everyone heard the name. Okay, Valerie. We got Becky. We got education.
Yes. So Jane, I need to swap a camera. So when you
I'll talk.
Why don't you talk? Because you're really good.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just keep talking, Becky. You don't worry about that. You swap your camera. All right, everybody. It is Quilt Fest Day 3, and if Blaine pops back in, we'll talk about the grand prize. But I heard him talking about this earlier, and that is voting for your quilts that are online on the website. You can go there and vote for the cream of the crop. So there's 2 prizes, and then there is the viewer's choice. So you have one category which the judges will select and one which you will select, and you can go on there, you can pick your favorite quilt, and you can hit the heart and vote for it. Now, my recommendation, scroll through all of those quilts because there are so many amazing entries, and then decide your vote. And I think Blaine puts a little note next to each one he likes, and he can go back and vote for each that he likes that day. Now, I know you get to do 2 a day, so I urge you to do that. But don't do it right now. Don't do it right now. You got to wait because this is education, and we've got Becky back with a perfect camera. Hi, Becky. We can't hear you. I think we just need to connect. Maybe we'll either microphone off or do a setting on your computer. Hey, you gotta love live TV. We're working it out just as we go. Okay, so Becky's gonna get her microphone going. And we're gonna come back to me. So is everybody having a great time? Yes, I know you're having a great time, and so am I. Becky will get her microphone back, and I mean, maybe now's the time that you go check out those quilts online, or better yet, check out all of the wonderful products that SewingMachinesPlus.com has online. Oh, hey, Blaine. I was just telling everybody to go shop. Hope you're okay with it.
Hey, I'm not Becky.
You don't look like that.
Hey, got to tell you, Jane, just got a text message from my wife, Michelle, and she said, tell Jane that shirt is her personality, sunflowers.
Oh, that's why I wore it, because it's spring and it's blooming and it's happiness. And this is such a fun, wonderful day that I wanted to bring some sunshine.
Well,
so
awesome.
Thanks, Michelle.
Well, hey, speaking of the contest, I'm telling you what, everybody needs to go when they get a chance, go vote on the quilts. It is such a, Jane, you don't even know this yet because we were talking about it before you got on air, but the contest is so close. It's the closest we've ever had in the 3 years we've done this. This is the closest of the voting. They're so close together. I mean, we're talking between first and second place in the People's Choice. There's just a few votes separating them. I think first through 5th place is 50 votes separating them.
Crazy.
So it is extremely close. So guys, if y'all want your favorite quilt to win, you got to go vote. You get 2 votes a day, and make sure y'all go over there and vote, because I tell you, they are awesome. And again, you just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. On the very front page of our website, you can see the Quilt Fest banner. You can click on that, go right there, scroll all the way down toward the bottom, and you can see the quilts. It has a gallery you can click on, or you can reach it through smplive.tv as well. But go to hit the gallery, look at all those quilts, and place your vote.
I love it. Katie says, please go vote for my quilt. Hey, I heard you also say the voting closes at 11:59 tomorrow night?
PM tonight.
Oh, tonight it closes. Okay, I heard
Closes
that too. And
tonight.
I did hear it was like the all-time super closest, millisecond, millimeter,
Yes.
millicloseness of voting votes.
Yeah, it's 11:59 tonight. It closes down, and so I want to make sure everybody gets their votes in, because again, it is so close, and we had over 100 entries. We've had over 25,000 votes, and so it's going to be probably the best contest we've had so far. And if you go look at the quilts, and that's what's a lot of people look at a quilt, and it's kind of like a painting, I guess you could say. You look at something, you go, well, I really like the way that looks. But quilting is a little bit more than just the way it looks. If you go and actually look at the details and what work that went into that quilt of getting all these details, then it kind of makes the quilt even a little bit more of an inspiration. So I think that's, instead of just looking at it like, oh, I love that color, look at the work and the details and how much cuts and everything. And then you get a whole new appreciation for it.
I mean, I already have so much appreciation for anybody who can make a quilt, because I know how much work goes into it. My mom started off as like a garment seamstress. I mean, she was a nurse, but she was like a great sewist, and she made all of her clothes and gowns. And then as she sort of maybe in retirement years, she started quilting, and I would see her working on quilts. And I met so many people and interviewed so many people that do quilts. They're just the passion and the time and the skill that goes into creating a quilt. Is all of the quilts up there are all winners because they're so beautiful. And I just know how much work goes into them. And Chris, our friend Chris Marchini, yesterday, he said, and I know this about him because he's a quilt maker and a pattern maker. And he's like, I want you to use your quilt, put it on the bed, carry it around, snuggle up underneath it. And I realize a lot of them are like art pieces, but for him, he wants you to use it. And I feel like when I get a quilt, I want to get underneath it too.
Yeah, I totally agree. So, hey, I think Becky's ready now. So we're going to let y'all take it away.
All right, cool. Okay. Hey, Becky, are you back?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Oh, Becky, you look perfect and you sound great.
Yay! Well, it's technology, right?
That's right. We got to love it. All the little gremlins are coming to visit. Hey, listen, I introduced you already like 3 times. And everyone loves you. So I want you to have the most amount of time to educate us about adding binding while your quilt is on the long arm. Tell me one thing. Are you going to make this easy, Becky? Are you going to make this easy for us?
Absolutely easy. Very easy. Matter of fact, it's totally going to streamline your quilting experience on your long arm. I know a lot of us have got piles of quilts that are finished waiting for binding. And this is just going to make it so incredibly easy to do. So first of all, I know you guys did a giveaway. I would like to do my own giveaway, if that would be okay for my viewers that I've told to come here. I have got a Power Tools with Thread tote bag that I will give away to one lucky US winner, please. US shipping only. And you just have to do a keyword, hashtag like # Power Tools in the comments. And we'll see if we can't get that done up, and maybe they can give that away too. If it doesn't work for whatever technical reason, I'll do it over on my blog. But thank you for joining me. I am Becky Thompson from the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread, and I have a blog by the same name. I'm getting real close to 60,000 subscribers, and I do a little bit of everything from quilt piecing to embroidery to long arming. If it's a power tool with thread, I'm going to play with it and learn it and have a good time with it. But in order to have a lot of time to be able to do these things, you really have to create streamlined efficiency in your sewing room. And one of the ways I love to do that is to use the long arm frame to not only keep the tautness that you need in order to be able to run a pantograph pattern. I am using the Grace Knique 21X Elite, and I have the QCT5 Pro software, and I am on a Continuum 2 frame by Grace as well. So, but to do that, I use the frame for more than just keeping the quilt taught, I use it also as an extra sewing machine to be able to put the binding on while it's on the long arm. Now, I will make a little note here. I do not recommend this method for show quilts because the folds on your miters in the corners are going to go different directions than they would if you were wrangling a quilt on the sewing machine and sewing the binding on, where the quilt's going all the way around the same direction all the time. So I have a binding here that is 2.5 inch. It's a 2.5 inch binding, folded in half, just like we all use, and wrong sides together. And I've got this adorable little giraffe panel right here. This is going to be a wall hanging. So I did not add any borders to it at all because I don't want it to be any bigger on the wall. I don't need it to take up a whole lot of wall space. Plus, I only have a limited time here. So I wanted it to be a small project for you guys. The first thing you need to do is to fold your binding in half, your big long strip, and you do that by finding the two ends and just putting them together. They don't have to be perfect. And then just run them along your hands until you find center. And now I've got the center of my binding. And I'm just going to take the raw edge of the binding and put it up against the raw edge of the top of the quilt. Now, you can do this by starting over on the side if you wanted, but I'm just going to start up here in the center to make it easy for you guys. And Valerie, you are doing a fabulous job. And this is exactly why I have her, because I made a video for this the other day and you couldn't see what I was doing because of my fingers and my handlebars were in the way. Okay, I have this laid out. You'll notice it is not pinned. You do not need to pin using this method, but you do need to find the end of your thread. And I have the machine set on precise and I'm stitching at 10 stitches per inch. You can use whatever stitches per inch you want. And I just back up. So I know the back of the foot is touching the raw edge of the binding, and I'll go needle down, needle up, and pull up my bobbin thread and get that here. Now, one thing you can do is you can take a quilting ruler, and I have put some washi tape on it back here to kind of give me an edge idea. Oh, one other thing. Valerie, can you back out just a little bit? We're a little close. Let's go a little wide, a little bit wider. There we go. So one thing, it's got the ruler base under here. That's very handy if you want to do this. And it just makes life a lot easier. So I'm going to put my ruler right up here and the little feet on the ruler. This is a Stitch in the Ditch ruler. You can get them just about anywhere. This is Stitch in the, and it's going to make sure that I stay perfectly at the 1/4 inch right in here. So if you want to zoom in now, you can. And I'm just going to go and I'm going to back up a stitch or two just to lock it and then come forward. And then I'm just going to slide it. You know, you just adjust it and slide it a little bit. Make sure that this edge right here is even. And we're getting a little close. I didn't push that quite. And what's really nice is if you get in a little close and you didn't mean to, you can just go back until it's exactly where you want. And you can travel in the seam allowance until you get back. Very easy to recover. Okay. Now I only use the ruler when I am on the top, just because it's a little bit harder to see where exactly the edge of that foot is against the back of the binding. And when I get over to the edge, I'm going to set the little foot over here on this ruler. close right to the edge and I know I'm a 1/4 inch away, then I'm going to back off just a little bit and stop. You guys, my stitching. I'm just going to move it. I'm not even going to pull up the bobbin thread at all. And then I'm going to fold up my miter. And can you, the handle's in the way, right? There we go. Can you roll over here and see? Let's see. And we get to that without too much movement, you guys. We don't want to make anybody sick. There we go. Nice and close. So here's the miter, and I'm just going to fold it down over my finger and bring it down. Bring the binding down. Okay. And I'm just going to bring it back, and there will be a little loop of thread, but that's okay because it's all going to be trimmed off in the end anyway. So let's back up a little bit, and yeah, there we go. And we will go a little bit wide. There we go. So everybody can see what we're doing. And I'm just going to start again. I'm going to go backwards first and come forward. Now this, when I'm down on the side and I can see it, I've done this so much, I just eyeball it. Look how quick and easy this is. Okay, I've reached the end here. I'm just going to come off the side and lock it a little bit. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up my bobbin thread and trim it. I'm going to put my little magnet on my shirt. It makes my life a lot easier for me to do that because I'm always reaching. That's my habit. And I'm just going to come over here up to the top again. And I probably could have done a whole lot better if I had been freehanding this, you guys. And I'm going to start a couple of stitches on top of where I've already stitched and pull up my bobbin. And again, you don't have to take the time to trim these. They will cut off when you trim the quilt. Some people have asked, can you put on your channel locks while you do this? You can, of course, do that, but more likely you will just get a better result if you don't do that. And I'm going to stop when the edge of the hopping foot hits the edge of the fabric. That's my 1/4 inch. And I'm just going to move it out of the way a little bit. I'm not even going to pull up the bobbin. And I'm going to create that miter and then come down. Okay. And put this back over here. All right. I'm going to start down a little bit and go backwards and come straight down. The edge of my foot right on the edge of the binding. All right, I'm all finished with this one. So I'm going to stop and put my needle down. And now I'm going to advance the quilt. Now, because the ruler base is on this and it all stopped on both sides in the exact same spot, I know that I'm going to be able to catch it at the starting point on the other side. But see, I have not had to pull up the bobbin thread but one time. And I'm ready to just start and go. come to the end, I go off to the side, stop, and pull my bobbin thread. Come back over here. I'm starting a few stitches into where I stopped before. There's the end. I'm going to come off the side and I'm going to drop the needle and advance the quilt. Is that right? No, I'm not ready to do that. I've got to do, yeah, I am ready to do that. I got lost where I was. Okay, and I'm getting ready to come down to this other corner. Stop at the, when the hopping foot is right at the edge, come off. And make my miter. Stop about right there and lock it and change sides. Make my miter for my last corner. Bring this over. I'm going to go backwards just a little bit. I'm going to stop right about there to give me enough room to be able to finish off tying, getting the binding done on the domestic. And pull up my bobbin thread. Okay, now You might think that the quilt, you take it off the long arm, but another thing that I like to use the long arm for, would you come out wide a little bit, Valerie, please, is to go ahead, that's good. Go ahead and use the long arm frame to help you trim the quilt. So you're not having to find a big long table to do it on, or using the back of the frame, take it off and all of that, or trying to put some rotary mats together, to try to get it big enough. Just use, this looks really easy on a little wall hanging. You got a queen size quilt. This is just a phenomenal way to do business. So I'm going to get the machine out of the way. So look at that. It was just a matter of minutes, and I've got this thing already. The binding is completely attached. I will leave the bottom of the quilt on the bottom, on the belly bar, and then I'm just going to come in from the side. And remember, I told you you can trim all your threads. I'm just going to put the threads to the outside. And now I'm using the frame to trim right up the side and trim the quilt like that. I'm going to come in from the other side and do it over here. All right, don't want to get my back to you guys, but it's a bit of a necessity in this point. Okay. Just cutting off all of those extra threads. And now I'm going to roll the quilt toward me. I'm going to loosen this one and roll it toward me. Maintaining the tension on the quilt. And trim it. I've got those threads. I'm going to put them over here. You guys, this changed my world when I figured out how to do this and not have to find another place to trim the quilt. And then I will come up here and just go across the top. Work smarter, not harder, right? This is such a nice way to get this done quickly and efficiently. You need a good pair of scissors too for this, obviously. Okay, so now that this is finished, I'll loosen this belly bar and I'm going to bring it and throw it up over the top and use the weight of the quilt to give me the tension I need to be able to cut the bottom. Now, you definitely want to take your tails and throw them out of the way. You don't want to cut off your binding strips. And I'm going to finish this up. So now I'm not going to have a quilt that's sitting in a pile that is waiting to get binding put on it. All I need to do now is take this over to the ironing board. And I like to iron my binding out flat from the front so that it is all nice and pretty and flat. And then I actually, in true Power Tools with Thread fashion, I will fold this over and stitch in the ditch on my domestic machine and finish it. So that is how I will do my quilts to finish the binding on the long arm. That was pretty quick. Look at that. It just took like 15 minutes to get this done. So are we able to do the giveaway if we do a hashtag Power Tools, or do I need to do something different? Blaine, are you there, or Jane? You guys got any questions in the chat? Anything coming up there?
Hey, Becky, that was fantastic. Really quick.
It was, yeah.
It was really fantastic. Great idea. Everyone loves the method of it. Real quick, we have a couple of minutes here with Becky. If you have any questions, let's shoot them through and I can ask Becky. Somebody said, she doesn't have a long arm. So that is going to make things a little bit difficult.
Well, the idea is this whole workshop was just about being able to use the long arm for more than just running a pantograph back and forth across it. If you long arm for customers, this is a great way. If they don't care about the direction on the fold for the miter, this is a great way to really make you can ask your customer, do you want the binding added on? And of course that will increase your resources and your revenue once you get this process down. And then if you want to finish it on the domestic, you can, and then you're all done. So it's a very easy thing, easy way to do it. And it just makes it so much more efficient and fun in your sewing room. But
and that's what we want to have, more efficiency and fun, right? That's what it's all about.
Yes, more time to quilt and use up all of our pretty fabric.
Yeah, well, we do have to use all the fabric. Question: do you have to worry about your quilt being square?
No, you would not believe how many quilts that I have put this binding on like this, that it's not square. It doesn't matter. The end result is going to be the same. If the quilt was not square to start with, it's not going to be square when you put the binding on it, unless you trim it off, after it has been cut off. Some people square their quilts up after they get it from the long armor. But I have put plenty of bindings on quilts that are not square. It's the same process.
And another question: what direction of the fold is the quilt supposed to go?
What direction of the fold?
The question is from Margaret. What direction of the fold is the quilt supposed to go?
Okay. Does this make a difference? So here is the fold of the binding. Whoop. Here's the fold of the binding. So I put the raw edges together. See? And then the folded edge comes over just like this. And then I will stitch in the ditch from the front. I stitch in the ditch from the front. And on my machine, the tension of it is really good. I use the Brother PQ 1500 to stitch in the ditch. So I will use like a blue or a green thread on the front, and I'll use on the top, and I'll use a brown thread on the bobbin. So because, you're going to be sewing, once you get this folded over like this, okay, let me back up a little bit. You're going to be sewing the stitch is going to go right here. Your bobbin thread will be right there on the back. But that you can certainly finish by hand. I choose not to do that.
And while you're close up there, somebody wanted to see if you could show them the corner while you're in a close-up mode.
Sure. While I'm in close-up. So this is the miter standard. This is what you do on the front. I've got my little loop back here on the back, and there's the corner when it flips, and it looks exactly like it would as if you had put it on a sewing machine. So this one, see how the fold going down is this way. So the side binding is on top here, and this over here as well. So here's the other side.
Mm-hmm. And then while you're there, let me ask you this, because you're showing the corners. The question is, if you start on the corner, if you start on the side, would you end up with the corners all the same direction?
No, not at all. Well, I guess you could. Yes, you probably could. So let's say I started here on the side, over on this side, or over on this side, whatever. It's the same idea. You're just going to be rolling the quilt back and forth, as opposed to the way I did it, where I just rolled it one direction. So the way I did it was super quick and easy, but you certainly can start here, come down, go, want to back out a little bit there, Valerie, please. And you could come down to here, go across the bottom, come up the side, and then go over and back down. And then your binding folds, your miter folds would all be the same way. On a quilt like this, the 2-year-old is not going to care that the miter folds are not the same way.
No, they're not.
But yeah, you certainly can do it that way. But you're just, and I didn't do that for this particular demonstration because of wanting to show you guys the concept without having you watch the stitching the whole time. But that, yeah, you certainly can do it that way. But you're going to be rolling the quilt back and forth many times if you do it like that. But yeah, you can do it. It's the same idea.
Great information, Becky. And we know everybody can find you on Power Tools with Thread on YouTube and watch all of your shows and videos. And where can we find you on social media?
I am at, my blog is powertoolswiththread.com. Of course, YouTube, Power Tools with Thread. And we've got a Power Tools with Thread Facebook group with, we're getting ready to hit 28,000 members in our Facebook group. And we are not any particular designer or digitizer or anything. Whatever you make, you are welcome to come and show it and provide inspiration. Lots of people, most wonderful, thoughtful people there. They answer questions. We've got newbies. We have some very experienced folks, and it's just a wonderful group. I've got some great moderators that help me out. I couldn't do what I do without all of my friends. Thanking Valerie for helping me behind the camera, and my moderators over in my Facebook group. But yeah, just
awesome.
Google Power Tools with Thread and it'll come up right behind.
Valerie did a great job too.
Yeah, right behind DeWalt and Milwaukee Tools.
Very perfect. Oh, that's exactly where it should be. Becky, first of all, thank you for your service and thank you for this great presentation.
Well, it was my pleasure. I hope you got something out of it. And were we able to do a giveaway or not?
I saw a couple of hashtag Power Tools. Kennedy, maybe she can just scream from the background. Are you going to be able to? Oh, there's your winner.
All right, Lisa.
Oh, wait, no. She's spinning the wheel. Thank you, guys. I thought you picked it on the back end. All right, here's our wheel spin, and this is for the Power Tools really super cool bag. Tequila Scott, you are the winner.
That's
congratulations. Awesome. You have won the Power Tools tote bag, which is fantastic. Kennedy, should she go to smplive.tv to fill out the yes, okay, go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom, fill out your prize form to redeem your prize. Tell us what you won, where you live, and we'll let Becky know where to send that to. All right, cool. Becky, thank you again so much. Thank you for bringing a prize, and thanks everybody for hanging out. We're going to keep things moving along here, everybody. First of all, I want to say Babette just joining in for the day. Get ready, get strapped in. This is day 3 of a Quilt Fest, so let's keep the party going. Joining us now is Mark Martin and Allegra Erznosnik from the Grace Company to talk about Grace True Cuts. Everybody say hi to Allegra and Mark. Hi, guys.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. How you doing, Jade? Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It's so good to see you.
It's always good to see us. It's always good to see you guys, too. We love doing this SMP Quilt Fest. Every year we do this, and it seems like it was just last week we did last year's, and then last week it was last year before that. It's like this comes so fast, and to see where everybody's coming from, to enjoy all the comments. We just love to be a part of it, and we have a lot of product to show, and today is no exception. We are talking about the True Cut product.
I love True Cut.
Why do you love True Cut?
That's where
I love True Cut. Why do you love it?
It's safe. Basically, everything about True Cut is why I love True Cut.
Yes, it is easy, it is safe, and it is way more accurate. Let me just take you a little back of a journey on how True Cut came about. True Cut, the owner of the company issued a very strong challenge to come out with with cutting tools that's different from the market that we already know, from all the other notions that we already use. We wanted something that eliminated a lot of the issues or heartaches that come with cutting, right? That could be the stress in your wrist, your fingers, your shoulders, your arm, your cutting element, your cutting mat, to your rulers, your ruler sliding, your mat sliding, all of that stuff we wanted to eliminate, right? Now, one of the ways we did that was we came up with a track and guide system with our True Cut. Now, we love our track and guide, so we'll get to that in a minute. But one of the things that it does is it eliminates the cutting of the finger. So I am curious, as we're talking about TrueCut, first of all, put a number 1 in the comment if you've ever heard of TrueCut, or you've been considering TrueCut, or you already own TrueCut. Put a number 1 in the comment if that's you, because I know TrueCut is still new. We came out with this about 11 years ago when the owner issued the challenge. It was about, actually 12 years we came out with this to solve those issues. And there's a lot of ones coming in.
See a lot of ones, yeah.
Yes, a lot of ones.
We love to see that.
Yes. Now, we want to make sure you're cutting safe. TrueCut brings a lot of wonderful features when we're cutting, and we'll go ahead and demonstrate some of those. But as we cut, what are some of the things that we come across as we cut?
Sliding away, tucking under your ruler. Maybe you cut yourself on
Oh,
accident. Or how
that's
about
a big one.
when you put your ruler down, you have it perfectly lined up and you go to cut and then you move.
Oh, and fabric is not cheap. And so if
is
you're
not.
cutting your line and all of a sudden you're going and you go off to no man's land, that is a little frustrating.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You said cutting yourself. That happens often, more often than we like. How many of you are watching and you don't need to say anything unless you want to, but you're holding down your ruler and you're cutting along and you put so much pressure on the ruler to make sure your blade stays straight, that sometimes we can slip and come over the top and nick our finger. I've seen some pretty doozies out there where people talked about their stitches, they still a little numb in the tip of their fingers. It happens more often than I like to hear.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about how this TrueCut system solves the nicking of the finger, maybe even damaging some of the ruler as you cut up the side, veering away from a no man's land. Make sure you're cutting straight. So all of that TrueCut has to offer is such a wonderful tool to have, not to take away from what you already have, but just build upon. It's great for learners. If you're learning to quilt, if you have young grandchildren or even young children who are looking to quilt, and we're like, no, don't pick that up because we don't want you to nick your fingers.
Right?
This is perfect for learning. And why is it perfect for learning?
Because of that tracking guide system, it gives you the ability to cut with confidence and with ease and precision without having to worry about making those mistakes, cutting yourself, veering off. Maybe your hands hurt. I like the comfort cutters because my hands hurt all the time. So
Hands hurt all the time. Well, let's talk about those comfort cutters. Let's go ahead. Which one do you like to use?
I like the 45 personally. It's like the perfect size.
It
Not
is.
too small, not too big. It's
It is.
great.
You can see our arsenal of cutters right up here.
Oh yeah.
Right? We're gonna go ahead and grab. We have the 45s. Talk a little bit about the 45 and maybe the design. Why is it curved like this?
The comfort cutter?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I could talk forever about the comfort cutter. I'm just gonna take that from you.
Take it, yep.
One of my favorite things is the ability to customize your comfort cutter. I think that's so cute. If you're in a guild or maybe you just have a little quilting cub, then it's like, this is mine. No one take it, even if you like it. And then it's super easy to hold as well. You're gonna put your index finger in this little divot that you can see up here, and then you're gonna rest the rest of your fingers around the handle. And when I say rest, I mean you're gonna rest them. You're not gonna grip it, because then that's what causes the stress and the pain when cutting. You're just gonna rest your fingers. They're there to stabilize the cutter, but not do the work for you.
I like that. And I'm going to demonstrate just what you're talking about when you're resting.
Yeah.
Now, this isn't safe, but I'm a professional.
Hey guys, no.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. But don't do this at home. This isn't how you like to cut. Okay, it's not very safe. But just like what Ali says, when you go ahead and hold the cutter the way she had mentioned, first of all, it keeps your wrist nice and straight. But what it does is because of the curved handle, all the cutting power is done by the palm of your hand. How many of you, when you pick up your straight cutter, you're gonna go ahead and get white knuckle, something like this?
I wanna see a 1 in the chat for anyone who experiences pain when they're using their straight cutters.
There should be a lot of ones because
There should be a lot.
Yes. When you go ahead and get a straight cutter, you get the white knuckle, and you also bend your wrist up. So automatically when you bend the wrist up to get that blade down to make the cut, it just happens. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's because of the way the cutter designed. You need to do that to get that the blade down. But like Ali says, because of the blade is facing down and where the handle is, you can just rest upon.
Look at all those ones, Mark. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, interrupt all you want. Yeah, a lot of ones coming in. If you are putting these ones in, this will be for you.
Yes,
When this is
yes.
all over with and we come on with a great price, you're going to want to get this because of this demonstration and the benefits you're going to see from it.
Take your notes, watch it, do whatever you can because you're going to want this.
That's right. Okay, going back to it, we mentioned with your finger over the top. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you that amount of power that the palm can do without using any of my fingers. Again, this isn't safe, but I can hold the cutter by the palm of my hand.
And your wrist is still straight.
Yep, I can go ahead and hold that, and I can make that cut. I can go right along and make that cut. But again, this isn't safe. So this is the same concept as what Allie was holding with her finger over the top. So if I keep rolling and bring my hands in, you notice that that is the same, again, same way as me doing this, which is not safe. My fingers are coming in to support the cutter, not gripping it, and underneath it, these other fingers, I'm not squeezing the cutter as well. These are just simply to support the cutter. So when I apply the pressure from the palm of my hand, you notice that my wrist is staying straight, and I'm just gonna roll it pretty much like a pizza cutter without any white knuckles, without bending my wrist, without squeezing it. To me, that is really the ergonomic cutter that we all want.
Yeah, and when you say ergonomic as well, can you use it for left-handed?
You sure can. For all those lefties out there, we love you. So yes, you can change it from right hand to left hand. And in fact, it's really easy to do so with our cutters. There's a simple quick release. There you go. Okay, so the blade comes out, and then you simply take the plastics from one side to the other side and you swap them, and that's how you become a left-hander. So right out of the package, it's right-handed, and then you can switch that to be left-handed.
Yeah, I think they're great.
They are great. So that shows holding the cutter. Now, we love it this way, but there are other ways if you choose to do so to hold it, right?
There are. There's two other ways.
There are. What are those ways?
Well, you showed me earlier.
Yes.
I don't use these ways, so I'm not very familiar with them.
Yeah.
One of them, though, is just going to be kind of like a fist around the cutter.
Yep.
And then the other one, you can put your thumb on top.
Exactly. And the reason why you can still do the other ones is when you pick up your straight cutter, a lot of the cutters or a lot of you quilters, you still like to put your thumb up top when you go to cut. Some of you like to hold the cutter like this as you go to cut. Some of you like to do this as you go to cut. So these three ways is the exact ways you can go ahead and use our comfort cutter.
Yes.
And again, we prefer the finger over the top because it aligns your wrist.
Yes.
And this way, I'm using my palm, or sorry, my thumb to apply more pressure down to the blade. This really defeats the purpose of ergonomics, but again, it can still work. And then this way, finger over top, and you notice my fingers are quite long. I can bring that all the way down and I still have a nice plastic covering the blade. Again, we want it to be very safe and very easy. So right over the top, if you hold it this way, again, the more pressure is right there on the finger. And we know arthritis comes into play, carpal tunnel, ligaments taken out. If you bring that all the way down, again, that rests in the palm of your hand and your fingers are to support the cutter. So it may take a little bit of training because we're used to holding it the other way. But that training, it'll be simple. You'll pick it up and you're like, that feels very comfortable in the hand.
It does
won't
feel
take
comfortable,
too long.
yes. Especially when we're doing true cut demos for like hours on end at shows. Holding it that way with your index finger over the top, you don't get tired. You don't walk away from the true cut booth thinking, oh, my wrist hurt or my fingers hurt or I need a break, please.
Yes.
It's so nice and it's so easy and it makes cutting something to look forward to rather than something to be scared of or putting off.
That is a good point. We hear that often. As a quilter, you have to piece your quilts. So you're doing a lot of cutting. The more cutting you're doing, the more fatigue. If you're cutting with these other ways, you're bending your wrist or you're applying a lot of pressure down.
Yes.
Over time, you're just like feeling it, like, oh, you're like, honey, come around my shoulder.
Your shoulder, your elbow, your wrist, your fingers.
Everything. You're like, oh, I gotta cut, I gotta keep cutting. But like you mentioned, when you're doing the true cut system, you can cut for hours and literally not feel any of the pain in your wrist. I even seen people who have the ligaments taken out of their thumb, who can't hold it, can still cut with ours because guess what? I can just bring my thumb out of the side, and again, because of the pressure from the palm of my hand and these other fingers supporting the cutter, my palm, I can just leave off to the side and I can still go ahead and make cuts with my straight wrist. I'm not using my thumb, which is really good for those who have
Yes.
ligaments taken out.
I had a customer come talk to us at the Houston show, I think, and her wrist was fused. So she was really struggling with cutting because there was no way for her to hold a cutter without basically forcing her wrist to bend. And after showing her the comfort cutter and helping her get used to it after a few tries, she was like, I need that. That's coming home with me.
Yep, exactly. And like to your point, people want to walk away with this. So when you're taking these places, if you belong to a guild or someone's at home, here is, we talked about the ergonomics.
Yes.
We talked about the curved handle. We talked about how easy this is to use, but here is the reason why you should own this cutter, because people, when they see it, they want to walk away with it.
Customizable.
Customize, that's right. You can
That's
take
right.
this off and you can put your name or picture in the handle, which makes it your comfort cutter, which no one will walk away.
Take a picture of you holding your comfort cutter and then put it in there.
And we'll see what people do, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that is the reason why you want the cutter. Not really, but it makes it a little fun gimmick as you own your
is a
cutter.
little
You
fun.
can put your image or your name in the handle of the cutter.
Yes, and I've been seeing some questions about what sizes we offer. All of the comfort cutters are available in 28 millimeter, 45 millimeter, and 60 millimeter, and that's the same for all of our straight cutters as well.
That's right. All right, now moving on, let's talk about the whole tracking guide system that we talked about earlier that keeps you cutting straight and accurate.
Yeah, so here's one of our rulers. This is our 3x18 ruler. And then all of our rulers have a lip on the edge. Makes it easier for you to lip your cutter over that. All of our cutters come with an optional ruler guide, or if you don't have one of our rulers, it comes with one that you can switch out as well.
That's right. And we'll go ahead and let's interlock. Go ahead and take the cutter here.
All right, so this way. Okay, so if you can see those lips right there, and you can also see that the ruler and the cutter are hooked onto each other.
So you get those straight cuts every single time.
No tucking under, no going over your ruler, straying away, because that is going to lock it in and make sure you get that straight and precise cut.
That's right. It says, do all of your cutter sizes work with ruler guides? So together, yes, all of the TrueCut product, they have all of our rulers, and we have several different sizes of rulers, from all of our rectangle to our squares to our we even have triangle rulers,
Yes.
and they all have that taller edge, that lip that interlocks with the guide.
Yeah, but if you want one of the comfort cutters and maybe you have a whole ruler set already and you're like, I just can't switch that over, that's fine. The cutters will come with the pin if you're not using the ruler guide, or they will come with the ruler guide so you can use them with our rulers. So they don't have to be used together. They can be used on other rulers that you have.
That's right. And I love that, because how many of you already own 5, 10, 15 rulers that you love? You can now use those same rulers with our comfort cutter to get those straight cuts. The only thing is with that, you do need to make sure that you keep your blade against the ruler's edge, so you still go off to no man's land, because nothing is preventing you from going away. So together, you get that combined system. Now I know what you're all thinking, oh, I gotta buy more rulers, I gotta buy more cutters. Yeah, if you want to get that nice, accurate cutting system. And how many of you already own, like I said, 5, 10 rulers for those different cutting techniques,
I know
right?
there's some of you out there who own like 30 plus rulers.
That's right. That's right. So adding more, especially when you want to help your grandchildren or younger kids learn how to cut, this tracking guide system, keeping you straight and accurate, is fantastic. And I'm going to go ahead, and I just love using it, so I'm going to go ahead and bring another piece of fabric up here and just show you how easy this is to use.
Now, I noticed that the fabric moved with the ruler.
Yep.
What is keeping the ruler and the fabric stagnant together?
Yep, if you do that, our True Grips. Our True Grips are the #1 item we sell, and they are round adhesive rings that go on the back of any ruler to keep them sliding. True Grips, I always hear often like, oh, I know True Grips. I use those on all my rulers. Yes, they are from the TrueCut brand, and you can see some of the circles as I bend them. They are 15 large and 15 small that go on the back of the ruler.
And I know customers who love them so much they use the excess too. So once they've gone through all of the small and large True Grips, they peel off the excess and they use them on other things too.
Yeah. Okay, get ready to be mind blown with how easy this is cutting straight. as I go ahead, you notice my blade is already gets my ruler's edge because I'm interlocked with the guide. So as I go up the ruler's edge, you notice that my ruler isn't sliding like normally when you press up against it, you slide, which means you have to hold the ruler, you walk up the ruler. There's tons of ways to keep it from sliding. With the True Grips, and because I'm on the guide, I don't need to press up against there. So as I go ahead and make that cut, I can hold right down here, and I could go up and make that cut, simple, or I can go up and walk and go all the way up, and it doesn't matter. So you can, oh, and I missed one right there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that again. You can notice that's that one spot. Everybody knows that one spot on that. We're going to go ahead and get it perfect here, right over that.
Mark.
Okay, I am doing a fantastic job making those cuts. That's because I don't cut as often. But as I'm going along, it's going right over the top of that. And we did just make sure we had the new blades in there, but it's going over the top.
There we go.
I'm going to
That's
go ahead.
better.
Yes. As it's that little bend in the fabric right there. Okay. So easy, right on the top. And if I were to pull away, you notice that my ruler goes with it because of the tracking guide.
Yes, yes. And that's great, because if you're like me, you're pressing down,
And
you're holding it, you've got it lined up perfectly, and then something happens and you move, and you're like, okay, I got to do that 5 minutes all over again, because I just moved it in a second.
I just moved it all over again, 5 minutes. Okay, so the tracking guide system, all of our cutters, all of our rulers have that combined, which is, again, keeping you easy, safe, and accurate. Okay, let's talk about blade sharpening, okay? As we noticed right there, when we're cutting, let's talk to make sure our blades are nice and sharp. We have 2 blade sharpeners from our linear sharpener and our electric sharpener, okay? The difference with these is one's electric and one is manual, and I'm gonna go ahead, which one would you like to talk about?
I'll talk about this one.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of people don't hear about that one, so I'll
Okay.
talk about that one.
Go right ahead.
We'll move these out of the way, and we're gonna use the 60mm comfort cutter. So this is our linear blade sharpener, or a lot of people like to call it a manual blade sharpener. This one is best if you're in the middle of cutting and you get some dull edges. You don't have to take your blade off of your cutter to use this. It has grips on the bottom, so it's not gonna move away from you. You're gonna pull the guide up, and you're gonna go all the way forward, all the way forward. Now, it only sharpens one side. You can't really see here, but there is some wording that says sharpening stone side. So once you've gotten sharp enough on the one side that you want it to, you're gonna flip it around, go through just as many times as you did before, like that. And then that's how you can sharpen your blades without having to take them out of your cutter.
That's right. I love this one as well. I'm going to just add a couple of things. This is perfect when you keep on your cutting table because of these rubber blades.
Yes.
When we're cutting and you're cutting a lot of fabric, you're cutting, you can go from cutting to sharpening, and you can go like what you're doing. You can go all the way out and come back in and all the way down, or you can also go backwards and forwards. You can go back and forth to sharpen your blade, and you go from sharpening to cutting, and it keeps it right on the cutting table. The stone that you'd mentioned, a lot of people ask, do they really work and will it sharpen my blade? Yes and yes to both those questions because of that key ingredient, which is that honing stone or that diamond stone which we have. We have a diamond stone in our manual one, and then we have diamond stone in our electric one. Our electric one has a little lever. I'm going to go ahead and take the blade that's already in there and show you that we have a diamond stone at the bottom and we have a diamond stone at the top, which allows you to sharpen both sides of your blades at once. Your blade does need to be out. How many of you have kept your blades in a used container? It happens all the time. You keep 5 of them, 10 of them, 20 of them, and they're in a container labeled used, and you put them on the shelf, and that sits right there until you feel comfortable either throwing them away or discarding them. Great way to bring that back. Blades can be expensive. Go ahead and bring those blades back to a near factory sharp edge because of those diamond stones. I love this one because you keep your blades out. They're already out. Go ahead and put them in. You could do your 28, your 45, and your 60, not at once. You do them one at a time, and there's a platform at the bottom here that indicates where those markings should go or for your blade to go. So again, your 28, 45, and 60, you sharpen with the electric sharpener. As you go ahead and shut the lid, you plug it in and you press the butt down for 15 seconds. And then depending how dull your blade is, you just repeat that process. Again, it probably takes about like a minute, a little over a minute to sharpen your blade to a near factory sharp edge. But we do have the manual sharpener and the electric sharpener. Both of them are great.
And I've had customers get both at the same time as well. So when they are cutting copious amounts at a time, then they don't have to take it out of their rotary cutter to sharpen it. And then maybe when they're having some downtime, then they can use their electric sharpener.
That's right. So what you're saying is buy both of them.
Buy both of them, yeah.
Keep one on your cutting table and keep one ready to take the blade out of those used containers to put right in. Okay. So moving on, we talked again with our cutters, our track and guide, we have blade sharpeners, we have sizes of rulers, we have cutting mats. Now our cutting mats, they are double-sided and they are 5-ply. And I love, and then we have a non-slip pad right underneath to keep it from sliding as well. So talking about an easy, safe, accurate cutting system, we all know that mats can slide. With that slip pad underneath, your mat is going to stay in place. And because they're double-sided, you are getting pretty much 2 mats for the price of 1.
And they are self-healing, so you're gonna have that mat for a long time.
That's right. And it is 5-ply, so that self-healing process takes longer to ruin your mat because of how thick the mats are. Easy to read. We have 3 sizes of the mats as well, the 24 by 36, 12 by 18, and 18 by 24. So the 3 common sizes on the mats. Circle cutter.
This is my favorite.
She was telling me earlier that this is her favorite.
This is my favorite. I could do circle cutting all day long. So this is our circle cutter. It can make circles that are 2 inches up to 12 inches. And you're gonna use both of your hands for it. Now, this here, you can kind of see a little pin is gonna pop out. That is what's gonna hold the circle cutter to the fabric for you and keep it stabilized. So you want that to be about where the middle of your circle is going to be, and you're going to hold it with your non-dominant hand. You can hold it with your knuckles, your fingers, whatever you prefer. This is more comfortable for me. We're going to make sure that it is unlocked and the blade can go down.
And I want you to stop right there. You see how she's crossing her her hands this way. Like she said, her non-dominant hand is on the push pin, and then her dominant hand comes over the top.
Yes, yes. So we're going to press it down. And then this knob right here does rotate. So that allows you to be able to hold it without having to change the position of your hand. You're gonna press down and you're gonna slide. And look at that.
Easy circles every single time.
Yes.
I love demonstrating that because people's eyes, they get really big.
That's what mine did first time I saw it.
Yeah, they get really big because they're like, oh, because it's never that easy to cut circles. If you do circle quilts or you're thinking about doing circle quilts, again, and your eyes got this big looking at that, now's the time to get the circle cutter because it is fantastic. So, okay, let's see, one of the questions we have, do you need to starch, I think this says starch the fabric. I'm wondering if, I would say no, you don't need to starch the fabric. Speaking of fabric, what's nice about our cutters is you can cut up to 16 layers of fabric, which is a lot.
That's
Most
a lot.
of them you cut about probably 4 would be kind of the max people would cut. You can cut those easy with our rotary cutters. With the circle cutter, you can cut up to denim thickness. Also has a rotary blade in here as well. There's a 28 millimeter rotary blade, so you can cut up to denim thickness as well with our circle cutter. All right, with our mats, with our cutters, with our rulers, talking about sharpener, one last thing we want to talk about is our travel, what do you call it, travel
Our True
kit.
Cut travel kit,
Yes.
also one of my favorite True Cut products.
Well, wonderful. I'll let
Yes,
you go ahead and talk
I have
about
one
it.
of my own because I just love it so much. First, we have the nice little True Cut logo on here.
I love the
It can be
bag.
a handbag or a shoulder bag, which is also really nice as well. And the little zippers also have the True Cut logo on them. That's super fun. It just makes it cute, you know? I'm a big person for cute things. All right, let's open it this way for you. All right, so first you're gonna get a pattern with it. Make a pin cushion, just a little block, whatever you want to make it just fun to start off with. And we have our miniature cutting mat, which I think is adorable. Look at that, it's an 8 by 10, and it goes just right back in the bag with you. And the ruler's in here too.
Yep, we have the small ruler
There
to
we
take
go.
with you.
Okay. We also have this miniature ruler that will come with it as well. I can't remember, is it an 8x3?
It's a 3x8.
A 3x8, there we go, your 3x8 ruler. This ruler is only available in this TrueCut travel kit and one other kit that we have, so it can't be purchased separately. You're gonna get fabric markers or just marking utensils in general. And then you're gonna get a slap wrist bracelet with a magnet on it. I think this is one of my favorite things as well. Bam, there you go. You wanna hold your pins, they're right there on your wrist. Look at that.
That's great.
You also get a seam ripper with an eraser edge for you. So if you're ripping out those seams, you can rub them out really well, get them out of there perfectly. Here it is. And I like that it's purple, it's fun. And then we're also gonna provide a sharpener and pins for you. You're also gonna get your own set of scissors and our 28mm straight cutter as well. And then here we have just like a rough board for you. Here we go, so you can lay out your pieces, keep them exactly where you want. It's gonna stay right there. And then the back one is a little cork board.
I love it. Everything you need. when
Everything
go
you need, yes.
So while whoever's driving and you're in the passenger seat or in the back seat, you can be doing your cutting.
Exactly.
Take it with you where you
Yeah,
go.
take it with you.
Okay, so the travel kit. There's been several questions coming up about how many layers again can you cut. So the rotary cutters, you can cut up to 16 if you choose to do so. Now that's really thick. You can do obviously 4 layers really easy, anywhere up to 16. The circle cutter, you can do up to 4 layers as well, and the denim thickness. So on the circle cutter, you can do 4 layers on that. Okay, since you've been watching, we went over an easier, safer cutting system from keeping your fingers safe. You're not nicking your fingers. You're not damaging your ruler. Your ruler's not sliding as you cut from the True Grips. You're getting the straight and accurate cutting.
Yes.
Every motion, every time you go up your fabric because of that tracking guide from all of our rulers having that. Again, you can use our rotary cutters with other rulers out there. You don't need to have it together, but combined, you can see the benefit that it comes with being combined.
Yes, yes.
Our cutting mats are double-sided, 5-ply, so they're thicker. We have our 2 sharpeners from our electric sharpener to our manual sharpener. Again, great opportunity to buy both. And if you've been thinking about someone, you know, like, oh, this person can benefit from this, or I know I have a friend, or I have, a grandparent, or any relative that you are thinking about with this TrueCut product, and it even might be yourself.
Yes.
Now's the time to pick up the TrueCut product to add what you already own in your home. We're not having you eliminate any of that, but it will give you a better experience cutting, again, from cutting straight and making it easier and being more accurate.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, with all of that, I'm sure we have wonderful prices that we can get to. So if we can bring back, I think it'll be Jane, right? Is that you? Yep,
That's
Jane.
me,
All right.
Mark and Allegra.
Okay.
Okay, I love the recap that you just did. Thank you for that. And Allegra, you love the cute factor. That travel bag
I do.
is everything. And also the circle cutter, the sharpener. True Cut is where it's at. So thank you so much. Yes, we've got great deals on it. I want to get those deals so everybody can put them in their cart and start shopping. Thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thanks for having us. We'll see you next time.
You bet. All right, everybody. You saw it right there from Mark and Allegra from Grace TrueCut. So let's talk about the products that we have. We'll put the overlay up for you. Here's the deal, my friends. Anything and all things for TrueCut, you're going to get 20% off all TrueCut when you call in. Yes, that is a fact because Blaine told me so. So you're special. You got to call in to get 20% off all TrueCut products today. So just go to smplive.tv to order your products now. smplive.tv. I do not think that there's going to be an overlay, so I'm going to keep the party going. Yes, wow. 20% off all of the products that you just saw right there. So head over there, get them in your carts. Do not delay because we don't know how long they're going to last. And by the way, it is Quilt Fest, right? Okay, so let's keep the party going. I'm super excited for our next product and our next presenter. Jennifer Gleick is a brother educator, so I love her. And she's been sewing for 35 years. She first learned how to sew by making Barbie clothes. And today she's going to talk to us about the Brother Altair XJ1. So let's say hi to Jennifer. Oh, hey, Jennifer, you're on mute. That's okay. Still muted. There you go.
There,
Yay.
now can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I was trying to be quiet during that great demonstration from Grace.
Go, you want to cut everything now?
I know.
Yeah. Oh,
Just
looks
makes-
like Jennifer froze a little bit.
Oh, I'm back. I'm
Oh, you're back.
sorry.
Okay, perfect. So, hey, Jen, I just have a question. I started sewing, making Barbie clothes too. I used to take fur and turn it inside out and do like the fur on the inside and then the fur on the outside jackets. What did you make?
Yes, that's where my grandmother taught me. She, I want to sew. Okay, we'll start with the smallest thing you can make, and we're going to use all these scraps. So she did all kinds of leather and fur, and we made the sequin gowns for the Barbies. And what better way to start sewing is the littlest thing you can do, because if you can do it little,
Yep,
you
can do it big.
make something bigger.
And I love the idea too. You have to figure out how it works. You got to figure out the construction of it as a little kid in your head. I was the same way. I would think I was like stapling my Barbie clothes. My mom's like, okay, enough of that. Come over here to this sewing machine. I'm going to show you how to make these clothes. And then, and from there, I mean, everything just went bananas.
From there, that's like, I guess that's where it all started. Then
so today you're going to talk to us about the Brother Altair XJ1.
I am. I have it behind me in my sewing room.
I love that machine. So listen, I'm going to let you take it away because I want you to have as much time as possible to talk about this amazing machine from our friends at Brother.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Well, I'm so happy to be here to show off the Altair XJ1. The Altair XJ1 is the Brother Altair. It is a combo machine. So it is a quilting machine, it is a sewing machine, and it is an embroidery machine. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over my camera so I can show it off a little bit better rather than just pointing behind me. So I'm just going to take a minute here. Now, when I have this camera on, I cannot see any questions. So we'll try to get to questions later. So the Altair XJ1, as you can see, has a very large screen display. It's a 10.1 LCD display, which is really nice for your designing and your quilting. We have a 11.25 inch distance from the arm to the needle. So you have a lot of room. If you like to do free motion quilting, you've got plenty of room and plenty of lighting with that LCD lighting that's LED lighting that's included in the machine. There's also 5 inches of space from the bed of the machine to the top of the arm. So not only do you have that distance between the needle and the arm, you've got a height to work with. So if you've got a queen size or king size quilt that needs to get rolled up, you have plenty of work area. It actually calculates out to 56 square inches of workspace for your quilting. That's huge. That is phenomenal. You have so much room to work. The lighting is full spectrum lighting. It's 11 inches. It's all right under here. It is adjustable lighting, so you can dim it down if it's a little too bright for you. You can turn it off. You can even make it brighter. There is a separate bobbin winding up here on the top, and it actually is run by a secondary motor within the machine. So for all of so that is really, really nice. The Altair XJ1 is WLAN enabled, which means it is Wi-Fi capable. So what does that mean? That means that you can do your automatic updates over the Wi-Fi. You can do your any kind of upgrade generally over the Wi-Fi. You can also send designs to your machine if you have a Brother Software PE design. So you can send them designs that you create or that you open on your computer. You can send them through Wi-Fi using PE Design. You can also send them Wi-Fi using Brother's free app, which is Design Database Transfer. That works with the Altair as well. The machine does not have a camera in it. However, You do have the same capabilities for embroidery placement and sewing using the app called My Design Snap. And you also get My Connection. My Connection allows your Altair to communicate wirelessly with your Scan and Cut SDX model Scan and Cut, either the 325 or the 330D. The Altair is a Disney machine, so it has built-in Disney designs. Automatic tension. There are built-in videos to watch. So if you want to know how to sew something, if you need to know how to say, I'm not so sure how to wind the bobbin, you can go in and actually watch a video while you're sitting in front of your machine that will walk you through step by step any of the functions of the machine. And for quilters, the best part is this comes with 13 sewing feet, and included with those 13 feet, you get a 1/4 inch piecing foot. You get the Move It digital dual feed foot, which is our version of a walking foot. It is actually works on a roller system rather than a feed dog grip system. You get a echo quilting foot, and you get a free motion foot. If I go into the sewing, I'm going to switch cameras again so that I can show you a couple of the quilting features. Just switch the camera so that you can see the bed of the machine. And I am going to turn that light down. I told you that we could turn the light down. So I'm going to go just on the machine here in the settings, and I'm going to turn the light off because I want to show you my favorite feature as a quilter is the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. So we have a laser built in on the machine, and I use my laser if I am doing half square triangles. I'm going to go ahead and turn it on. Should be able to see it there. I'm going to try to zoom in. I am not a camera videographer, but I'm going to do my best here. So we've got the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. I can use that for doing half square triangles. I can use that and move it. You can actually move it into position. You can use that as your guide for placing decorative stitches. You can use it as your guide for your seam allowance. If you need a, say you're working on a project and you need a 3/8 inch seam allowance, you can move your laser vision guide to that position and use that as your guide for stitching. Another wonderful feature, I'm going to turn the laser guide off, is the pivot function. I do love the pivot function, but first I'm going to thread the machine so that you can see the threading system. Just going to thread it following the numbers. The Altair XJ1 has the automatic threading system, which is a one-touch threader. All I have to do is push the threading button and my machine will thread itself. That is the best feature. It actually sold me my first Brother embroidery with that automatic threader system. We have a thread cutter as well. So once you have a thread cutter, you know how great that is. So I'm going to activate the pivot function. The pivot function on my machine, when I start sewing and I stop, my needle will stay down and my foot will raise. That way, if I need to pivot around any sort of a corner, if I'm doing my binding and I get to the corner of my quilt, I can pivot around that corner and then continue to stitch along. I can go ahead and touch the reverse key. My machine will take the reverse stitch and it will use that thread cutter, cut my thread, and lift my foot all in one motion. So let's talk about the embroidery side of the machine, because I use the embroidery side of the machine a lot in my quilting. So I'm going to grab the other camera and zoom in on the screen. I'm going to do my best here. I'm going to go back to the home screen and I'm going to choose embroidery. There are 727 built-in embroidery designs in this machine, including 101 Disney designs. So I am a Disney adult and I love my Disney. So the Disney designs built into this machine are fantastic. There are the original Disney characters, all the way to our princesses, and we have some of our Disney Pixar characters. So we've got Toy Story, Cars, Monsters, Inc. Let me go back to the main embroidery menu there. And one of the ways that I like to use my embroidery is by quilting around the embroidery designs. With the Stellar, you can do that automatically in the machine. So I have taken this built-in design, and I'm going to hold it up, these cute little flamingos, and I have gone ahead and stitched them out, but within the machine, I have added the stippling around them. So let me show you how you can do that. It is super easy. I'm going to go into my design, and I will need to hit set, but I'm going to show you while we're at this screen. This screen shows us all of the details of our design. So it shows us our color changes. It shows how many stitches, how many minutes it should take to stitch. And then there's this neat icon here where we've got the original design on a white background, but say I wanted to put this on a darker color background. If I touch this, I can then see what that design would look like if I put it on a darker background. So we've got a medium and a dark. Now this doesn't change the screen when we go into the embroidery mode, but it will give you an idea of what your design looks like before you stitch it out. So I'm going to go back to the light and I'm going to hit set. Now, in order to put the stippling around my design, I'm just going to go into edit. And down here we have the stippling button. All I have to do is touch that button. I can tell the machine which embroidery hoop I'm going to use. This machine comes with 4 different hoops. You get the 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop, the 9.5 by 14, the 5 by 7, and the 4 by 4. So I'm going to go ahead and choose the 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. I can change the distance from my design, so how close I want the stippling to my design. And then I can choose the size of my stippling. So I can go from very small to even a little bit larger if I'd like. And when I hit preview, it's going to show me what it's going to look like. If I like it, I just hit OK, and that's it. That's how easy it is. So I can put my fabric in, I can stitch my design, touch embroidery, stitch my design, and then it will go ahead and put that stippling around my block for me. Another way to do this is in my design center. My design center is the onboard digitizing program, and I can go in and I can take that same design. I can grab my flamingos and set them. And in my design center, we have built-in quilt designs, so quilt backgrounds. I'm going to go into this flower and just take that outline of my flamingos, and I'm going to choose memory. The machine's going to tell me that it's going to put it in my design center. Under the stamps, I'm going to hit OK. And then I'm going to go to add. I'm going to choose my design center here. I'm going to go into my stamps. and go to the flower. The wonderful thing about the Brother machines is all of the icons will match, so you know what you're looking for, whether you're on your Scan and Cut, your Stellaire, your Luminaire, all of the icons are the same, so there's no confusion. If I go into my flower, you can see that the last thing I saved were the flamingos. I can touch the flamingos and touch OK, and that brings just the outline of those flamingos into my design center. I know that's kind of hard to see. I am here in Oregon. It is a little overcast here today, so I am not getting a lot of natural sunlight into my room today. So I've got my flamingos, and I'm going to go back into stamps and select a square and put a square around those flamingos. And I can go into my editing functions here. These are my fills. I'm going to go into my fill category, and I can do stippling here as well, but I'm going to go into this one, and it's going to bring up my quilting motifs. So if I go into here, select, I have all of these quilting motifs to choose from. So I can choose any of these. So let's go ahead and choose, this one looks like tropical leaves to me. I'm going to hit OK. And I'm going to go for green and hit OK. And if I choose the paint bucket, that tells the machine I want to fill in the shape. So I'm going to touch just outside of my flamingos. I'm going to touch next. And I'm going to touch preview. And when I hit set, it's going to bring that fill behind my embroidery. I will touch embroidery, and I am ready to stitch. So now, rather than stippling, I have the fun background fill from my design center. Another fun thing in my design center is the ability to take, you can use any kind of image that you like, coloring book pages. I got this one off of the Brother website. This is off the Brother Creative Center website. And I took a picture using the My Design Snap app. This is a very short demonstration, so I won't be able to show you exactly how to use that app. But I took a picture and I sent this picture using the app to my design center. I'm going to go up here on the top to the line category. And I'm going to go to the Wi-Fi because I did send it through the app. And I'm going to choose the top one. I believe that's the last one I sent. There are my kitties. I'm going to hit set. I can crop them if I need to. They're pretty good. So I'm going to hit OK. And I'm going to hit set. Now, the one thing I do want to get rid of is the Brother logo. I don't want to stitch that into my quilt block or whatever I'm doing. So I can go into the eraser and I can go ahead and erase that. Now, if I lighten the background, then I'm just going to see the lines that I have rather than the actual image that's saved. So there are my kitties. I can go into my line properties here and select a color. I can select a line. I can use the embroidery satin stitch, a double stitch, a triple stitch. Got all these selections to choose from. I'm going to choose the triple stitch and touch OK. And my paint bucket, so I fill in all the lines. And I will fill in all of the lines of my kitty. Hit next. Hit preview. My kitties are ready to stitch. I see that I missed a whisker there, so I would probably go back and fix that. Once I hit set, I'm ready to stitch. And I've gone ahead and done this on a cute little springtime towel. Now the last thing I want to show with quilting is still in my design center. And we hear people talk about quilting in the hoop. You can quilt your quilt in the hoop. How do we do that? So on the Altair, I'm going to go back to my design center. And I have a quilt that I have done. And I have it in one of the hoops. And I have, again, taken a picture using that app and sent it to my design center. And I'm going to come up here. This is my image. So I can just see a background image. And again, I'm going to hit the Wi-Fi. And that's going to be the second one. I just know that because of the order that I save these to the machine. And if you see, I've got my quilt image there. I'm going to hit set. And that's going to bring the image of my quilt into my design center. It's not turning the quilt into stitches. It's not turning any of those colors into stitches. All it's doing is showing me my quilt so that I can go in here and I can choose, say, a shape. And maybe I want to put that shape around these individual quilt parts of my quilt, these blocks. I can actually darken the background so I can see it. And I can change the size of that square. Move that over, adjust it, and I can quilt individual parts of my quilt. So I've got the square. I'm going to go ahead and choose one of those fun background images or those quilt designs. I'm going to do a dark color just so you can see it on the screen. So I'm going to choose black. And maybe I want to do, oops, circles here. I'm going to hit OK. I've got it on the bucket. I'm going to grab the inside of my square. I'm also going to go into the line properties because I don't necessarily want it to stitch an outline around my square. So I'm going to go into line properties and touch no sew, touch the paint bucket, and I'm going to touch the outline of that square. So I can go to next. Now on this screen, I don't see my quilt, but I do see the square that I put around that part of my quilt. And here I can change the settings of it. So maybe I don't want those to be that big. I can change the size. I can even change the angle. So maybe I want them to be a little bit angled. And I'm going to hit preview. And it's going to show that on my screen over that block. If I hit set, it's going to take me right into the embroidery screen. It's asking me if I want to update my background image. And I'm going to say yes. There's my quilt. I can come up here and turn the background off if I need to. Turn it back on. But in this way, I can go ahead and quilt my quilt, custom quilted, on my own with my embroidery machine. So that is quilting in the hoop, or one way to quilt in the hoop. So the last thing I want to show is a feature on our machine. Everybody makes patches right now. Patches are a big thing. And with the Altair, you can do that in one touch. So I'm going to go and I'm going to grab any of my designs here. I'm going to choose, actually, I'm going to go into the Disney designs because I'm going to show you a sample that I did. And I'm going to choose one of my Mickeys here. I'm going to find a small one. So this little Mickey is, you can see, let's zoom out. He is about 1.5 by 1.5. And I'm going to hit set. I'm going to turn off my background so you can see him. I'm going to go to edit. And this is our stamp or patch function. It's a one-touch applique. I can touch that and it will put an applique around him. So when I go to embroidery, not only do I have the design to stitch, I have a placement, a tack down, and a satin stitch around him that I can make a patch out of. So I have done this with a couple placemats. And what I did was I stitched my embroidery on some tulle fabric. And then I did the placement on these fun placemats. And so I did Cinderella and I did Ariel. And these are just some spring placemats I got at the craft store, and I just did them as a patch. And when I do them like that, the only thing I have on the back is my satin stitch, because I've stitched the embroidery itself on the organza or tulle fabric. So that is just a snippet of the things that are available, the things that you can do on the Stellaire. I'm going to come back to the camera where you can see me, and we'll see if there's any questions that I can answer.
Hey, Jennifer, that was fantastic. So many great demos that you did for us in a quick half hour. Let me tell you what. So somebody said, I'm going down a rabbit hole with all of these great features. The machine is mind-blowing. When you had the flamingos up there, Nilda says, yoga, flamingos, balancing. I thought that was funny. And Deanna says, this Brother machine is awesome. And it is awesome, friends. It is the Brother Stellaire XJ1. So many uses, Jennifer. Great demonstration. But I think the most important thing is for me to tell everybody how they can get it today.
Yes. Yes.
You crushed it, sister. Thank you so much. It's great to see you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
All right, we'll get some sunshine over to you in Portland. Okay, everybody. That is the Brother Stellaire XJ1. Yeah, mind blown. That's the most amazing machine ever. So we're talking about the Brother Stellaire XJ1 sewing and embroidery machine. It's packed with the latest luxury features you always wanted. And it's so easy to learn with the library of videos that are included in the machine. You're getting 56 square inches of workspace with an 11-inch needle to arm space to give you the power to handle almost any project with ease. Now, Jennifer talked about the 13 sewing feet that is included with the machine, and that includes the piecing foot, the Move It digital foot, the Echo Quality foot, the Free Motion foot. She talked about the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. She talked about the one-touched threading system and the pivot function. There is so much more to talk about, especially when we talk about My Design Center. You're getting over 700 built-in embroidery designs and fonts and 101 built-in Disney embroidery designs. I mean, the possibilities are endless, my friends. This is great. So here's the deal. You see the price right there on the screen. Quilt Fest pricing, $899.99. But guess what? Because it's Blaine and it's your friends at Sewing Machines Plus, you're going to call for more information. Look at that. Free scan and cut when you buy this machine. SDX 325. That's almost $1,000 value when you buy this machine. So if Jennifer didn't sell you, I hope I'm selling you right now, because this machine can do it all. We absolutely love it. So you got to call for more information. 800-401-8151. Go check it out right now. People are standing by, our friends at smplive.tv, standing by to chat with you, or give them a call, 800-401-8151. Okay. Whew. What does that make you want to do? It makes me want to go create. But before you start creating, I need you to be ordering with one hand and focusing on our next presenter with the other hand. Joining us from Dime is Ashley Jones. She is an educator and inspiration consultant. Now, she combines her professional career in information technology, that's IT, with a personal interest in embroidery and sewing and quilting. And she's given us a broad range of knowledge in simple and straightforward instruction and manner. I mean, I'm super excited to welcome her to the show. Everyone say hi. I know you're ordering over here, but focus over here for 1 second. Say hi to Ashley Jones. Hi, Ashley.
Hey, Jane, it's good to be here. And I think I'm going to give them a reason why they really need that package, because I'm going to show them piecing in the hoop and the way that they can get their file. They could cut it on that scan and cut that comes with the Altair.
Amazing. And then they can piece it in the hoop and they can use the machine. It's like, okay. This is too much. This is too much, but it's so great for an afternoon, middle of the week, Quilt Fest Day 3. Ashley, we're super excited to learn about piecing in the hoop with Dime. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, well, sounds great. I will see you in just a bit. So thank you all for being here. Have you guys pieced in the hoop before? Tell me that over in the chat. I can see the comments going and everybody saying hi. So if Sewing Machines Plus will share my screen there where you can see my camera, perfect. I want to start by talking about what is piecing in the hoop, and then I'm going to show you how I get this file. So if you want to piece a block, so here's my block that's pieced in the hoop. You can see I've got my stabilizer, and this is an embroidery design that has stitched out. That is my step number 1. And I've got my pieces here cut. So my embroidery machine is going to actually piece these together for me. And I mean, stitch and flip, so that it looks like you sewed that on your sewing machine, but your embroidery machine is doing all of the work. I love that. And these cut pieces, I actually cut on my scan and cut to get that perfect cut for the size. So have you guys done any piecing in the hoop? So if so, tell me over in the chat. And so I see that Carla says she likes to do the log cabin, and I definitely agree with you. So I want to show you how to get this file with one of Dime's software programs. So not only will it generate the file for your quilt block, it also will generate the cut file like we were talking about. If you want to cut your quilt block pieces with your scan and cut, then you can do so by generating a cut file from the same program that will generate an embroidery file. So let me go and show you exactly how to do that. So I'm going to first show you how to generate the file with our MyBlock Piecer software program. This is an embroidery program, everyone, that you will install on your computer and then create the embroidery file to piece your blocks in the hoop. Now, to use this software, it's super simple, but we first need an embroidery file in order to piece in the hoop. So step number 1 is to choose the block that you want to piece in the hoop. And we have a gigantic library of different blocks. So I'm just going to click down here and show you some of them, but I'm not going to click all of them because it would take us a long time to click through all of these. But just wanted to give you an idea of some of the blocks that you could create. I mean, there are over 1,200 blocks in this entire block library here. So tons of blocks to choose from. Now, once you've selected your block, I'm going to go back to that 3 triangle. Let's generate that file first, and then I'll show you a couple of other tips. And then I'm going to show you some things that I've made. So I'm going to choose that 3 triangle block. That's step number 1. Choose the block that you want. Step number 2 is to set the size. So over here in my properties, I can tell this any size block that I want. Because my embroidery machine is doing all the work, it could even be some strange size like 3.83, let's just say. And if I do maintain and click apply, it will generate that size block design for me and the correct size cut files. Okay, so I'm going to leave it that strange size because you guys will get the idea. Certainly, most of the time I do like a 4x4 or a 6x6 block, and that's really up to you what you choose to do. Step number 2 is to click the workflow button here. And then click auto build. That is going to build the embroidery file for you. And then I always like to do sort numbers. It puts it in numerical order so that it stitches out those numbers on my stabilizer. And then when I click preview, it actually generated the stitch file for me that I need to piece that block in the hoop. All I need to do is save that file. So if I click save, and I'm just going to save this to a test folder that I have here, and I'm going to call this my 3 triangle block. And then you want to make sure you choose your embroidery machine format. Now, if you're getting that Stellair that you just saw previously, then you're going to want to save to your PES, or if you have a Brother or Baby Lock, save to your PES. If you have Viking or FOF, you want to save to your VP3 or VP4. If you have a Janome, that's your JEF. If you have a Bernina, we have EXP file. So we have a format for all brands of machine, and that's just to name a few. That's not all of them. So choose your embroidery machine format, click the save button, and it actually will save for you that stitch file in the PES. We can see that there. Let's view my little icons here. This is my original file. So if I want to go back and resize this or make any changes, I can change here and then regenerate. And then it actually gives you a PDF file that shows you how to stitch this out. So now you just saw my design, which is this stitched out on my stabilizer. And then page 3 of the PDF actually tells you how to stitch out this design. The first color change is a placement stitch that actually gives you the numbers. The second stitch is a right side up piece of fabric, and it's going to tack it down. And then every single piece after that is a right sides together. It does a fold. You do the fold, sorry, and then it will tack that piece down. So you get this customized PDF for every single block that you generate. So it's really that super easy. So, and I see that someone asked, can you use this along with MQE, which is Dime's My Quilt Embellisher? And the answer is absolutely yes. So this software is My Block Piecer. I see that Nita Hughes Beast says that what's the name of it? It's My Block Piecer, and it will generate an embroidery file to stitch your quilt block in the hoop. Yes, you can use it with My Quilt Embellisher. It is a standalone program. You do not need another software to make it work. So now that I've generated that block, and I'm going to head back to my camera, and let's talk about how it actually stitches out. And I'll step you through this, and we'll generate another block just so you can see how to use it. So if you've got questions, type them over there in the chat, and I'll try to take a look every now and then and answer. And so Tammy Barton wants to know, what's the advantage of piecing on the embroidery machine? Well, the first advantage is that it's always perfect. So even if you don't seem to cut your pieces correct, because this is an embroidery file, it will always create a perfect block with perfect points, because the embroidery machine has generated that, or you've generated that digital file for your embroidery machine. So it will always be perfect. Another advantage is, for me, I don't love sewing as much as I do embroidery. I do love to sew, but embroidery really is my absolute first love. So I really love to embroider when possible. So I could sit there and make these blocks with my embroidery machine, and I'm getting that fulfillment of embroidery. So let's talk about how this piece is in the hoop. So you stitch your file. Now I've stitched these step outs because I'm out of my hoop now, but you would be doing all of this in the embroidery hoop. So I stitch my file. Step number 1 is to put the first fabric on number 1, and then the embroidery machine will do a tack down stitch, and it will look like this. Let me move this over and I'll leave these here. So this is your next step here. Now you're ready for this number 2 piece. And so that's my green piece here. And I'm going to put that right sides together. When you press the start on your embroidery machine, it will stitch a seam just like this. And then you will fold that piece out. Okay, so I usually do a finger press here. You could use a seam roller. I bet that Sewing Machines Plus has a seam roller. You could also do like the folding pin, or a tool that will just scrape that seam down there and make it nice and flat. I usually will put a little bit of glue here. My Sew Line glue pen I love, and so you can use that. It will hold that in place. Next stitch is going to tack that down. So we have half of our block already finished, and then we're ready for piece number 3. Now that goes right sides together. I always double check here and then fold it over to make sure that I've got it correctly. And then stitch those, that next stitch is the seam. How cool is that, right? And then you're going to flip this one out. Again, a seam roller, scrape it, with your finger here. I usually will do some finger pressing to press that nice and flat. And then your last stitch is going to tack that down. So then you've got one finished quilt block here. Now this stabilizer that I'm stitching on is a tearaway stabilizer, so I can rip it away from the back if I like. But if you use a light enough stabilizer, then you can leave it in there. It just gets softer over time. I either stitch on this stabilizer here, which is a tear and wash type stabilizer from Dime. It's our exquisite stabilizer, or either I'll stitch on a no-show type stabilizer that stays in place. So once you've got one block finished, then you can stitch another and another, and build a block. So let me show you some examples here. So this particular block here, you can see that I pieced these 4 in the hoop. Now I'm ready to put them together. And notice here, take a look here. So you can see that I'm missing a little bit of fabric there. I didn't perfectly cut or either place one or the other, this piece here, but it doesn't matter. I've got my stitch line there and my 1/4 inch seam. I just measured off of that. So I still have a perfect block. And I even have that stitch line I can work with. Okay, so now that I have my 4 blocks, I could manipulate these and put them together, however I like, right? So you flip those around, you make a different block, whichever you want it to be. Let's do each one of these a 1/4 turn. And then you've got something like this. Okay, so you've pieced your block and then you piece multiples of them and then you assemble them. This block that I'm working with here is a 4-inch block. So I'm sorry, a 6-inch block. So when I piece these together, I have one 12-inch finished block. So this is my 4 patch here. So let me show you an example. If you want to stitch half of this block in the hoop, I actually did stitch this half and then this half, and I seamed them together on my sewing machine once I pieced those half. So you can force the software to do half of the block instead of a 1/4 of the block if that's possible to do in the hoop. You have to remember you can't flip and stitch or stitch and flip, sorry, a Y seam or a curve. So you have to take that into consideration. That's the limitation for stitching in the hoop, but there's lots of workarounds around that. So now this cute little block here was a combination of 2 blocks. So I'm going to flip back over to the software here. And let's see how you can create your own custom blocks, okay? So remember I told you there's over 1,200 built-in blocks. This program will generate, my block piecer will generate a stitch file for any of these blocks that are built in. But let's say you don't find the block you want to stitch. So that block we were just looking at is actually a combination of this half and half and these 3 triangles. So I'm going to select this one first. And then I want this to be one solid triangle. So the easiest way to do that is to remove the half that you don't want. And then I'm going to go over here and choose this half, and let's remove those 2 triangles again. And so I'm left with this one. So I'm just going to rotate this around. And then I've got the other half of my block there, and it'll actually snap right into place. So now I want to set the size, whatever size that you want it to be. So right now it's set for 8 inches, but I can make that a 6-inch. The other block, we had that really odd size. You could make it 4-inch. The number that you entered here is the finished size. So I see Angela King says, my brain is overwhelmed. So Angela King, think of it like this. You choose the block. You click to generate the file, which is this option here, and you just save that file and stitch it. So that's really it. So choose your block, set the size, and generate the file. So it is that super simple. So there's the file for that block that we just saw there. So you can create all of these built-in blocks. So you're not just limited to one of them. Of course, you can create all of these blocks. And as I just showed you, you can create your own custom blocks from the built-in blocks in the software. So let me go under here and show you a few more examples. And we'll talk a little bit more too about the stabilizer that you'll stitch on. So I'm going to head back over here to my camera. So these are some of the ones that I've stitched that are built-in blocks or blocks that I have combined to make these. So this block here, this beautiful flower block, and this is a 10-inch block. So if you have a hoop that's large enough for stitching a block that large, you certainly can, or you can split it in half. Not this particular one, but the one we were looking at earlier. But remember, when you choose a 10-inch block, it actually has a 1/4-inch seam all the way around that. So your file that it generates is going to be 10.5 inches. So make sure the size block that you generate will fit in your hoop. So I did this all in one hooping in one of my hoops for my embroidery machine. But look at these other blocks here. So these 2 blocks here were stitched in 2 halves because at a certain point, if I were to add on this half, I would have a Y seam. So you can see that I actually seamed that together on my sewing machine. But look at that. My embroidery machine stitched all those geese for me, and they are perfect. Isn't that cute? I love that. And the same thing with my pinwheel here. I stitched, you can see that this is that same 3 triangle block that we were just working with. I stitched this together on my sewing machine, but I made my embroidery machine stitch half of those together, not just one block. So you do have control over that as well. And here are just a few other blocks. There's a log cabin block here, and then a diamond block, and then here is another little block. But one thing I want you to notice about all of these different blocks here, look at all the different sizes. You can set the size that you want. And this tulip is a perfect example. So this tulip block here is a 5-inch finished block. Okay. I then have the same exact block in a 4-inch finished block. And then here is my 3-inch finished block. Take a look at this. 1-inch finished block. Does anybody out there like to do like micro piecing and make little small quilt blocks or small miniature quilts? So you can do that with my block piecer. And I want you to see that little bitty piece there in the center. That is so tiny. If I personally tried to sew that on my sewing machine, I don't think that I would have been able to, because I couldn't even hold on to the pieces. But that cute little 1-inch finished block. So you can set the size to whatever you want them to be. Not only that, but you can actually set the size unproportionately. And I'll show you what I mean by that here coming up in just a second. But I made these cute little magnets, and I want you to see that 3 triangle block, the same one that I've got here for my pinwheel, I have for my my little block for my magnets. So you can see that you can resize these to whatever you want it to be. So this little block here is a 2-inch finished, and this one is a 1.5 inch, but you can see it's the same block in different colorways, different sizes. And the software does that for you. So isn't that cool? So let me show you a couple of different things on the stabilizer. So let me slide this one out of the way here. So now stabilizer. Now this block here, this is a 6-inch block. One of these is a 6-inch. So together, this is a 12-inch block. So I stitched these blocks individually and then seamed them together on my sewing machine. And I'm going to show you the back there. So you can see that I have some stabilizer that is left in the seam. So I did a tearaway stabilizer and I ripped away the majority of it. Now I wasn't too tedious to get all this out because the tearaway that I used was a softer tearaway. It's a tear and wash, which made it easy to pull out of the seams. But you can also piece onto a stabilizer like a no-show stabilizer. So this you can see is still has the stabilizer in the block. It's really soft, but this is a no-show cutaway. So this is going to remain inside the block forever. So think like foundation piecing. When you foundation piece, you always have that foundation that remains in your block. So same kind of concept here. Now this diamond is another one that I've done in multiple sizes. So take a look at this. So you can see here this little bitty 1.5-inch diamond. This is a 7.5 inch finished diamond here, diamond in a square or square in a square. And here's what I did with this one. So I turned this one into a little trivet. I did that quilting in my hoop. And then take a look at this little towel. So this is the same exact diamond block here, only resized unproportionately, and the embroidery machine does all of the work for you. So let me show you how I did this one, and then we'll be almost ready for our last little bit here. And if you guys have questions, ask in the chat. I'll answer before I go. So I'm going to go back over to my block piecer. And remember those 3 steps. It's super easy. Step number 1, choose the block. So I'm going to work with one of the built-in blocks in the library. Step number 2 is to set the size. So let's make this a border block. A lot of times we want border blocks to go around our quilt. So we're going to make this a, let's do a 6 by 12. So 6 inches, uncheck that maintain aspect ratio, 12. And then click apply, and look at that. It does all the work for you. You don't have to do any kind of crazy math to be able to generate your quilt blocks. So now that I've done that, I would do the same thing. Click that workflow. You have to make sure that you're in a hoop that's large enough. So this block is 12 inches. So whenever I generate this, it's going to add my seam, which is going to be a 12.5 inch in length. So I'm looking for a hoop that will fit in. So there we go. So I need a hoop that's larger than 12 inches, right? And then when I click my preview, didn't do my auto build. I missed my order, and then I'm going to sort it and then do the preview there. So look at that. It generates the file for any of those blocks that you choose. Now, before I go, let me show you how to generate the cut file. So if you want to cut with your scan and cut, you can choose this cutter icon up here, and it will generate the cut file. So you can see there, that's that light blue center, and there are my triangles that is going to make my diamond block. So you would then click save. It already has the seam allowance built in, so you don't have to do any adjusting. Just click save, and from this list, choose your digital cutter format. So we have the common ones, PLT, DXF, SVG, and FCM. You can save to those formats for your digital cutter. Those files take to your cutter, and it will cut your quilt block pieces that are perfectly sized for the embroidery file that you would stitch that design with. So if you have any questions, let me know over there in the chat. So Judy says, I'm going to have to go back and watch this from the beginning. Looks very interesting. Yes, Judy, absolutely. If you want to do piecing in the hoop, do rewatch this. So you could make everything look professionally finished, Rhonda says. Absolutely, Rhonda, I totally agree with you on that, because even if you're not the best at sewing, it's going to be able to do those perfect points and corners for you every time. And then Sue Rusher says, is there a written manual for this? Yes, Sue, there is. If you click, I'll go back over to my software one more time here, and I'll show you where to find that. So over in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little shopping cart icon. If you click, once you install it, you can click this options button here, and it says manual, and that's the PDF manual. And also, if you click the tutorials here, that will take you to Dime's YouTube, where there are videos for using this software. So super easy and quick. So you can do all of your piecing in the hoop, and then you can do the quilting in the hoop as well, as you saw in the previous segment. So make sure you do that. So Chris Reiger says, can you choose to cut applique pieces on the scan and cut? Yes, you can. And so this particular program is specific to these pieces, but if you bring in something that has that placement line, if you use that cutter tool here, just turn off that seam allowance, because you don't need that seam allowance for this one right here. Just make it a 0 if you're cutting an applique piece. You don't need a seam allowance on the applique. So that's a good way to do that. And so, yeah, so hopefully that helps. So Penny Carter says, how many different patterns are there in the software? So Penny Carter, there are over 1,200. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but there are over 1,200. And you saw that I used 2 blocks and just used pieces of them to make a new block. So you can actually do that with many blocks. So even though there's only 1,200, I say only, can you imagine that 1,200 blocks that you could piece in the hoop? But you can actually make your own as well. You could also draw shapes in the software. So even if you can't find what you're looking for, you could draw the shape and build it. And then Sandy Donnelly says, will it work with Cricut? It absolutely will. Your Cricut will read the SVG, and that's what you want for cutting on your Cricut. And then Paula Becker says, can this be used on the Janome MB4? Yes. So we saved to JEF format. And yes, your MB4 4 needle will piece and run that file just like any other embroidery machine. So absolutely, you could do that. So, and then Rhonda says, it's truly incredible. Piece in the hoop. Who knew? I don't think I want to do it any other way anymore, Rhonda. So, okay, guys, we just have 1 minute left. So I think this is a great time to bring Jane back in. And Sandy Donnelly, Jane says, does it work on the scan and cut? And it absolutely does. So they need to get that Altair with their free scan and cut and My Block Piecer to piece their blocks in the hoop. It would be, that perfect combination, right?
You got that right. I mean, only 1,200. What? Ashley, amazing presentation. By the way, you can have my job because you're basically selling the Altair, selling the piecing in the hoop. I mean, you're good.
Jane, I speak what I love, and I have Brother embroidery machines, and I have a scan and cut, and using software to make all those work together is just like the dream. What do they say? Teamwork makes the dream work. Well, my machines and my software all work together like a team, and I just speak it like I love it.
I love that. I love that you speak it because that's the easiest way to sell something and to talk about something is when you love it and you're passionate about it. And by the way, I always say, if you want to get the job done right, you get the right tools for the job, and we're given the right tools today and all this week.
Love that. I think that that's perfect. That's right. Get the right tools, and then you're not fussing and fighting with things too, and it stays fun.
And it's so easy. Oh, Ashley, you're so great. Thank you so much. I hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thank you, Jane. It was great to be here. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Ashley. I just want to hang out with Ashley. All right, everybody, let's talk about everything that Ashley was talking about today. And we're talking dime piecing in the hoop. Awesome. Here we go. There's your My Block Piecer software. This is a call-in special, my friends. You heard it from Ashley. How great is this? It is the My Block Piecer software from your friends at Dime. You see the Quilt Fest pricing there, $399.99, but it is a call-in special. So you're going to call 800-401-8151. Oh yeah, getting the right tools for the job to get it all done. I'll bring Blaine back in now. Hey, Blaine. Oh, Blaine's on mute. Pretty close. Okay, well, while Blaine is on mute, we're going to talk a little bit more about what you need to do to get the ball rolling, and that is call 800-401-8151. And listen, if you want to check things out, go to smplive.tv. Of course, there are so many things on the line that we may not get to this week during Quilt Fest. And if there's something on there that you love, that we haven't shown you yet, guess what? There might be a great call-in special there as well. So I know Blaine's got tons of things. We're talking about great stuff this entire week. So when it comes to Sewing Machines Plus, you know you're going to get a great deal and a great price. So go ahead and call in 800-401-8151 if there's something there that you have your eye on. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
That's what happens when you don't have your pack actually even on.
Yes, you had just a little Mountain Dew break, I think.
Exactly. Well, hey, Ashley is always so good, and I hope everybody got inspired with that software. And then, again, Jennifer on with the Stellar XJ1. What a combination! And getting a free scan and cut with it, Jane, is the first time we've ever done that. You're getting a free scan and cut with it is unheard of. $1,000 value there.
Yeah.
So everybody,
I was surprised.
Yeah, it's a great package. And I mean, you could even envision XJ1 scan and cut with the software that Ashley was showing.
Exactly. It's amazing. So you put the thing up, and I was super excited about the XJ1, the Still Air, because I love it. And Jennifer did a great job of showing all the tips and tricks and just a great demo. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, we're going to throw in a scanning count. I'm like, what? That's so cool.
I know it's a great special for Quilt Fest, and we're super excited to be able to share that with everybody. And like, I just want to remind everybody too, I know the quantities were getting low on that as well. If we do run out of the XJ1 scan and cut combo, we will let you pre-order that so you get it locked in for Quilt Fest. We're going to honor all the pre-orders all the way through, Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific time.
And Blaine, that XJ1 is a call-in special as well, yeah?
Yes.
Perfect.
100%.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to let you take it away.
All right. Well, thanks, Jane. All right, guys, we're continuing the show. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. It's been some really great demonstrations so far, but hey, it's still a lot to go today. We have, Kelly Latre from Juki. She's a national educator for them in the house. And guys, we're going to talk all about that TL. I think it's the 2000 with the fabric table. And what a great combo that is. So y'all welcome Kelly back to the show.
Hi, Blaine. How are you doing today?
I am doing great. How about you, Kelly?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much.
Well, hey, we're excited about seeing this 2000, so we're going to let you get going with it, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Sounds good. I have a lot to talk about today. And speaking of great tools, this tabletop frame by Juki is fantastic. First of all, I will tell you, I love my sewing studio, but I don't have the room for a large long arm setup. So this is the option I chose. And the reason why I like it is this frame is actually portable. If you take a look at it, you can see that the fabric is supported by rods here. I put this together myself, which is easy to do. You can do it too. And the machine sits on a carriage. And you can see that the built-in handles right here on the carriage is moving the machine back and forth, okay? So I'm going to go to the front here to show you a little more. The machine is very stable because it's mounted here on this carriage. And this carriage is moving the machine back and forth on rollers in a track system. So you get a nice even feed with this frame. It's very easy to do. Now let's talk about it because it is so portable. When I put this away, I'm removing the carriage and I'm also removing, first I'm going to remove the machine. And if you see this part right here, those four of those, I just move those levers up to remove the machine, and then I'm going to take the carriage off. After that, this frame is 48 inches long and 38 inches deep, so it fits right into my closet. I have it on my cutting table today, but I've also used it just on a long table and a sit-down mode, and that works really well too. You know, if you have an RV or a second home and just want to take your quilting to the next level and have it with you, this is another option. I actually know long arm people who have this setup because if they're doing something quick or want to do a small project, they can. But don't assume you're limited. This is not limited. You can actually do a California King quilt on this frame. It's done by quilting in zones, so you can shift the fabric and go to the next area. So let me show you how the fabric is loaded on and off because it's pretty easy. It's a clamp system and a strap system. So let's talk first about leaders. You can use leaders on this system. Because my projects are rather small, as you know, I'm learning to quilt. I use extra batting and I use extra backing so that I have plenty of room to play and then quilt at the same time. So to load the fabric, I have these straps and the hooks that go into the clamps. There's a clamp in the front, and you can see there's just a rod down here. I don't know how well you can see it, but I'll take the back one off too so you can see this. And the previous part I just rolled up, but you can see I have my fabric just rolled up back here, okay? And there's clamps on this side too. There's also clamps on the sides to keep it taut. Okay, so I'm just going to put this back into place because it's very easy. I have a hook here and straps on it so I can tighten them back up once I have it on. And now I'm just going to arrange my fabric so that it's in place. Easy, easy setup. Okay, so I'm just going to clamp this one back on by pushing it down on the rod. Okay, and tightening up, and I've got my hooks here in the strap, and I can tighten that as well. So it's a really easy system to shift to the next space, or to simply just get the fabric on. There we go. Looks good. Before we get started quilting, I have a couple other things to talk about. The number one is the machine we have on the frame today. And it is the TL, one of our beautiful TL series straight stitch machine. It is the TL 2000. And as you know, Juki is the leader in commercial industrial sewing machines. And this one is actually considered semi-industrial. It's strong and it goes 1,500 stitches per minute. So it can do the job and also deliver that perfect straight stitch you expect from Juki. But you know what? Yesterday when we talked about the TL series, I saw a lot of the comments were about the needle threader. So let me show you how to use that, because once you know how to use your needle threader on the TL series, you're going to love it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise my presser foot just to loosen the thread, okay? And then I'm going to put it down so I just have extra thread there. I'm going to use the needle up down button to ensure that my needle's in the highest position, okay? Then I'm going to take the needle threader, the lever is right here, and push it down firmly. I'm going to then put the thread under the piece on the left, that metal piece, and then to the right. Now, here is where people tend to pull the thread. Don't pull the thread. In fact, give it some slack, because if you do, you'll actually feel it bringing that loop through the eye of the needle. Now you see that I have a loop there and it threaded the needle. And I love this because it's so easy to do. So hopefully that answered some questions for you. Let me show you what else is on the Juki 2000. We have a pressure adjustment. I also have a stitch length dial that goes to 6 millimeters down to 0. I have a needle up down function. I also have a thread cutter and the reverse lever. And then I can also drop my feed dogs to do that freeform quilting we love to do. So it's a well-equipped machine, very sturdy, very fast. And the other thing I have on here today, and I'm very excited about, because I got the frame first. And although I did practice, I ended up putting a stitch regulator on it. I have the Sure Stitch Elite on the machine. And what the Sure Stitch does for me is it regulates the stitch. It's connected to the system. And what I can do on this is I can change the stitch length. I can cut the thread from my screen here, and I can start and stop without using my foot control, which I love. So it's an easier way to go and gives me consistent stitching every time. So if you're in the market for a frame, don't get frustrated. Stitch regulators are available and you're going to love it, okay? So if you are interested in purchasing this frame today, do me a favor. Most people get excited. My friend got all excited. She put her quilt on. Please make sure you take a couple of yards of fabric first and learn how to maneuver the frame. It's very easy and fast and it's fun to do. But I'll tell you what, putting a quilt top on here to practice, no. Let's just start out with a few yards of fabric. So I have my Sure Stitch on here, which is going to regulate my stitches. And I don't know if you can see these stitches here I've already done, but they're fantastic. I'm going to do more quilting though. So I'm going to bring my machine back. You can see how much field I have here. Okay. So I can go to the left and I can go back and I can go right and left. Okay. So you want to find out how much field you have in order to line up your next section. Okay. What machines work in the frame? The machines for domestic machines, most Jukis work in this. I can tell you for sure all the TL series will work in this frame. My 4000 will work in this frame. But Blaine's staff are educated and they know their stuff. They'll let you know if your machine will work in this. Okay. So I'm going to start by just bringing the bobbin thread up, and I'm going to use my needle up down to do that. One of the tools I love when I'm working on my frame is a tweezers. If you have one with your embroidery system or your serger, you know, make sure you've got them right here, because I'm just going to take that bobbin thread and pull it on up. Okay. Then if I wanted to take these tails and hide them, if I was on an award-winning quilt, I could do so. I'm going to put the presser foot down. That's easy to forget on this machine, so I kind of have to make sure I do that. So I'm going to press start and just take a couple of stitches, and I'm going to stop it, and I'm just going to cut these because obviously these are for practice. So I'm just going to cut those out of there, and then let's get started. Okay, so this is so much fun when you have a stitch regulator. The handles are adjustable, and I'm just going to simply press start, and I'm going to get my rhythm down. So I'm stippling, and I'm not crossing my lines for this example. But it's amazing to me how consistent the stitches are. I can do straight lines with this. I can do ruler work with this. So if I wanted to go at an angle, I can do so. Let's see if I can go straight. There we go. I'm mimicking the ruler work without the rulers. Okay, and then when you stop, you just can stop. And I can trim the thread right from that Sure Stitch screen. It is the Sure Stitch Elite. I'm sure Blaine today has some fantastic packages for you, or if you just want the frame or the Sure Stitch, whatever you need. It's a really great combination. And I love the fact that I can work on a project and then put it away in the closet for later use. We'll do some more quilting, but I want to show you one of the first things I did on it was, and I showed this picture during the Rico portion, but this was a picture of my favorite lake, and I want to make a pillow out of this piece. So after practicing with the stitch regulator, I was trying to emulate waves. So I like this. I thought I did pretty good. So that was my first project on this. And I'm excited to do table runners. And actually, I'm also excited to just create fabric for bags. So the possibilities here are endless for you. And regardless of what kind of sewer you are, if you're learning quilting or you're an expert, it's an easy system to use. Cameraman, why don't you come closer so they can see the quality of the stitch is just phenomenal. Make loops. I'm going to try some loops here. There we go. Look at that. Without the pressure of keeping that stitch even, I can get more creative with my freeform. The other thing that the stitch regulator does, it actually is detecting my borders. When it gets close to an area I can't stitch in, it's actually flashing on the screen, which I really like. So you can know that it's going to tell you the limit in your boundaries, which I really like. But think about the possibilities. You can do ruler work on here. You can do straight stitch on here. You can baste your quilts together. So you are open to anything, especially if you don't have a lot of space, because this can go in RVs. It can go in your summer home, your winter home, whatever you'd like. And it's easy to use. I'm going to start again. And I'm just going to keep moving so I can show you how to advance the fabric. Okay, I have to slow down. So when I'm done with a section, what I can do is I'm going to cut my thread and the needle comes all the way up. So I'm going to raise the presser foot and move my machine to the side. And then what I can do to advance the fabric is just unhook my clamps on both sides. Okay. And then the best thing what you'll want is you'll want a little marker for your next section. If I was on a quilt, I would want to leave some of this visual so I can match up my patterns. So hopefully the next time we get together, I'll have made several patterns on this that I can show you. But it's very easy to change. So I'm going to pull off my clamps. Very easy to do. Okay. And there's also 2 small side clamps that come with it. Okay. So remember, you can put on most domestic machines. The Jukies will work with this. And Blaine's staff can tell you. Also, you'll want to explore stitch regulation, because I thought I would have so much fun without it, but I was frustrated. So I'm glad I really added that. So I'm going to advance this up. Okay. And if this were a design, I want to be very particular about where I put the last part. But since we're playing, I'm just going to advance it up so you can see it. And then we're going to smooth it out, make sure it's straight. And again, the other thing I would be doing if I were on a regular quilt is have my center line marked so I know where to put this up. So I'm just going to put the clamps back on. And then I just roll my fabric up in the back. So I'm kind of just maneuvering the fabric as I do this, okay? So I'm going to start back here on this one and just start rolling here so you can see the example of how easy it is. So I'm just pushing this together, or rolling this together, and then putting the clamp on. And those clamps are, the hooks are adjustable, which is so nice. Easy to do, easy to use, easy to set up and take down. That's what I like. And I'm not the most mechanical person, but they have really good instructions on putting this frame together and storing it. So remember, what you would do is take off the part that holds the machine, the carriage, and of course the machine first, and you can store it. So now to get ready again, I'm just going to put my clamps on the front. And I know I have one more in the back, but I kind of wanted to just show you how this looks. I'm going to smooth out my fabric here a little bit. But this is for folks who don't have the room for a long arm, or have a long arm and just want a little workshop, smaller area to create. All right, so I'm going to put this on the side and just smooth it out. And then I can roll this side up too. So to sum up, we have the Juki quilting tabletop frame. Oop, I have to put my clamp back on. There we go. Smooth that fabric out and get it on. All right. Wait a minute. Where are we going with this? I want to put it on the other way so the clamps fit. There we go. So I'm just rolling it and clamping it right on. There we go. Beautiful. So if you have a domestic machine and would like to do some freeform quilting or want the whole setup, we can set you up today. Again, I'm putting my clamp on, pushing it in place, and then hooking it into the clamp. There we go. Beautiful. So you can create small to extremely large quilts on the frame by moving the fabric. You can store this frame when you're not using it because it's only 48 inches long, so it's nice for a closet, and it fits domestic machines. So the only other suggestion is a beautiful stitch regulator so you're not frustrating and learning how to do freeform. I find that moving the machine as opposed to the fabric is a little easier for me. So this method is fantastic and fits in my home. All right. How are we doing out there, Blaine? Do we have any questions?
No questions other than how can they get this great deal today. So thank you so much, Kelly. I know we're going to see you later on in the week, and but we're going to tell everybody how they can get this now. So guys, this is two different products here we're looking at today. We're looking at that TL2000, and we're looking at that Juki fabric frame. So right now we're looking at the Juki 2000. It is $699. If you want just to get the machine only, we have a great call-in special on it as well. $699. We have financing available for it and free shipping right to your doorstep. If you got your eyeballs on that fabric frame, the fabric frame, you see it right there, it's $889.99. And again, you can do it. We've got a combo. So if you wanted to get the fabric frame and put your 2000 on that, we have a combination that you can call in right now. And not only will that 2000 fit on it, the 2010 will fit on it, the TL18 will fit on it. So that has a couple different machines that'll fit on this frame by Juki. Give us a call right now, either to get the two individual items, or if you want to get the combo special of the two together, we have call-in specials on all three items, the combo or the two separate items that you've seen. Again, it's financing available for both, and we have free shipping right to your doorstep. So give us a call. All right, let's bring my co-host Jane back in.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. So, Jane, we are moving right on along, and I know we were getting ready to talk about some robotics, aren't we?
We're going to talk about some robotics with Butler Robotics. Blaine, I'm super excited to have them back in the house.
They are. And so I'm going to let you take it away, and y'all can talk all about robotics for some machines.
That sounds great. All right, everybody, get ready, because Butler Robotics, like I said, they're back in the house and back on the show. We saw them the other day, and today Jen Alexander is back to tell us more. She is a long arm quilter and mother of three. So we know that is a busy, busy job. And she specializes in long arm robotics. Now, if you saw it the other day, the presentation by Jen, it is just so mind blowing. It's super cool. So I'm excited to welcome her back. Everybody say hi to Jen.
Hi, how are you doing, Jane?
I'm good. How are you, Jen?
Good. I'm excited to be back.
It's great to have you back.
I'm going to be here 3 times this week. So
it's fantastic because you've got a lot to say and a lot to show us. So
yeah, so let me show you. You have 3 different systems that we have with the Sewing Machines Plus team. We have the basic, the deluxe, and the professional. So we have all of these. They start at an 8-inch screen with the basic, a 10-inch screen with the deluxe, and a 13-inch screen with the a 12-inch screen with the professional, and the professional is what I'm going to show you today. So all the features that we're going to show you are on the professional machine. So, okay, I think I'll get started. One thing that's nice is we have channel locks. So right here on your quilt top, I had started basting, then I thought I'll just finish showing you guys how to use channel locks. So channel locks is what we can use to go ahead and baste a straight line, and we're going to move the fabric to match the line of our stitching. So if our fabric was uneven, then we'd pull it back, and so then our fabric is nice and straight and we have a square quilt. And then I can take that off. You can use the channel locks going back the other direction, and just depending on your machine, because the professional is hooked up to your machine, so it will tell your machine when to stitch and when to go. With the other two, you have prompts that you can go ahead and do your single stitch and run buttons on the basic and the deluxe. Okay, so I'm going to take that channel lock off. We also have a diagonal channel lock. I showed that on Monday, but I'm sure that many of you guys are not. Let's go back into, push the wrong button. So in the diagonal, you can just set a degree. So I'm going to put 45 degrees on there. And now it can move that machine 45 degrees. And all right, so let's go ahead and show you how to make a pattern box. So if I had a specific block that I wanted to put a pattern in, I'm just going to go into layout, and there's just a plus sign. We're going to add a pattern box, and you would choose all four corners, and you just do a plus sign, and then come down to your other corner and do a plus. And your third corner, you're going to do a plus. And then when you get to the top, you're going to do a check mark to say I'm done. So if it was a triangle, it would be your third point. And if it's the square, you just have 4 points. Okay, then we can come into patterns, and we can pick a design, and we can do a smart scale from here, or I can just bring it in, and that's the size that they have for your, like the designer has made that pretty big. So we can go into scale, and I'm going to lock my pattern proportions and do a smart scale, and it just plops it right in there. You can tell my square is not exactly square, so I can even push it out and do a morph, and it kind of takes it all the way to all the edges. So if your piecing's a little suspect, then you have the opportunity to make it fit your little bit wonky block. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys a couple different things. I'm going to show you how to trace. So tracing is, it's actually not going to stitch, but it's just going to go around. So on here, we're going to deselect the needle. So the needle's not highlighted. And this is going to trace around just to kind of show you if you were worried whether or not it's in the exact right position, then it'll kind of show you. So it just follows around where it's supposed to go. And you can tell that it's in the right position. So I'm going to push pause, and we're actually going to stop. And now we can actually quilt it, and it'll go back to that position. That's just a way to double check. You can also move the machine around, because those blue crosshairs on the screen is where your needle's at. So you can just go ahead and move that to any position on the, oh, I'm still in basting mode. So we're going to stop, go back up to 9 stitches per inch. And we'll start that one more time. Okay. All right, we're going to go into, just say, I want to start. It's going to bring it to the home, and it'll do a single stitch so that we can make our knot. Then we're going to say, okay, go. And now it's going to make its knot. And you could push pause if you wanted to cut your thread. So I can push pause and go ahead and cut my thread. And then we're going to start again. Okay, so you can see how right now I have it set at 9 stitches per inch, and kind of gives it that nice chunky look. Depending on what you're looking for, you can go to a smaller stitches per inch. And then in a second, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of point to point on this block over here. But you can tell that it just does a beautiful job because you have the belts on the table and the machine. The belts are what is controlling where it's going. So you have the accuracy of that. You don't just have the, you know, some other systems will have like a wheel that drops down, where this one, the belts really control. So you have the accuracy of having the control of those belts. So one thing that's great about this system, I've been a certified dealer with QuiltTZ for quite a few years, and I've put this system on a lot of different brands of machines. So as long as your machine has a stitch regulator, then you can have this on here. And as long as your machine's on a table, you need the table, you need a stitch regulated machine, and then we can go ahead and put it on yours. Look how darling that little wreath is. And so, okay, single stitch. All right, so let's go ahead and show you point to point over here.
Hey, real quick, Jen.
Uh-huh.
What size thread do you normally use?
I usually use a 50 weight. You know, it all depends on what you're looking for, because a lot of people will, you know, they like chunky and they want to see that stitching. I kind of like so fine because it reads like it's cotton. It's a thinner thread, and so it lets the piecing kind of show more than the thread. But you know, it all depends on what you're looking. I mean, a lot of modern quilters like those bigger stitches, chunkier thread, and it just depends. Use the thread that your machine likes. So I think that's a good. So all right, so I'm going to go into edit again, and this time let's go back over to our beginning box. So I'm going to do point to point. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a design and I'm going to go right here in these little triangles. And what's nice is I can say, okay, that's about 1.25 inches. So I'm going to go into edit, into point to point, and I want my pattern height. First I have to bring in a pattern, and I'm going to do this little point to point pattern there on the screen, and I'm going to make it 1.25 inches. And what this does is it's going to see 1.25, that maybe we'll make it 1.35 or 45. Let's try that. So I'm going to go from this point to this point, and it's moved that design, and just going to double check our height. That looks good. And then we're going to do our third point here. And now you can see, if you can see the screen also, it's bringing that design in to all those triangles. And so we can go ahead and quilt that. So right, brought up my thread. So it's just going to make it block specific. So it's really kind of nice because it's going to take those designs and put them exactly where you want it. So it keeps it continuous, which is also nice. So I could have done the whole area here and had it done there and came around and done all 4 of those there, but we're just choosing to put it in the darker green. But how great is that? You don't even have to move it yourself. So, okay. So I love that. Okay, done making a knot. Then we'll pull up our thread. All right. Okay, So we have the record feature. So if I really wanted to do something specific in this area, I could record. So let's go ahead and go into record. And since this is kind of a, St. Patrick's Day pattern. So first I'm going to make my knot. And then I'm going to do a record. And this time I'm going to actually quilt. So we can make ourselves a little bit wonky, but not so bad. Okay, so this is what we can go ahead and put that in each of these blocks. So we just recorded, we're going to save that, and we're going to save it as Clover. Okay. All right, do we have questions?
They would like it if at some point during the demonstration you could just let it run so they could watch it quilt part of a pattern.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. All right, so I'm going to take this, and now I can come into, I'm going to do one here, and I'm going to add a pattern box. So I can take and do a little pattern box here. So we're going to go 1, just around my block, 2, 3, and then check mark. And the thing that's cool, oops, I moved it for that check mark, but we're okay because it's just a clover. So we're going to come into patterns, and I can actually do a search. So I can just, it's in my saved, but I can just search clover. So it's really easy to find things. So here's the one that I made, and then I can just rotate that. So just rotate, and you can change the size. Let's see, let's rotate a little bit more. And get it in our area, or we could just do a smart scale and get it in that. Okay, and then we can go ahead and quilt this one. Well, let's make it a little bit taller. Okay, so then we can go in and quilt that. And then we can set up an edge-to-edge pattern on the dark green and let it quilt for a little while. So
While you're running that quilt, what file types?
So the file type that you can use is a QCC is what we use, but you can also download a QLI, and our system automatically switches it over to a QCC or a DXF. We can do that too. So you can see now I have 2 little clovers that match right there. We could have even done like a flip or a mirror. So if in edit, I could take that and mirror it. So it's just flips it on the, like a book. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up an edge to edge over here so you can see that. All right, we'll start with another pattern box. So we're going to go back into layout, do our plus sign for a pattern box. And this time I'm just going to do 2 points because it'll make a rectangle out of that. Okay, so we're going to come into patterns. Now I still have my search on there, so I can do unfilter, or on this side, what's nice is I can say, okay, what patterns come from this designer, a bit orange, and we can choose a design in there, or I can just say, what are my pantograph patterns? So it's kind of nice. It's really easy to find and organize. So depending on what you want to, how you want to organize things, depends on what it does. So let's go ahead. We'll just pick this damask. And you're going to go into repeat, which is at the top. And then we'll repeat it across. Now I can scale it to fit in my box. So I have my pattern proportions locked. We're going to scale it. And then go to the top of our box. There's in the move icon. And then You can kind of see the spacing between the rows. And so that looks nice. I could just add a second row. Now we'll let it quilt this one. Okay. And we just say, all right, we're ready to go. And it makes the knot for you in that professional package. So the professional package comes with about 500 patterns on there. So that's kind of nice, where the others come with less. And so you don't have the expense of having to add a ton of patterns once you get your system. So, but you can see just how beautiful it does quilting out, and it follows that line perfectly. So, all right, let's see. So the thing that's nice too is this system will help you to nest your quilt. So when you go to advance, it's a really quick steps in that process that keep that spacing perfect each time. If it's a nesting pattern, you have to have like a negative spacing, and it remembers that, so you don't end up with this big empty space between each row, which is nice. The edge to edge, you know, you can get a quilt done relatively quickly. In fact, I was training somebody last week, and she was so surprised how fast she was able to finish a quilt, because the last quilt she had done on her machine, it was on for so long, and so it was quite a relief to have that done in just a couple hours. So she really enjoyed that. So, okay, we have, and the nice thing too is you can crop in both the deluxe and the professional system. You can crop. So if you have a design that goes up and over your area, up out of your quilt, and it goes into your leaders, you can just crop that off so that you don't have empty places in your quilting on your quilt. So you can crop top, bottom, and sides, and you can also crop out applique. Okay. Can we show them a quilt? And I can talk a little bit more about what cropped was. Do you want me to just set it here? Would that be best? Okay. So this is a pretty, can you see it? Okay. So this is kind of nice because you have, it's a very traditional pattern. It's called a Baptist clam. And the nice thing is you can tell that I've cropped off this top area up here, or else, you know, it would have been this larger bit. But also we cropped on the side. It's an offset pattern. So that's something else you can do. You can have an offset pattern. This is actually a quilt that my daughter made. It was her first pieced quilt that she made, and I quilted it not long ago. So, but you're able to crop at the bottom too, so you don't have empty spaces down here. So at the bottom, sorry, I'm trying to watch the camera. Okay, so that one's kind of fun. Okay, I did go outside of my quilt area, and we're going over the top of our wreath, but that's okay. I didn't, it's going where I told it to go. I just told it to go over the wreath. Here's another quilt that I did that using the Butler system, and I did both custom and computerized quilting. So I was able to do these circles with the computer and take right here. I was able to take a cross hatching design and stretch it and then scale it into this little pot. So you can just, your imagination is really what is your limit. So there's so much you can do with it. And then I just did the straight lines here. I actually used the channel locks, and I would just do the channel locks, move it a 1/4 inch and do channel locks. And then you can see all that straight line quilting in there. So you can kind of see, you know, let your imaginations go wild there for a little bit. Okay.
You do, how easy is it to switch from robotics to free motion?
So you have 2 belts that are connected to do your robotics. So if I wanted to go to free motion, so this one undoes the first one, the second one, so there's just a lever underneath. It's probably something that I don't know if the camera can show that lever. Oh, we have it on the boxes. And then the other one is underneath the machine, and it's just a little screw that you drop down. You undo it, and then you drop down your bracket for that belt. And sometimes you can walk to the back of the machine, might be a little easier, but we're in tight quarters here. So, okay, so then we can go ahead and do free motion. So it takes, 30 seconds maybe. And then you're doing free motion. So that's pretty quick. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and let me stop that because it's still going. And go ahead and put it back together. There's one belt done. And then the second belt, if I can see it, it's dark under there. But it's definitely easier if you're at the back of the machine to do it, because then you're not reaching over. Okay, now I'm done with the second one. And then we're back to robotics. So keep changing the stitch length. This is a king quilter that's sold by Sewing Machines Plus, and the buttons are a little bit different than what I use. But okay, so we have, let's show you how to nest. So we've just quilted this and we're ready to roll our quilt because we can't quilt another row. So I'm just going to go ahead, and what I do, everyone does it a little bit different. We have moved, because we unhooked the belts, I'm just going to line it back up. I'm going to go into move. So right now, even though it's not in my orange box, it's lined up with the design on the quilt. So I'm going to go into home and going to do my nesting procedure. And it says on the screen, it tells you exactly what to do. Select and mark your nesting point. And I just put my needle down at the bottom part of my screen, or bottom part of the design. And then we'd go ahead and roll the quilt. We can just kind of roll it for a second just to kind of show you. So we'd roll the quilt, but you'd roll further than that. And then we'd say, okay, let's do something really quick. Okay, so I didn't say check mark on my nesting point. So we're going to go back up. We rolled the quilt, and now we're right here. We're going to say, okay, so there's our spacing between the two, and then say, okay. And so it kind of shows you where your next row should be. So let's do that one more time since I got sidetracked. So we're going to go into move, just so you guys can see that process. So we're going to do our nesting procedure. It says select and mark your nesting point. You put your needle down. You say, okay, I've done that. And it says roll the quilt. At this point, you would roll the quilt. And then you say, okay, I've rolled the quilt. And it says move to your nesting point. Well, if your needle's down, you're already there. So you don't have to move to it. You just move really nice and slow. So you don't, you roll slowly so you don't hurt your quilt. And then you say, okay. And then it shows both your previous row is the light gray and your dark is the next row. And then we'd say, okay, I have that spacing looks great and I'm good. And so you're ready to quilt your next row. You just have to base down the sides of your quilt so that you don't get stuck in there with your needle. So, okay. And then, do we have other questions that they've?
You're answering them so far.
I'm answering. I'm doing a good job answering.
Yes.
Okay. I showed this on Monday, but there's some of you that probably weren't here on Monday. So, what's nice is you can go into this info button and click on any of the icons, and it'll say this button scales the pattern, and then you can actually, there's a little film strip, and it'll pull up a pattern that you can then just watch a help video on your screen. So it's kind of nice. You don't have to go to YouTube. I mean, you can. I have a YouTube channel called Jen Quilts, and you can see patterns from Quilty Z. That's who makes the Butler. And it's kind of nice to have all those. There's hundreds of videos online. So, okay. So this is just going through that. It actually has sound, but because of how we're set up, you guys don't get to hear the sound. So we're going to go and go back to our screen. All right, so we've done channel locks, point to point, the edge to edge. We've nested. We've talked about cropping. I can kind of show you. Let's go ahead and I'm going to adjust my pattern box so that, because we unhooked the belts, I'm going to quickly adjust it so our design's on the middle. So if I had this was my design here and I had a block that I don't want it to quilt on the inside, so like a, you know, an applique or something that you don't want quilted on the inside, we can add a pattern box. So like this is like, and we can do, we got a mess in there. Okay, let's do this one. Okay, so we can do like set a area in here that can be cropped out. So now I can just go into crop and pick my cropping option there. And now you can see that I've cropped out that box. So like if I had a name block in there, then that would be something that could be cropped out. We can also do text, which is really cool. So let me go to that last pattern box. So that's the one that we just cropped out of the center of our design. And we can go into text and let's do, should we write Jane's name? So let's do capital Jane. Is that, hopefully that's how you spell it. And we're going to generate, and we can have a name in that block. So now we can go over and look at, we have quite a few boxes. So you're going to have to ignore some of these. Let's minus a few out so it's not so messy. Okay. So now we can go and look at all our boxes, and now you can see, let me zoom in. And you guys can see that you can have, you could put a name in, you don't even have to do the applique or the embroidery. You can just have the quilting machine do it for you. So kind of a fun, you know, there's so many options that you can do. Are we almost?
Yep, we're about 5 minutes. We have about a minute left.
Yeah, a minute.
Okay. So, you know, I really enjoy quilting with the computer. It makes things so much nicer because it can be quilting, I can be piecing, you know, maybe folding laundry if you have to do that. But, you know, stuff like that. You can do a binding on a quilt. And so if you're doing this as a business, you can kind of double dip where you're having the machine is quilting and you're binding. So you could get a lot done by adding a computer.
Real quick, what do they get with, like, what comes in their package?
So what comes with it is, number one, you're going to have the robot that has the motors in it. You get the screen, all the brackets and the wires that are going to hook to your individual machine. And then depending on which system you get, depends on how many patterns on there. And it's just an incredible system.
The Easy Shield.
And then the Easy Shield you also need to have. And the Easy Shield, I don't know if we even talked about that one yet. That is your uninterrupted power supply. It gives a constant voltage to your machine. It doesn't let it have a lower voltage. So it's an incredible. I have it on both my embroidery machine and on my long arm. So it might be something that you want to look at. So, okay.
Jen, thank you for doing my name. I loved it.
You're welcome. It's kind of fun, huh?
It's so cute. I actually took a picture of it when it was on the full screen. I'm like, oh my God, she's doing my name. Really fantastic demonstration. And I just can't imagine what that can't do. What a help to you when you're quilting, right?
Yeah, it really makes it so much easier to be able to do it. So
yeah, we talk about
kind of takes away some of, you don't have to practice as hard, but it's nice to be able to do both. Like that one quilt I showed is both free motion and computerized, which is nice.
Yeah, it's so cool. And it's easy to set up, right? Because it comes with all of the wires and things like that.
Yep, there's all the instructions to be able to put it on. So depending on your system, depends on what you need to do to get it on there.
Okay, good. So it's user friendly, user intuitive, because there are instructions and we can all figure out how to set that up these days. We have to, right?
Yeah.
All right, Jen, thank you so much. Great job. I'm going to tell people how they can buy this today during
All
Quilt
right.
Fest.
Sounds good.
Okay, see you later. All right, everybody. Now you have heard it from Jen first, Butler Robotics. And boy, do they have some options for you. So let's put those overlays up and I'll tell you all about it. Now, Butler Electronics, again, that computerized quilting system. This is going to control the movements of your machine seamlessly and accurately. Now, you tell the system where you want it to sew. You put a pattern down in that area, edit the pattern. You can flip it, rotate it, scale it, repeat it, do just anything you want to do to the pattern. And then all you do is press go, and the Butler will do the rest for you automatically. You'll love it. So here we're looking at the 8-inch tablet. Now, this is the basic edition, and you'll see your Quilt Fest pricing there, $39.99. And again, you're going to have that call in special 800-401-8151 to get the special Sewing Machines Plus Quilt Fest price on that. And here you go. You're getting that free Easy Shield voltage regulator. That's the 8-inch tablet. Let's move on to the 10-inch tablet. And there you have it. It is the Quilting Robotics Deluxe Edition. That's your 10-inch tablet, your Quilt Fest price, $59.49.15. But oh, guess what? It's Quilt Fest. It's Blaine. It's Sewing Machines Plus. So you got to call in for the special. There's special pricing on that. You get a free Easy Shield voltage regulator. And guess what else? You get that limited edition t-shirt. Who doesn't want that? That's so great. Special pricing for today, lasting through 4 o'clock on Saturday. I believe we'll confirm that with Blaine, but put it in your cart now and let's make it happen. And then we've got the 12-inch tablet. That is your professional edition. And you see your Quilt Fest pricing right there, $62.29.15. But oh yes, of course, Blaine's going to do better for you. You've got your call-in special, 800-401-8151. And again, you're getting that free Easy Shield voltage regulator. Jen showed us how this works. This is a great tool to get the job done. So hopefully you guys are looking at those online at SMPlive.tv right now or SewingMachinesPlus.com. And you are asking questions, you're calling in. There's a chat right there. So many things and so many ways to get that in your cart today. Thank you so much to Butler Robotics. Hey, Blaine, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, Jane. And hey, I want to just add one thing about the Butler Robotics out there for everybody. They fit a lot of different machines. So if you've got a quilting machine at home right now with a frame and you're thinking about your robotics, give us a call because we can tell you if it's compatible with your machine or not. I mean, it fits a lot of the different brands out there. Some that we don't even sell. They have a big, wide envelope of machines they fit. So make sure if you have one out there, you're wanting robotics, this is the way to go. Tablet comes with it. Everything is ready to go. So give us a call right now and we can try to help you out. All right.
Okay. Thanks, Blaine.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, pretty good. It's really cool. It's very, very cool.
It's really a neat program and it's very easy. I mean, I tried it. I had never even messed with it before and just kind of started playing around with it and, picked it up pretty quick. So which I had worked on the Pro Stitcher before I'd ever messed with that one, but I started working on the Butler and I picked it up really quick and it's very easy to use. So don't be intimidated. It's one of those things, you just got to get it. You can't break it. Just start playing around with the buttons and you'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's what's cool. That's why I asked her, because sometimes we do get intimidated when you're showing all of these, different ways to do things. But the good news is there are all these ways to execute. I get a little overwhelmed, but I believe you. I trust you. And I know it's a great product that it is easy to use. So thank you.
Yeah. Hey, and all three of these are exclusive just to Sewing Machines Plus. So you can't find any of these three packages the way they're packaged anywhere else but Sewing Machines Plus. So they have a standard Butler, but these are all the different 3 levels they have. You can only get them here.
I love it. I think it's so cool. She sold me when she put my name on there.
I figured that. All right, Jane, we're going to continue on and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. But guys, we are going to go ahead and we have got Baby Lock back in the house. And guys, we're going to talk all about the lyric. And we have Monica Van Zuden. She's going to be here. She's a national educator for Baby Lock. So Monica, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for inviting me and having me here today. I am so excited just watching that last presentation. How much fun is that?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. And I know sitting in front of you is something that's a lot of fun too. This has been a great quilting and sewing machine for us. And so we're going to let you go and talk all about that lyric. And then we'll be back in about 25 minutes and tell everybody how they can get it.
All right. Thank you. So I am Monica Van Zuden. I am a baby lock educator, and I have the lyric right here with me. I'm super excited to share the lyric with you because I think it's the perfect machine, whether you are a brand new sewist, a quilter. Sometimes I see new quilters start or new sewists start, and they buy the cheapest machine they can, and they go, if I like it, I will upgrade. But so often I see those new people start and say, oh, this is just too much work. The lyric makes it simple, and they're going to be hooked in a matter of minutes. So if you're a new sewist or somebody who says, you know, I just like to learn how to quilt, start with a machine that's going to be user-friendly, and you're going to have great results quickly. It's also a great machine for that intermediate sewist or quilter, because you've already tried that lower end machine, the cheaper machine that you got, and you said, oh yeah, that's pretty good, but I want to do more. I think I can be more creative. This is the machine for you. And you know what? If you're the experienced sewist quilter, this is your take to a retreat machine. Or maybe you've got something, you just want to have an extra machine so that way you can do some quick sewing. This is your machine. It's like, oh, everything's really quick and easy, and it's not a big learning curve. So I really like the lyric. Some of the things it has is it has an LCD screen, and I'm going to switch my camera here if I can real quickly. Maybe I might be able to figure this out. So give me just a moment. But it does have the LCD screen. It's got a really easy needle threader. So let me just show you how quickly I can thread this machine. It has numbers that all I have to do is follow. And I just go from all the way across, follow my numbers, run it through the thread guide, and my machine is threaded. Do you remember the days when you used to just, you know, kind of eyeball it and get that thread in the needle? Not anymore. This takes care of it. Super easy. It's got the quick set top loading bobbin. So I just drop my bobbin right in on top. You know what I like about this, which I think is really great, is have you ever started piecing and you forgot to look at your bobbin, and you are like, you're chain piecing and you've got 25 pieces all done, and then you look and you find out you didn't have any thread. Well, that's why I like this top loading bobbin, because I can see it right here. All I have to do is look right there, and I can clearly see how much thread I have in my bobbin. I can program my needle to stop in the up or the down position, which I really like, especially when I'm piecing, because isn't that great when it stops and the needle's down and you don't have to worry about it moving on you? And you can easily drop the feed dogs. There's a real simple button on the back behind your free arm. And all you do is you flip that button, which is just on the back, and it drops your feed dogs. Why would you drop your feed dogs? Hey, maybe you want to start doing some thread painting or some great free motion quilting. It's got an easy thread cutter. You can just wrap it around on the back. And I'm going to stitch here in just a little bit and show you. And it has a knee lift, you know, and I'm an old sewist. And I'm going to say old because I started sewing when I was very young. And back then, a knee lever was to make my machine go. It was actually what our foot pedals do now. So it took me a while to get used to using the knee lever. But now that I've got it, I am like, how can I not have done this? So I'm going to switch my camera so you're going to get a quicker look at this, or a closer look. And there we go. So I put the knee lever right in there, and now it will raise and lower my foot very, very easily. And I then can sew hands-free. The other thing that comes with this machine, which, oh my gosh, how did I work without this, is the extension table. And that just slides right on. And I have this great bed that I can sew on. And when I'm quilting or even sewing clothes or home deck, I always have this extension table on. The only time I don't is when I'm sewing sleeves or something small, some baby items. So there's all those fun things that you can do with that big flat bed. Now, the other thing I have is I have a really easy speed control. So sometimes I want to go fast, most of the time. And then sometimes I know that I need to go just a little slower. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I know that I'm going to need to go a little slower. And that's simply moving that lever. And that controls my speed. How easy is that? And if you're quilting, I want to show you this because I think it's amazing. With your machine comes this perfect 1/4 inch foot. And look at it, it has that little flange on the edge. I'm going to show you how quick it is to change out your feet. There's a little button in the back. I'm going to just click it. And there is the foot that was on it. This is my all-purpose foot. I'm going to take that off. I'm going to put this other little foot on, this 1/4 inch foot on. And my foot is on. No more screwing and unscrewing, to get it all just right. It's perfect. And as I said, I love this little 1/4 inch foot. Let me raise. Okay. And I don't even have the foot pedal engaged. I'm just going to sew. Look at this. I am hands-free. And see how I'm following right at that 1/4 inch? I can speed it up. And now I'm going to stop and I'm going to cut my thread. Wasn't that easy? And here's what's really amazing. I have my knee lever. All I have to do, and I have this perfect 1/4 inch seam. Wasn't that easy? That's like, oh my gosh, now all my quilting comes out perfect. Just real simple. I absolutely love this because it got that 1/4 inch foot, comes with your machine, so it's perfect for quilting. The other thing that it comes with is it comes with the walking foot. So if you're doing stitch in the ditch or straight line quilting, that's great. I even use the walking foot when I'm putting on binding because I like the way that it adds, or it helps me maneuver all my fabric. So it is just perfect for quilting. And let me switch back to me so I can share some things with you. And come with it is foot. So when you get more adventurous and stuff, I can bring my foot out, right, for thread. It's fun. So we've talked about all the features on the machine. The quilting isn't that, but here's what I think is the real icing on the cake. This does quilting, it's perfect. It's a great sewing machine. Sometimes we still sew some of our garments. Garment sewing when I was a young girl was very important. I know our whole clothing retail has changed. But sometimes I want a special dress or a special shirt for an occasion that I'm going to be attending. And I want to make sure that what I'm wearing, nobody else is. We all have that little bit of vanity. What's nice about this machine is it'll do that sewing. it has all kinds of feet that come with it, and it sews through anything. So I'm really happy with it and the way that it works. It also has 250 built-in decorative stitches. Now you might, well, why do I need a decorative stitch? Well, because just think if I added that to the bottom of a skirt. Isn't that pretty? It is such a pretty stitch, and there's 250 of these. So there's so many things that you can do, and so many things that can your projects special to you. I want to show you how easy it is to set up a decorative stitch like this one. So I can go right into the buttons on my machine. They're all pretty self-explanatory. I know you can't see them very well. I don't have a camera, and I'm afraid to move this camera. I don't want to make anybody go dizzy. But I'll just put it back, and we will say that we're good here. And you'll just trust me, I hope. But at the top of my machine, in the lid, it shows me all the different decorative stitches. So let me open that up a little more. So there they all are. Lots of them, 250. And that's a lot of fun. So if I want to do number 5, that's a decorative stitch. It shows me right here that I need to go to the decorative stitch button, and it says number 2. So I'm going to hit it twice, and it shows up on my screen that now I'm in decorative stitch category number 2. And all I have to do at this point is put in the number 25. And there it is. Now, remember how I talked about this is really a hand-free machine in many cases? Let me put another foot on, just as I was doing before. And what I'm going to do, I'm put my foot down, and I'm going to say, just stitch these. And it's going to stitch. And it's going to stitch and stitch and stitch until I tell it I'm done. So one of the things that this machine also does for you is I'm going to tell it, okay, I want to be done, but I don't want to stop in the middle of one of these ovals. So I'm going to say stitch just one. It shows on my screen that now I'm going to stitch just one. And look at that, it stopped. It stopped after that one was finished. I am going to hit my scissors button, which at that point cuts my thread. And I want to show you what that looked like. Those are all perfect. All evenly spaced. Everything works just the way I want it to. The other thing I can do with this machine, which is really cool, is you get to program it a little bit. You get to say, I've got an auto tie off button right here. So that says when I start sewing, when I push the tie off, it will automatically tie off. It'll take like 3 more stitches forward, and then 3 backwards, and it's going to tie it off. And then I'm going to say, oh, and I want you to cut for me too, so I don't have to touch the scissors button. So how does that work? Well, let's show you. I'm going to stitch just one of my little ovals. And there it goes, and it'll stop after the one. What's nice is I don't have my foot pedal even plugged in. See, it automatically stopped. I'm going to tell it to tie off, and it did. It actually did for me. So it just did exactly what I wanted it to, and I have just a single one, and it automatically tied off for me. So these are just some of the wonderful things that you can do with this machine. Also, another fun thing with this one is you can set it up if you're, for instance, if you are doing an applique and you want to really control the width of your stitch. You know, like maybe you're appliquing a leaf, and when you get to the point of the leaf, you want your zigzag stitch there, because you don't want that big, heavy, wide stitch on top of each other. You can, in the sense of this machine, have your speed control act be your width control. That's a game changer when you're appliquing, because you know so many times you're trying to get it just exactly right, and you're thinking, do I need to put my needle in on the left, or does it need to fall on the right? Here you can change it just as you're stitching. And if you're using the hands-free method, just think how easy that would be. So those are some of the fun things about this machine. Like I say, I haven't found an instance when this machine doesn't meet the needs that I have. And I do a lot of sewing. I quilt a lot. I still make a lot of my own clothes, and I do my own home decor. I love making pillows and curtains, placemats, and tablecloths. And this machine does all of that for me. So like I said, I like to do a lot of home decor. So I'm going to show you one of the things I did with this machine just this past weekend. So I made this pillow. And these, let me make sure that my finger's in the right spot. This is all decorative stitches, just like I did on that other piece. And no, have half square triangles. Oh, that was easy on this machine. And I have perfect piecing with my 1/4 inch foot. So who can't look great doing this? Oh, and by the way, I made my piping on this machine also. I made my own piping. It's not hard. The machine helps you. And then for fun, because this machine can do so many things, I want to show you my buttons and buttonholes. Notice my buttonholes are all match the color of my buttons. Buttonholes on this machine will take you longer at your machine than it will to stitch up the buttonhole. It's that fast. Get it all set. It does it for you. You absolutely look a magnificent, creative person. And the machine help you with that. Oh, and by the way, see those buttons that don't have shanks? My green ones have shanks, but that pink one and the yellow, my machine goes on. It has special for adding buttons on. Easy, easy. Isn't that fun? So with a piece of fabric, 2 pieces of fabric, and a piece of fabric, and the crazy wild colors, I made my own fabric on that black by adding those decorative stitches on this machine. Easy, just sew them one right after another. Then I made my piping, and I pieced everything together on the lyric, and I tried to decide, how am I going to close up the back? Sometimes I put zippers, sometimes I close it all the way up, and I thought, this fabric needs buttons. So I went through my old button box, which I've had for a lot of years, and there's some really old buttons in there. And I thought, oh, wouldn't those be fun to add? And then I looked at them a little closer and said, buttonholes. Well, this machine makes buttonholes super easy. And like I said, to change the thread, even though this is really easy and fast threading, than it did to actually sew the button, because you just drop the button in the back of the buttonhole attachment. It's a fun little foot, and you just drop the button. Let me pull that out. There's sizes, and I put it on my machine, and it just makes that buttonhole. Isn't it? And like I say, I think this black fabric with the decorative stitching is pretty amazing. And and as I said before, look at my piecing because I use that 1/4-inch foot. I like my points that match. So I'm going to look real quick and see if we have any questions that I can answer. Oh, somebody said I'm cutting in and out. I am sorry about that. I don't know that there was anything I can do about that. So I'm going to ask, do you use your decorative stitches? Because, you know, all machines have some. Not all machines have 250, but all machines have some. And we should use them. We should use our stitches more and more because we have these great machines that can do such for this. So, yep. This is all I can do. This is all I need to do. And then every once in a while I go, oh no, you can do more. So I'm looking at the comments. And I think
well, hey, Monica.
Coming back on.
I'm here. Great job.
Hey.
Thank you for the demonstration. And thanks for coming on Quilt Fest. We're going to tell everybody how they can get this machine now, okay? All right.
All
Kennedy,
right.
let's do an overlay. There we go, guys. We were looking at the Baby Lock Lyric, and Kennedy's putting that overlay up on the screen right now for you. The price on it is $19.99. That is our normal price, guys. We have some interest-free. I don't know if we have financing for this. We might. You may have to call them for the financing. I don't know if we have any for this, but you can call them. But we do have a call-in special on it, and we're going to ship it free nationwide right to your doorstep. So again, just make sure you give us a call at 800-401-8151. Kyle just informed me we have only 2 or 3 of these left, you said?
We have 2.
2 left now. There's only 2 left. So if you want to get one of these and you want to pre-order, if they run out, if you want to get the pre-order, and you have to get your order in before Saturday, 4 p.m. Pacific time to get the call-in special on these. If not, you snooze, you lose. Right, guys? All right, let's bring my co-host Jane back in. And so, Jane, we're going to keep going on with the show.
Yes, we are, Blaine. What's up? What's up? It's been a great show so far.
It has. It's going great. So I'm going to turn it over to you because I know you got special guests coming right up.
I sure do. Okay, next up on this amazing day 3 of Quilt Fest are our friends from Arrow Cabinets and Chairs. So today we're talking about the Arrow cabinets. We're going to talk about the Kangaroo and Joey and the Kookaburra. And I just like to say Kookaburra. So say hello to Harley Thomas, and he's with Valerie Tribble. Hey, guys.
Hello, Jane.
How you doing?
We're doing great. We're happy to be back on Quilt Fest.
We're happy to have you back. So I'm really excited. So did I get it right? Those are the 2 cabinets we're talking about?
And there's a bonus cabinet as a special for this show.
Oh, yeah. We love bonus things on the show. Okay, so listen, I am going to get my notepad ready so I can order all of these things. I'm going to let you take it away, Harley.
Thank you very much, Jane. Like Jane said, I'm here with Valerie Tribble today. We are going to talk about the Kangaroo
and Joey.
And the Joey is this little guy. And we see it as one of our premier cabinets. And the main goal of this is storage. You've got great workspace and great storage. And Kathleen's going to love the special that we're going to talk about.
Yes, you can never have too much storage for when in your sewing room or anywhere around your house.
Should I tease them what the special is?
I don't know. Maybe wait on that.
Okay, it's coming. Less than 3 minutes, you're going to hear about the special. Valerie, do you want to tell us a little bit about the Kangaroo and Joey, or do we want to tell them about Arrow? Arrow is the #1 furniture seller of sewing furniture. When you buy our product, you're buying quality. It comes with a lifetime warranty, heavy duty, everything on it. What makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet, we're going to show you what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet and how we can make you be more comfortable while you sew. And that's the whole idea, right, Valerie?
Yes.
We want people to be comfortable
absolutely.
so they can sew longer and be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
all right.
absolutely.
I won't stop you again. I'll let you talk about
that's
this
okay.
lovely
It's okay.
cabinet.
So this is our most popular cabinet out there, and is I will demo, you will see exactly why you're going to want this in your sewing room. This just gives you a large, expansive workspace with the top up here. You have a nice quilt leaf here in the back and a right leaf here on the left. So I have one of my dealers that has a great way to put it. You have your before sewing, your during sewing, and after sewing real estate space when you're using this cabinet. Oh, that's cabinet.
If you're interested in learning more about this as we talk about it, look on the website. It is number 11 today.
Lucky number 11. So it has this beautiful cover that goes over the top of the drawer here. So this is just expanding your workspace. So a nice little way is you just kind of pop it up and pull it out, and it's got 3 little pegs here to keep it in place. So it's not going to go flying on you when you are working at your workspace. It's got a beautiful drawer here, soft closing.
Wow.
That is super nice. And then it's got this little Joey that it's its freestanding cabinet here. It's got full view, soft closing drawers. What's with the Hershey bar?
That's mine for later.
Oh, that's yours for later.
Don't break it. I like them as full pieces.
And it's got a nice large drawer down here for an iron. Pockets can be down here, but you want to have pockets out on your table.
You know what, Valerie? Oh, pockets just fell over.
I know.
You get pockets free when you order this kangaroo cabinet today.
Yep. It will pop out of your box when you get that in.
It will.
And the nice thing about this is it rolls really nice on carpeting, any kind of flooring that you have. And it's got these really nice heavy duty locking casters. It's very important when you're using this cabinet to lock it into place, because otherwise when you go to pull out the soft closing drawers, it's just gonna follow you all around. So again, soft closing on all of them. And if you have small hands or you wanna keep something away from somebody else in the house, all 3 of these drawers do lock, so you can easily have that. All 3, you can have the peace of mind to make sure that nobody can get in there.
You know what else is 3?
What
it rhymes
else
with
is
free, but 3. This cabinet comes in 3 colors.
It does come in 3 colors.
Ethan, do you happen to have color swatches you can put up on the screen, please, for our audience? They can see that it comes in this teak color.
Yep.
Comes in a white with a wood grain and a gray. Ethan is gray up on the screen. It's a beautiful gray color.
Very beautiful gray.
And it comes in a white, all with a nice wood grain texture. So don't want to miss that. It comes in 3 colors, all available on SewingMachinesPlus.com.
There. Pockets was not standing. I had to make sure pockets.
Do we want to show them the lift?
We do want to show them
the lift.
Yeah, we're up to the lift.
All right. This is what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet. And yes, Crystal needs a sewing cabinet. Absolutely.
So a great add-on to have with your cabinet here is a clear acrylic insert. This is very important when you're sitting there sewing and you want to have that nice flatbed sewing surface. But as you can see, it comes off very easily. Oh, pockets. And you can just set this to the side. There is storage underneath the cabinet there that you can put that, but it has a 3-position hydraulic lift. What that means is it can be in the flatbed sewing position. Are you going to be able to get the leverage? There, you got it. Into your free arm, if you have an embroidery attachment or if you have an accessory tray on there and you want to bring that up, you can put it up in the free arm, or you can take it all the way down into storage and store it all the way and have a nice flat work surface. Harley, there's a cover right there.
There is a cover, Val.
Yes. So the nice thing too is you got this beautiful cover that can sit over the top of the cabinet, fills in that opening right there, and then you've got this beautiful large workspace
But our
to
machine
sit.
went right down here.
Yes, it did.
It's stored and out of the way.
Yep, out of the way.
It's great.
Do we want to show them how this gets closed up, or
I
do
think
you
we
want
want to show them how it comes up, and then we should talk about the size.
Yes, bring
the
that up.
So it comes up kind of all by itself. It will then stop at, and it's adjustable depending on the height of your machine.
Yes, we
Easily
get this.
adjustable with a screwdriver. I did move the machine, so there you go.
It does come to the best of our ability of where we can get it with, and it doesn't match with all machines, but we get it as close as we possibly can.
So this Kangaroo and Joey, every day is a great price and a great value.
Absolutely.
So, and if you look at it, we have the quilt leaf up in the back. So fully open, it's 6 feet by about 3.5 feet.
Okay.
Quilt leaf adds, it's 5 feet by 1.5 feet on its own. But when we close it up, you're really going to see it's only 4.5 feet by 2 feet. It's really small. But before we close it, let's wheel in the freebie that we're giving away, a $699 value.
And this is our little storage caddy that will be coming with this cabinet in your choice of color that you would like. If you pick white, teak, or gray. Oh, hold on, you're stuck.
Do I have the wheels locked? I might. There we go.
You're stuck. There we go.
Oh, I was stuck. There we go.
All right. And it's just a beautiful cabinet that is exact same height as your workstation if you were to get the Kangaroo and Joey. Comes with this beautiful pressing mat and cutting mat. And Harley is going to show you how it opens up real nice to extend your workspace.
So this goes off, pulls out to the side. This flips over. We put the pressing mat on there. Put the cutting mat over there. And you have yourself a beautiful 4-drawer kind of storage area. It's got a nice big spot in the bottom. You can fit a serger in there. Soft closed drawers.
An iron.
Put an iron in there. It comes with 2 drawers with thread storage. So you have lots of room to store your thread. All the drawers are soft close. $6.99 every day to buy this. Quilt Fest. Buy the cabinet at Blaine's special price.
Get the kiwi for free. That is such a great deal. Just think of all that cabinet that you get for one great price and how you can get that with Quilt Fest this week.
And you know what I really like to do, Valerie?
Yes.
Is I like to put the kiwi over here.
Yeah.
Kind of. And then I might go sit in the middle.
You know what would be really good is if you put your Joey right here.
Oh,
and
man.
then you've got the cover that comes out.
Look at this. I can cut, I can press, I can sew, I can do it all.
My aim is never good.
You're very close. So.
I'm getting there. All right.
Okay.
So look at all this workspace. I mean, look at all the top of the cabinet that you have to work with.
I'm going to get out of the way so people can see.
Yeah, this is a beautiful setup to have in your sewing room. Look at all that storage and organization that you can have. And it comes in 3 colors. So again, ash white, gray, and this teak.
Now, Valerie, if
Yes.
they order on SewingMachinesPlus.com, just look for the special.
Yes.
I think you order number 11. You don't have to order number 11 and number 12. You can order number 12 just by itself if
Yes.
you like.
Yep, absolutely.
So look for the special. It's a combo kit. And I'm sure Jane might know a little bit more about it, or Kennedy will come on and tell us a little bit more about it. But it is a great deal.
And the nice thing too is it will ship out to you very soon. We have these all in stock. We have lots that we need to get out to customers. Comes in, the Kangaroo and Joey would come in how many boxes?
Is this a trivia question
It
for
is
me?
a trivia question.
I believe it is 4 boxes and then a lift.
Yes, you are
Comes in
correct.
its
So the
own box. So it is
Kangaroo and
5
Joey
boxes
would
total.
be in 5 boxes.
Oh, this one's 2.
And the Kiwi would come in 2 boxes. So our orders will ship out within 48 hours once we get that completed from Sewing Machines Plus, and then it'll be on its way via FedEx Ground right to your doorstep.
And the nice part is you can carry the box to the room where you're going to assemble it.
Yep,
The
absolutely.
assembly instructions are really well written. Sarah, who does the show with me sometimes,
Yep.
wrote all the assembly manuals. Everyone here has been involved. They're really nice. It's really easy to put together. You just kind of relax, set up a little bit of time, and put it together. You save a ton of money by doing that.
Yep.
And at Sewing Machines Plus, we'll ship it out to you. It'll show up really fast. Again, it comes with a lifetime warranty against manufacturer defect, which is great. I'm trying to read all the questions.
It's a great solution to get you off of that kitchen table, to be able to sit at a cabinet and where it can have its own home, and you can be able to get to it whenever you would like.
You know, and I believe during Quilt Fest, Sewing Machines Plus is shipping this product to you for free. There is no
That is a
additional shipping
huge
costs.
savings.
Free shipping.
Yeah.
So thanks, Melinda, for giving everyone the dimensions. That's very helpful for folks that want to know about it. So what material is the back made out of? It's wood also. It's all laminated. It's a heavy duty laminate on top of this. So it's really nice. The sewing machines that it fits, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We haven't addressed kind of it fits 95% of the sewing machines on the market.
Yes.
So
So
why
it's
don't we
not
just
going
talk a
to
little
fit like your large Janome M7, your Solaris or Luminaire. It will fit all of the Berninas out on the market. It is actually one of our most popular cabinets for the Bernina machines out there. This is just a larger opening. How big is that opening?
It's 23 3/4 inches by 12 and a half.
So very large
why don't we
opening.
show people real quick. So it's 23 3/4 from side to side. So you want to measure your machine. So take in mind your knobs and any cords that might protrude. And then 12 and a half deep normally is not the problem. It's normally the width. So measure your width. If it's 23, I'd say if you're at 23 inches, you should be good because it's 23 3/4.
You want to leave at least an inch behind your machine for your cords and knobs when you are pushing your machine all the way down into storage position. You're not going to want that to hit on the side of your cabinet and going down. This lift can hold up to 55 pounds, so it is going to be able to hold your machines. Like I said, it's just not going to be the Solaris and Luminaire.
So again, we've got the Kiwi. Valerie, can you open that drawer there on the Kiwi for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's let people see that inside there.
Look how beautiful it is, and it comes out so easily. So
and you
could
can put that
take
right
this,
next to your machine if you're changing your thread often.
Put it wherever you would like. There's actually two drawers. So here's a little one, yeah, and then the bottom is nice and big. A little serger, an iron, books.
And then we've got the Kangaroo itself. The Kangaroo has this quilt leaf on the right-hand side right here, which is really neat.
And that does go up easily. So you
It's
can
got
either
two little
have
panels
you
that
can either
fold
have it up
support
or have it down.
We're kind of folding it up now to show how small it gets.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, and the soft close drawer is really great. And as you can see from this, the finish is really nice on it. You see
Yeah.
the gloss on it?
It's got a nice wood grain finish. So again, this just pops off very easily. Pull it out like a kitchen leaf. You can store this underneath.
Like
by the
Valerie
foot
said, that's a full close, full view drawer. I mean, it comes all the way out, so you see everything in the back. Nothing
Yeah.
hides.
Nope, nothing's back.
You can't hide back there. There's
Nope,
the back
there's
of the
back
drawer.
right there. And again, soft closing. And you can just store that under. There is a nice little storage underneath there by the toe kick that you can put the covers in, you can put the inserts in. So a way to store all of your stuff and get it up and out of the way.
It has heavy duty locking casters. I don't know if we talked about that, Valerie.
I talked about it on the Joey,
did?
but it is
Okay.
also on the main cabinet itself. So here are the heavy duty locking casters right here, and you can see they're metal and they clip in real nice and snap right up. So they will lock it into place so you don't have to worry about your machine moving when you're sitting there and your cabinet moving when you're sitting there sewing.
And they roll really well on carpet of all kinds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ethan, why don't we go back to the sky view? Okay. Again, number 11 on our show today.
Folds up to a very small footprint. Look at that.
Wow.
So
And then,
57
where does
inches.
Joey go?
Joey just sits here, or you can put it on your Kiwi.
that Joey,
oh,
not
this
pockets.
pockets.
Joey,
Oh my
Joey.
goodness. Yes, Joey goes right in here and nestles right on in. There
Look
you
at
go.
that. All tucked in, 2.5 feet.
2 by 3 feet, or 2.5 feet by 3 feet. Yep. And you
And
get
you
pockets.
get pockets.
And pockets comes with you and can be your little sewing buddy.
So it's actually 4.5 feet, but I don't want to correct you, Val.
That's okay. That's
But
okay.
Great opportunity today. It is number 11 on the website. So yeah, it comes up, sets down. The Kiwi special is a limited time promotion. So when you get this, you do the math and you're like, that's really great. And it truly is a storage solution. This whole thing is a storage solution.
Just
And very
imagine how
versatile.
organized you would be in your sewing room.
Oh,
And it's such a versatile cabinet. You can have it configured any way you would like, with the Kiwi this way, that way, the Joey, the quilt leaf, you know, have it up or down the right leaf, all of that.
because I know my mother's very tired of sewing on the dining room table, and she really likes this whole concept. I got her a different cabinet, a little smaller. She doesn't have the space for this one.
Yep.
But she likes that it's nice and flat, so she can sew as much as she wants, and her arms don't get sore, which is really great. That question went by really fast.
Yeah, all these, I was trying to read some of these too, and yeah, they're flying through.
Let's see.
The actual, that's the
Altair.
Altair.
No, I don't. Okay, we'll let Bernadette deal with that question. That's a good question. Organization is key. Yes, quilting embroidery.
Pockets. Well, here's the deal. You buy the cabinet and pockets will come with it, Penny.
Is that Kennedy asking?
No,
oh, that's
Penny. Penny is asking, what number is pockets?
You know, Sewing Machines Plus, we all know Kennedy, right, from the show? Kennedy badly wants pockets, so this is
He's
her
so
chance to buy
cute.
number 11 for herself.
Yeah,
Maybe her mother will
absolutely.
buy it for her.
Yeah, I think her mom should buy it for her.
I think so, her mom. We're going to call her mom out on the show right here,
Yep,
live.
absolutely.
Let's see. We talked about the well cover, the quilt leaf in the back.
Ooh, you know what we didn't talk about? I know you talked about Sarah redoing all the manuals, but we didn't tell them how easy it is to put together and how we have such an amazing customer service team that would be here to help you when it comes to assembling this
You're
cabinet.
probably not going to need them.
You probably won't.
But if you need them, they are here.
Yes.
We're here, normal working out, normal business hours. You can call us. You can chat with them. You can send a picture via chat and go, hey, I have a question about this particular step.
And we're right here in Wisconsin, so we're Central Time Zone. What are we, 45 minutes north of Chicago, roughly?
That's correct.
Yeah,
We're not too far
so-
from Jane. And a customer service field, every customer service person has put every unit together.
Before they
someone
can
asked about
sit
the
and
cutting
answer the
board.
calls.
Yes, the riser will lift high enough for an embroidery machine. Someone asked about the cutting mat. I'm going to tell you the cutting mat's about 10 by 16 in the gridded area. So it's a nice size. It's very handy. Same thing with the actual dimensions of the Kiwi. That's a great question that someone just asked about the Kiwi. The
It's
Kiwi itself is
17 and a half.
17 by 11.
17 by 11. Yep, that's when it's closed up. So when
For
you
the cutting
open it up and put the other quilt leaf, flip the other leaf over, it'll expand it to, the 32 inches.
And this is 17 by 21.
17 by 21.
The pressing mat. So
Okay.
17 by, it says 12 by 18, but yeah. So it's a beautiful,
Quick
beautiful
math.
machine. Yeah.
Quick math.
Quick math, right off the top of my head. Because we're counting the part that has the grid. We consider the part without the grid, it's usable, but is it really? So if you want this all by itself, it is number 12. You want the great kit?
The whole
Don't
bundle.
just buy this.
The whole kit and caboodle right here.
Buy the whole thing. You know what? There's
can't go wrong.
financing at Sewing Machines Plus. If you talk to the reps, I believe they will finance your purchase for you. All right, we should probably show folks, we're 15 minutes into the segment.
All right.
We did show something earlier that do you have a minute to talk about something?
Sure.
I know you don't have a clue what I'm
I
gonna
have
do
no
now, do you?
idea what you're talking about.
It's almost like we work together and I never tell you everything. You have to read my mind.
Huh. Psychic
Let's
reading.
talk about a chair. This is a great chair, but
Absolutely.
our chairs come in 9 different patterns. So this is the Lady Gray chair. You can find it on the website as number 5. So, Valerie, you know what? You look tired. You should take a seat.
Okay. Sounds good.
So the nice part about the Aero sewing chairs is the lumbar support.
Absolutely. Hands down.
I'm sure Kyle and Roger right now are going, we don't have the graphics ready to talk about the chair. But this is number 5. As you can see, Valerie, rotate a little bit. Yep, nope, you're going the right way, that way. As you can see, it hits her right in the lumbar support. And because the bottom back is open, she gets to slide her sit bones back a little bit. So her lumbar is always supported. I learned sit bone, they use that in yoga class because I look like I'm a yogi, right?
Yes, you are.
Exactly, I'm a yogi.
I can see you doing hot yoga.
So, hot yoga. You're very funny. So we're getting some comments about chairs, but the nice part about chairs are the 9 different fabrics. And
Absolutely.
Ethan, do you have a second? Do you have that ready? We'll put up the different graphics, graphic of the different fabrics. Don't have time to cover all the chairs right now, but on that top row, we call that the Royals. So we've got Lady Gray, Duchess Blue, Princess Hazel, Crown Ruby, and Royal Purple. So Lady Gray is what you just saw. It appears a little darker here on the screen. It's probably a little lighter in real life. And then on the bottom, we've got the So Now, So Wow, our buttons fabric, black sewing notions, and a cat's meow design, kind of an abstract cat design. So it is, the chairs are the #1 selling sewing chair. SewingMachinesPlus.com is the largest seller of Aero sewing chairs. They know chairs. They actually use them in their office. You'll find them in their office. So it's all very exciting and all good stuff. we will have the kookaburra out because Jane likes to just say kookaburra. That's her favorite thing just to say. We're going to have kookaburra out here to show you in just a second. I'm going to hide this. The audience doesn't want to see this.
Why not?
You know, they'll see a cutting mat in a minute.
Okay.
Let's hide the cutting mat from
We can
everybody.
hide it.
All
It'll
right,
be a
Ethan,
secret.
should we show everyone the kookaburra? What do you think? Ta-da! Okay, Ethan's going to click a button. Ethan is our Roger. Okay, here she is. It's big. It's ginormous.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Okay. Oh, absolutely. Call in on the chair. You can find it on the website. I believe they are number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Yes.
On the website. So
One is
1 through
buttons.
9.
So wow's number 2.
Here you go. You've got, again, soft closed drawers. It has 4 soft closing drawers. And the nice part is you can keep stuff in there. On the back side, they're actually openings. So the drawers are about half the depth. Openings there, the other half. We'll do that in a minute. Let's talk about the size of this thing, because I don't think you can actually appreciate it. And Jane took out a measure yesterday. So I'm going to grab a tape measure just for fun.
Yeah, so this top right here is 70 inches long and 40 inches deep here. So just think and look at this massive workspace that you have right here. Look at that. Yeah, 70. I don't think Jane's measuring tape was this long the other night.
See, we touch hands. We can actually touch if we go all the way across, but it is really big. Yeah. I tried to convince Valerie to lay on top of it earlier, and I don't think she's going to do that. She could,
on it.
But you know.
It's not, but I want to show you something, Harder. This is one thing I absolutely, truly love. And we all know that Jerry loves to hang and jump on things.
He does.
And I came in one day to the office, and he was literally full body weight on this panel right here. And he said to me, we need to make sure we have a quality product for our customers so then when they're cutting across the top, this is not going to collapse. So you can easily put your whole weight on that panel.
Uh-oh, we have a special guest.
Woo!
Jerry Vors, everybody. Yes, so it is strong. And thanks, Jerry, for the guest appearance. We pulled him away. He must be watching us live at his desk instead of working.
But these panels are so durable. You don't have to worry about this collapsing. It is so sturdy. And it's such a beautiful workspace to have and have a great addition to your sewing room.
Do you have the size on the card, Valerie?
Ooh.
Because my mind is blank after doing this a couple times.
All right, so it's approximately, when it's open, is 6 feet by 3 feet. When it closes down, it's only 2 by 3. So you have this really small space so you can compact it down and put it away in a corner. I mean, such a beautiful cabinet.
You can spin it open or spin it closed.
Yes.
And here are the shelves we were talking about earlier.
Look at all that storage.
They're
I mean, you can
adjustable.
put anything in there. And you even got like a little serger right there. You got your thread. You can put finished quilts in the back. I mean, such a beautiful workspace.
Ethan, are we getting comments on this by chance? I'm not seeing any comments pop up or questions. So we've got all sorts of great space on this bad boy. Again, this cabinet comes in teak and white.
Yep.
So.
And how many boxes does it come in?
This one, 4. 3. I was so close.
4 if you add.
4 if you add. Oh, Valerie, you know what? This is why, because I always sell it with this.
Absolutely.
Ta-da.
Look at this beautiful cutting mat that fits across
what
the
happened to
top.
our number on this one?
It's right here, number 13.
What number are we at?
We are number 13 for the
Lucky
kookaburra.
Number 13. Who made number 13?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't like to get in an elevator with a number 13. But number 13, this is a cutting mat. It's designed for this cabinet, has rounded corners, as you can see. So it covers the entire work surface. It is a pinnable cutting mat. It comes rolled up in a box.
So then it would be 4 boxes.
So it would be 4 boxes. The nice part about this cabinet, as Valerie was showing, it also has the heavy-duty casters, just like the Kangaroo did. We could show you a close-up of those. And all the casters lock on this cabinet, so you can lock your suspension pieces. They are also held in place with a magnetic locking mechanism per se. So I mean, it's when it's connected, it's connected. It's not going to come loose. You actually have to pull it to get it to come loose, which is really great.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to read some of the questions up there. Everybody's loving the cutting mat. They can't believe how big it is. Yes, somebody just asked if the shelves are adjustable, Penny. Yes, they have pegs in there, so you are able to move those and position them however
I
you
want
would
to
like.
show a picture of how big this is.
And how tall are you?
I don't know, 5'10"?
Yeah, look at that. I can't even see you.
It's like imagine if I let go of this and I'm not here, will I get Magician of the Year? If I drop this and,
I don't
I'm
know.
not there anymore?
I don't know. That's a
Jane would be sad. So with that, let's just do a quick recap. And then Jane will tell you about the special offers that we have during Quilt Fest.
Yeah.
Number 13.
Lucky
the
number 13.
Kookaburra, everyone's favorite word and favorite animal
Absolutely.
from Australia, right?
Absolutely.
So again, lifetime warranty. Sorry, I kicked it. I know.
Okay.
That was me.
Oh,
Don't
scared
worry.
me. Whew.
Lifetime warranty.
I thought Jerry
folds
broke
down.
something.
No, Jerry's fine. So, lifetime warranty. And look at this thing fold up nice and small. So then you can move it kind of out of the way. You can store it wherever you want to store it. It's amazing.
Rolls really nice.
Rolls great. And look at that. You could put this on one side of your room. You could slide your Kangaroo Joey up a little bit. Put your Kiwi there. I think I just made my own studio. Let's see. I'm gonna put this up. There we go. Ho, 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 ho. Ethan, we almost have it all in the shot too. Amazing. Amazing is all I can say. So here you go. We've got the chair in there. Oh, I almost have everything I could ever want in a sewing studio right here.
Isn't this beautiful?
You know what? Jane's going to have words with us. She's going to be jealous.
I bet Jane is measuring her room right now. I bet she is trying to figure out how to get this beautiful cabinet, I would say in white, in her room, in her sewing room. But look at all of this storage and organization.
And the good news is this cabinet fits 95% of the machines on the market. Again, measure your machine, make sure it's going to fit in an opening that's 23 3/4
by 12 and a half.
If it fits, you're going to love this. If your machine's bigger than that, there are other cabinets. Talk to your sales rep at SewingMachinesPlus.com.
Yes.
Again, number 11, number 13,
and number
12 is the Kiwi. Buy today, get the Kiwi for free. Everything ships free. Everything ships free.
Yep.
Jane, with that, do you want to tell people about the great deal? Did we do okay today?
Come on, guys. Right now, I got my tape measure out for reals. For reals and real. I think
Does
I
it
got a
go
longer one
70
this time,
inches?
Valerie.
Is that going to fit across the whole kookaburra?
I don't think so. I got a longer tape measure, but yeah, it does. It's
Okay.
huge. The kookaburra is huge. And here's the thing: when you guys are like laying on it and stuff, that's
Or Jerry's flyby?
Yeah, well, Jerry looks funny when he jumped on the table, which means it is sturdy. No offense, Jerry, but you're a grown man and you jumped on the table. So that was really cool, actually. But it's like when you look at it on the video, it doesn't look small, but it doesn't look as big as it is. But when you when you put the thing up in front of you, Harley, and you guys are on it, I mean, it's a big table.
It's big.
Great
It
workspace.
It's great workspace. You can't have enough workspace to do what you want to do. And you know, yesterday or Monday, you said you have to have 2 of everything, Jane.
Well, because you'll lose one.
That's right.
Or you could just have a different room and have another whole setup, you know.
Well, I mean, your stuff is so great. These cabinets are great. So whether you're using it for sewing or you're using it for an office or you're using it for some other hobby, like they're just great cabinets. So there it is. And the chairs too, by the way. So yes, that's why you need to have 2. You need to have one in your sewing room and then one in like the office or the other hobbyist room or whatever it may be. But all of that together combined, you guys, is so cool. And by the way, I think I love the kookaburra, number 13. I do love the other ones. The Kiwi for free? Are you kidding me right now?
I'm not
Absolutely.
kidding you.
We are not.
And then you really do get pockets if you buy the kangaroo and Joey.
You really get pockets. You know what? It's worth it just for pockets.
Look at how cute he is.
He's so cute. I was like, everybody gets a pockets? What?
Yep.
Everybody gets a pocket.
Let me ask you this. Does the kookaburra also come in ash white, gray, and teak?
It comes in teak and ash white.
white.
It does
Okay,
not
so
come
just
in
the
gray.
2 colors.
Yes, just the 2 colors. So you wouldn't be, I mean, if you got like a gray kangaroo and Joey, you could get a white kookaburra and kind of match that way. But
Right, perfect. Okay, good. That was just my question. And I love that you brought my favorite chair in. In fact, Lady Gray is my color. So yeah, I think this is good. Let me tell everybody how they can buy it right now.
And Jane, lots of questions. If I want it all, what's the deal?
I'm going to tell you right now.
What
You're
about
going
the
to tell it.
kookaburra,
Go
the
ahead. We'll turn it over to you.
kangaroo,
We'll see
Joey?
you in a day or 2.
Yes, you will. Okay,
Thanks,
let me
Jane.
tell everybody how
Thanks,
they
Jane.
can get this. Bye, guys. See you later. Oh, my goodness. Boy, do we love those already. Huh? Okay, aero cabinets and chairs. Let's talk about it, guys. Let's put up first. This is the Kangaroo and Joey. Wow, Valerie and Harley showed you how that can fold out into all these different pieces and then fold back together. This is fantastic. It comes in white, teak, and gray. Love those colors. Your Quilt Fest pricing, $17.99. Really good pricing, but because it's Quilt Fest, there's better pricing. So all you need to do is call in for the special, call in special. And I believe that 4-drawer storage cabinet is the Kiwi, comes free with the Kangaroo and Joey purchase, or at least that's what Harley said. Let me just make sure. But again, this is a fantastic cabinet and storage space and a utility. All of it is so great. So call in for a better pricing on that one. Free shipping. They showed you how many boxes it came in, and there is financing on that as well. I know I get so excited when I talk about these. I'm going to calm down. Okay, let's see the next one. Kookaburra cutting table. This is my fave. It comes in 2 colors. You got white, you got gray. Pricing on this, $11.99. Great price, but there's a call-in special. What? The space on this, the workspace is so great. It's so much space. We all need it. We all know it. This is a great cutting table and a great price too. Call in for a better price. You can get that in white and or teak. And again, free shipping and financing available. 800-401-8151. And of course, they showed you the hydraulic chair. They showed you the Lady Gray chair. That was number 5 if you're looking at the chairs online. But again, we're looking at the Kookaburra, which is a premier cutting table. Perfect addition to your sewing room. You need it. You love it. You know it. It's on 8 heavy-duty casters. That's going to give you great stability and mobility. It's got the 2 side leaves that fold down 20 by 40, so you can store it when you're not using it, but I don't know when that would be. You've got storage drawers in the front. You can see those there, and you got storage shelves in the back. That is a beautiful cutting table. Okay, so go ahead, head over to smplive.tv and put your order in today. Again, you're not going to get these prices again because it is Quilt Fest, and Blaine really wants you to have the best tools for the job. I need to go order some stuff. Blaine?
Hey, Jane, I've got your gray chair order already in. And so they're going to be shipping that. I think
Somebody was
tomorrow.
asking, which one does Jane have? Lady Gray.
Lady
You know,
Gray.
I love
hey,
colors.
I
They're
love
different.
that session. I love that Harley had his stunt double come in and jump on the cabinet and show all that. That was awesome. So kudos to Harley for having a stunt double in there. I love it. Because I always tell everybody, Deb Donovan is my stunt sewer.
she's your stunt coworker. Got it. Right.
Yeah, she does all my stunt sewing for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, you gotta always leave it up. I was a little disappointed this time that Harley and them didn't have a Mountain Dew and a Reese's stuck in one of the drawers somewhere and show us. But they usually have it in the chair.
They did yesterday, and by the way, I think every time they put one in there, it like just plants a little seed in your head, and you go eat a Reese's and drink a Mountain Dew. I'm pretty sure that's what happens.
Well, I have to have at least one Mountain Dew a day during these shows to keep me going, and we usually have a Reese's or something thrown around, but we always have to. I remember one time we showed pictures of our table of our refreshments, and it was like bananas on one end, and it was Krispy Kreme donuts, Mountain Dews, Reese's.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I know we want to eat healthy and stay healthy, but when you're doing these like marathon shows, you just anything, and it's just sort of a great excuse to eat whatever you want. Have that Krispy Kreme donut. Have a couple of them, if you will.
That's true.
And Blaine, I think Harley is, or they're still watching. I'm still waiting for my pockets, guys. I'm just letting you know. He's right on that one.
Yeah, Harley told me about a year ago it was they had shipped it. It was in the mail.
Right.
We still haven't seen it.
Sounds like Pockets is lost in the mail. Pockets is walking to you, Kennedy, at this point from
funny.
Wisconsin.
All right. Well, Jane, we're going to continue on. We'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. And guys, we have Handy Quilter back in the house. We're going to go to Utah. We have Denise and Christine back in. And guys, we're going to talk all about the Amaro 24-inch. This is the big boy. Y'all have all been waiting for this. So girls, welcome back to the show. Great seeing y'all. And we are super excited about this. We're going to let y'all take it away. And I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell them how they can get this great quilt show special.
Perfect. Thanks, Blaine. So we are here with our Handy Quilter Amara 24. So Denise, there's been a little bit of confusion. So let's just throw it out there.
Let's do.
Okay, so some of our machines have been rebranded. The previous version was the Forte.
That's right.
It's just been rebranded, new name. It's part of the Amara family now. So it's now called the Amara 24. Exact same machine, but it has the same features as the Amara 20.
Mm-hmm.
So they've just lumped that little family together. And so now it is called the Amara 24.
That's right. So same machine, same great features that we loved in the Forte. It's just now it's pulled into the Amara family. So just keeping things together.
Yep. So like we said, it's a 24, meaning they got a 24-inch throat space, which is fabulous. So this is actually the machine that I stitch on at home. I'm a little biased. This is probably my I shouldn't say it, but it is my favorite machine because that's what I have at home.
That's what you have.
Yeah. So it's great. You talked about how it's got the same features as the other Amara machines.
That's right.
So it's got this fabulous magnetic collar. So do you want to point to that over there?
I sure can.
It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, it's actually on the other side because we don't want it to interfere with our thread delivery, but I've got scissors hanging out right here just on the other side.
And that's only available on the Amara family machines.
That's right.
It's not something you can add on, but it's a great feature. What's your favorite feature on the Amara?
Oh my goodness. I've got to say it's the handlebars. Hands down, the handlebars. And I know you're going to be showing everybody today how to make some adjustments to the handlebars. These handlebars can be moved, so you're not stuck in one position. You can do lots of different types of quilting, and you might be more comfortable with handlebars in one position or another, depending on the type of quilting that you're doing. So just one of the best features I love about Amara machines.
Actually, let's go ahead and show them because I'm going to be doing some ruler work. So I'm going to keep those handlebars up out of my way.
Okay, let's bring it on over here and let's show them.
So we've got two knobs here on each handle. So they adjust independently. So I can turn this knob here and that allows one handlebar to go down or up or anywhere in between. And I just tighten it up when I get it to the position I want. So that is a great one. This knob here allows me to rotate the handle in and out, as well as right here, it can telescope in and out. So let's say you're going to be doing micro work. I'm going to go ahead and loosen this one again. I can drop those handlebars down, and I'll get my hand out of the way in just a second here. So I can have that handlebar down, and I could drop the other one down and do really tight, close micro work down here and have a lot of control. And I love that I can change them independently. So if I want one down, I can do one down, one up.
One
do
up,
the exact opposite.
However you want. And also at the end of the handlebar, we've got some really fantastic features here. We've got buttons that are going to help you control your machine, to turn it off and on, to increase or decrease your speed in manual mode, or stitch lengths when you're in regulated mode. And there's just, so many great features of these handlebars. No wonder they're my favorite.
Since you're talking about the buttons,
okay,
this is one of my favorite features, is on the buttons, we have a third button on each side, a star and a diamond. And those are programmable buttons. So I can tell the machine what I want that button to do. So if I want the function to be like a tie off, I can program this diamond. So when I push it, the machine will automatically do a tie off. So that's very, very nice to have on the machine.
Yes, it is. Because I mean, with this being such a long machine, it's going to be, you know, you don't want to be reaching out to do all of these things. Having control of so many features right here at the handlebar where your hands are anyway. I mean, we've got lots of great features on our display screen as well, but having so much available right at the handlebars makes it really easy to use. Very user-friendly machine.
Okay, we're going to have fun with Denise.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm worried.
Denise is what we like to say is a little bit more vertically challenged. And she can't reach the hand wheel at the back of the machine. Honestly, I can't either. So if I needed to reach all the way back there, even though I'm a long arm quilter, I cannot reach that. On this front panel here on our screen, we have a hand wheel where I can push this button. And if you can watch down there, the needle is going to go up and down for me. So if I need to change the positioning of that needle, I can do it right here from the front of the machine.
That is such a fantastic feature because this virtual hand wheel gives you complete control of your needle position, but you don't have to reach to the back of the machine. So, and I love that it's a touch screen too. It's a full color touch screen. So many features in this machine. I know we won't get through them all, but we're really going to try. We're going to show quite a few of them.
Well, let's talk real quick. Same as the Amara that we've already shown, the Amara 20, sorry. The Amara 24 also has manual mode where you control your stitch length. It also has regulated mode. And within regulated, you have two different options, the precision and the cruise. And so those are already in here. So stitch regulation, fantastic.
Yeah. And speaking of stitches, Christina, this machine will go 2,500 stitches per minute. That's really fast. So I can do a lot of quilting in a short amount of time with that great stitch speed.
So here's a question for you. If I stitch for 1 minute at top speed, how many stitches am I going to have to unpick if I screw it up?
A couple.
How long is that going to take me?
It's going to go really fast, but the unpicking will take longer. So maybe try practicing at different speeds before you try going all the way in.
Yeah, I usually don't go full speed. You want to maintain some control. Okay, we're going to show you some of the light features, and they're going to go a little crazy on the camera, and so we'll turn them back off afterwards. But again, we've got our touch screen here. And we can turn on the lights, and we've got two different settings. We've got this one here is our throat lighting, which we can adjust. So that's full power right there. I'm going to drop that one down. And then we've got the needle lighting. I can bring that all the way up or down.
And it's almost a whiteout down here on our quilt because it just gets so bright. So you can adjust those levels to help, you know, with your specific studio. You might want it brighter, you might want it toned down a little bit, just whatever works best for you.
I think we should leave the lights on because I can see what I'm doing, even if they can't see what I'm doing. No, I'm just joking. We're going to turn the lights off.
Turn those way down so they can see what you're doing because I know you've got some fun things planned for us today.
We do. We're going to continue on with our continuous curve. Did you get that? Continue on, continuous curve.
I like it.
We're going to play again. So this morning we talked with rulers, and you went over rulers on our stationary Amara, or no,
we
Capri.
Were on the Capri this
you were
morning.
on the Capri this morning, doing some ruler work. So we're going to kind of show some of the differences between the two.
Okay.
Frame mounted versus stationary. I do want to point out, though, I am using a spool of thread up here, and so that is on our horizontal spool pin. So right here, that's an additional accessory that you can add on if you want to use spools of thread. I'm using a tri-lobal polyester.
Nice and shiny.
Nice and shiny.
Now,
we're going to see some fun thread on the fabric.
I have another question for you, Christina, because this morning when I was using rulers, I was using the stationary machine, which has a really great spacious surface. So what do we need to do to this machine to use rulers?
Great question.
Okay. I wondered.
Yeah, we don't have that big table. So I don't know if you can see very well, but I can push down on this fabric and you can see I've got a ruler base loaded underneath. Actually, let me pull it out real quick and we can show everybody.
Oh, let's show them because it's really, I want them to see how sturdy it is.
So this is the ruler base. And the purpose for this is, again, to give you that extra stability. So if I've got a ruler here, it's going to be controlled. It's always going to be flat. Whereas if I was only working in this small section of the machine, the ruler could flip-flop around. So that's your stability. So anytime you're doing ruler work, Make sure you have a ruler base on if you're doing the frame mounted machine. And it just slips and pops right on, super easy. Another thing that I've already got installed is my Surefoot, which is the foot that we want to use when we're doing ruler work. And a ruler. So this is our ruler. I'm going to use this one first. It is called our slice ruler. And it is wonderful because it's got the one arc and then it's got this nice flat side. And so I use this all the time.
It's a great ruler.
I can flip-flop back and forth between the two. If whatever I'm doing, I've got something. So, okay. Should we stitch for a minute and then we can talk about some more features? I think people like to watch the stitching. So I'm going to bring up my bobbin thread. And I'm going to do a couple stitches just to lock that in place. Okay, Denise.
Okay.
What kind of pattern should I do today for my continuous curve?
Well, I mean, we've started with some arcs here. I'd like to keep going with some arcs because that's going to just continue the feel of the quilt.
Okay, but what pathway? Should I just go random and just do it however I feel like at that moment?
I'm interested to see what you do because I know that we all do it a little differently. So I'm interested to see what your path is.
Okay, I will be honest, my path changes almost every time I do it. So I might get halfway through and realize, oh, I forgot my pathway, and I change it and I make it work. But okay, I'll get back on topic now.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I am wanting to do my arc coming in here. So I've got the ruler back behind my foot, and I've got 1/4 of an inch from where I'm aiming for to the edge of the ruler. That's the key when you're doing ruler work. You've got to be 1/4 of an inch away. I am in cruise mode on the lowest setting. I'm doing 12 stitches per inch, and I'm stopping with the needle in the down position. So I'm just going to go ahead and start stitching. I'm going to pause when I get to that point. The machine is off, reposition, and continue on. Now, I've heard people comment in previous videos that ruler work is not very fast. It's not. The reason you want to do ruler work is so that you have that precision. So I'm going to come over here on this side, and I stopped an extra 1/4 of an inch in so that I have room for my binding. Okay. So I went all the way across the top, down 1, and I'm going to backtrack 1. And Denise, you were commenting earlier that I have no handy grip on this ruler.
I know. I was wondering if we were going to talk about that.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it. Sometimes when I'm doing ruler work, I like to be able to shift my ruler easily. So depending on what I'm doing, I may or may not put handy grip on.
So this way you can just kind of slide the ruler along when you need to.
So let's say I'm coming into home base and I'm off a little bit. I can just shift that ruler just a tiny bit to get to where I'm aiming for.
Oh, that's a great
without
tip,
it
Christina.
Gripping on there. Okay, now I'm going to come down. And we're going to go to the left one more. Machines don't like to stitch right to left a whole bunch, so I'm kind of tricking the machine. So instead of going all the way to the left, I'm doing left, up, down, left, up, down, left, up, down. And we're going to go over. Up, down, over. Okay, now I'm going to come all the way back.
And I've got to say, I love that you talk to yourself while you're doing this and tell yourself what you're doing. I thought I was the only one who did that.
I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to our fabulous viewers.
Okay, I talk to myself when I'm quilting.
I do like to make sound effects, though, when I'm stitching. So that's one thing I get teased about. That, and I usually am standing on one leg when I do ruler work, like a flamingo.
Okay, flamingo quilting. I like it.
Yes, but I don't have my stool to put my foot on. So we all have our own little styles. Okay, now coming back down again. And let's go over. Now I'm not not going to do this full square, this whole 16 patch, because I want to show you something else. But I am going to finish this row. Left, up, down. Oh, my ruler got stuck on the seam there. There we go. I love doing ruler work.
It's beautiful. And I like that you are taking just a second to push stop on the machine when you're shifting your ruler to make sure that you're keeping everything nice and precise, your needle staying in the down position and kind of holding your place.
Yeah, it's really important that you stop with that needle in the down position. Like you said, it's my placeholder. It's going to keep the machine where I want it to be so that I can start the next section.
Okay, so you're coming right back up to the top, right where you started.
Yep. Okay. Look how precise that is. Fabulous.
That's
oh, pat myself
beautiful.
on the back.
Oh, that looks great.
So I want to change it up a little bit though.
Okay.
So far, all of the designs that we've done have been one layer.
That's right.
So I'm going to have our camera zoom in over here, and I'm going to show you some other designs that I just did earlier today. So this one here has 2 layers. So what I did was I used the same arc as what I just did there, but then I came back and I used another ruler that has a different arc, and that totally changes the look. Or down here on this one, I used a different one. So you can look how different those
really
three look
so
right
this
there.
has a really pretty kind of swag effect. And this one has just a completely different one where it's this beautiful crisscross and an overlap that creates a fun little orange peel in here too.
Exactly. Yep.
I can't believe you did that with the same ruler.
Well, the multi-clamshell.
The multi-clamshell where
It's
we've
a
got
fun ruler.
4 different sizes of arcs on it. So that's really, really great.
Okay, so I'm going to use the 4-inch on the multi-clamshell, and you might notice that it already has some handy grip on it. So I'm going to put that up here. Oh, it doesn't fit.
Oh, what
do I do? I'm just going to adjust the ruler, pushing it back. I've got it hugged against my ruler foot or my sure foot. I'm pushing the ruler back until I get 1/4 inch from where I'm aiming for to the edge of the ruler. Once I'm at that point, I'm going to hold the ruler there and I'm going to stitch around. And then same thing, just continuing on. Bump it up against the foot, make sure I've got 1/4 inch there. I'm kind of eyeballing my center here. Make sure I've got control of the ruler. Now this one has that handy grip, so it's a little bit more difficult for me to shift it on the fly if I need to a little bit.
It's not going to slide.
Okay, whew. That's hard work. Okay.
I love that you're just following the same path that you did earlier with a little bit different ruler, and it's giving us a completely different look.
Yep. Okay, I don't know if anybody caught that, but I actually flipped my ruler over and used the wrong side over here because the handy grip was stuck in my batting.
It was stuck in the batting.
So if you don't want to have the handy grip and you're not using the etch lines, it is perfectly fine to turn that ruler upside down. You are the boss. You can do what works for you. Okay. Let's continue over here. And we're going to go over.
Boy, that really levels up that design. It looks so sophisticated.
Oh, and you could get really fun using some micro quilting and go in and stitch like one little section.
Oh, I bet you
Oh,
could. That
don't
would
get me
really
started.
kind of pop the relief of the quilting.
So what other fun features do we like about this one?
Well, we were talking about the sure foot. You've got the ruler foot on there, but I know that there are other feet that we can use. So I like that it's compatible with all of the different handy quilter feet, like the glide foot, the echo feet. Maybe your favorite foot, the couching foot. Christina does a lot of couching.
I have a weakness for feet. My kids have a weakness for shoes at home. They all like to have lots of shoes. I'm more concerned about the feet.
Absolutely. That makes sense.
Okay, we'll do just this last square, finish it up here. And I think that people are getting the idea of what we're doing. Okay, I just did a little tie off using my pre-programmable button. Break that thread there so we can get the machine out of the way.
Oh, that looks
beautiful. Use
beautiful.
my magnetic collar that my scissors aren't on.
I stole them.
Oops. Okay. So
that is just so sophisticated, so lovely. You did that so quickly too. Just by adding a layer of the quilting you'd already done. That looks terrific.
Yep, and you can do one ruler at a time. You can do, let's say I wanted to do 3. I could do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, and then that still keeps that path continuous.
Yep.
So we're not doing any backtracking.
Exactly.
That is a great tip.
Yeah, and that's one thing I really like about this design is that there is no backtracking.
No, there's not.
Out there and done.
So you can go around one at a time and then come back again and add another layer, or you can add those layers as you go.
Correct. Depending on how many layers you're doing.
Depending on, you could even switch thread and bring in another layer and, get really fancy with some other thread colors. That would just be fantastic.
No, you've got some ideas going.
I know.
Yes.
Lots more ideas. So now one thing I did want to talk about, we were talking about thread. We were talking about how we can also use the handlebars to change stitch length. So we've been quilting this at 12 stitches per inch, but I know this machine has a lot of other settings. We can go all the way down to 4 stitches per inch, can't we?
And that's 4 inches, or
sorry, 4 stitches per inch regulated mode.
Yeah.
And then we can go all the way up to a teeny tiny little stitch of 24 stitches per inch.
Yep.
Like that's a really small stitch. I don't want to unpick those.
Don't unpick those.
Don't unpick those.
But the basting stitch goes down to the 1 stitch every 4 inches.
Like, do we have that right? I think we have that right. That's a really big basting stitch. But if you need to stabilize some areas before you start quilting, or even just to stabilize some sections before you advance your quilt, that is a great idea for being able to do that.
Yep.
Oh, wow. That is so many great things. I know we've only really gotten into a few things that this machine can do, but I really want to know if there's any questions, if Blaine has any questions, if the viewers have any questions for us, so we can.
And if not, we can talk about the frame. We haven't talked about the frame at all.
No, and I know this machine's on a little bit different frame. This is called the Gallery 2 frame.
Correct.
So it's a little bit of a more robust frame because we have a bigger machine.
Yes.
So with more throat space, a little bit wider space. So we need a bigger frame to convey the machine.
Yeah. And when you say bigger, we're talking this way. This way, you can choose the size that you want. It comes in a 10-foot, 12-foot. You could even bump it up to a 14-foot for this particular frame.
And this
one's shortened.
Set it up at 8 feet. Just to have it shortened.
I think this one's 6 feet.
I think this one's set at 6 feet. So really, you have control to set it up the way you want when you set it up that first time.
And the machine comes with the frame. It comes with the leaders. It even comes with a bobbin winder, a standalone bobbin winder. So pretty much everything that you need to get started with quilting, other than your fabric,
you have to provide
will come
the fabric
with the machine.
There's a sample of thread that comes with it. I mean, really, it's kind of add your fabric and batting, plug and play. You get to just start quilting and enjoying it.
I love that you said play, because that's the term I like to use. It's playing.
Quilting is my play time. It's my therapy time. Like, this is what I do for me. And I love having the pleasure of finishing my own quilts. If I'm going to take the time to piece it and do my own applique and construction, I want to be able to finish that quilt myself too. So this machine just has it all.
Yep. And this machine that we're stitching on right now, the Amara 24, the way it's set up is it does not have the robotic system on it. But that is something that you can add to the Amara 24. And it makes a great complement to the machine, especially with the larger frame or the larger throat. You can really stitch out a lot using that computerized Pro Stitcher.
Now, we talked about these programmable buttons on the handlebars earlier. What if I add a Pro Stitcher? Can I use the Pro Stitcher with these buttons? There's features in the Pro Stitcher I can use. Oh, so it really does integrate the computer with the machine.
Yeah, everything is already inside the machine. It's ready to hook up to the Pro Stitcher. You aren't going to have any extra cords hanging around outside.
Oh, I love that.
And the Pro Stitcher is something that you can add at any time. So let's say you're not quite ready to get the entire system. You can get the Amara 24, and then a year or so when you're ready, you can purchase the Pro Stitcher and add it onto the machine.
That is great information. I'm so excited about learning more about the Amara 24, which I know you can do that at handyquilter.com. You can do that through Sewing Machines Plus. Get with Blaine. You can talk more information there. And I know they've got some great pricing on this machine too. So this is one I don't have in my studio yet. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's yet. That is the.
Hey, I've got a question for y'all. So if somebody goes ahead and buys the 24-inch, head, and let's say they get a 10 or a 12-foot Galaxy frame. If they want to later on make it a 14-foot frame, can they just buy like a 2-foot extension?
Yeah, for the gallery frame, you can get that 2-foot extension to make it a 14-foot. Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, thank y'all so much. Great job. And I know we're going to see y'all later on in the week. And we're going to tell everybody how they can get this. So, guys, this is the Handy Quilter Amara 24. This is a 24-inch throat space. You see the price on the screen there. It's $15,995. And we're going to give you your choice of a 10 or 12-foot frame, that Galaxy frame on that. You just pick your choice with that price. We do have 48-month financing available. This is a call-in special, free shipping. And guys, again, you can later on at a later time, you could add 2-foot extension and make it either a 14-foot, or if you buy the 10-foot, make it a 12-foot. And then you can always add Pro Stitcher on it. And you could have the best of the best, guys, a 24-inch long arm quilting machine with robotics and a 14-foot frame. So that's something you can expand to at a later time. But right now, guys, it's $15,995. 48-month, 0% interest financing and free shipping to your doorstep. Your choice of that Galaxy 10-foot or Galaxy 12-foot frame. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Nick's team is standing by on the phones to take your order. And if you have any questions about it whatsoever, they are all Handy Quilter experts and they can help you out. So, all right, guys, we are coming down to the end of our show. Let me get my co-host back in here, Miss Jane Klaus.
Hello, Mr. Blaine. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. This is our last demonstration coming up, and you're getting to take my favorite product.
I know, your favorite product and also your work double?
No, she's my stunt sewer.
Oh, your stunt sewer. Right.
All right, Jane, well, I'm going to let you take it away.
All right, thanks, Blaine. Okay, everybody, we were talking about Stay Perfect lift tables. Of course, the Stay Perfect all positions 2-tier e-lift table in white, and also the single-tier electric lift table and the electric lift stand table with casters. And here to tell us all about them is the one and only Sewing Machines Plus, very own educator and guru of all things sewing, crafting, quilting. Say hi to Deb Donovan. Hi, Deb.
Hi, Jane. How are you today?
I'm really great. Thank you so much. How do you feel about being Blaine's stunt work double? Or no, you're sewing.
We call it a stunt sewer.
Yeah, you're stunt
I'm not a
sewer.
stunt double for Blaine.
Stunt
Just
sewer.
Blaine.
How does Blaine get a stunt sewer? I'm not sure. Yeah, he's smart. There you go. Okay.
Well, he's CEO
I know.
requires some support sometimes. So
stunt sewer.
Stunt
I
sewers
got you.
upon occasion.
Yes,
though.
exactly.
He's
Okay.
better than he thinks.
We're
he is,
gonna let you talk about these tables, Deb, and I'm gonna stop talking about Blaine and his stunt sewer.
Yep. So I've got the Stay Perfect tables here today with me. I have all 3 of them. I've got the stand table and the single lift table, and back behind me on this side is the dual height tier two-tier height adjustable table. So I'm going to show you guys a little bit of the things that this two-tier table can do today that makes it really one of a kind in the marketplace. So right now, I've got, what I have here basically is two tables. I've got the lower one, which is a solid piece, and then the upper table has a cutout in it for the machines to sit into. So right now, I just have them positioned at kind of a random height, but I can use this upper table in place of an extension table for my machine. So if I take that table, oops, wrong button. I have to hit the preset button, not the up button. So if I lower that table down just a little bit, and then I lower this one down. Could you please, Roger?
Sure.
So it's not really a problem. The problem is that the power cord's not right here. So I'm pretty I've got an extension cord run and I'm pretty tight to that. So it doesn't take much for me to kind of unplug the whole system. But Roger's a good sport and he's going to take care of that for me. The two-tier tables we announced, released a couple months ago, and I have to say, and actually it's been more than that. It was last August, I think, is when we released them. So it's been more than 6 months now that we've had them on the market, and they have done, they can do so many different things for you. So I lowered the lower table down a little bit. Now I'm going to take the upper table and move that one down also. I've got the presets that are set in here, so I don't really have to worry about what height things are going to go at. So what I did here is I lowered the upper table down and I brought the lower table down also to exactly the height that my little baby lock bloom needs to give myself a full open sewing space. I can tuck it right back into the corner there and get a pretty good solid sewing space. I like the ergonomics on this because my arms are flat and parallel to the table. I have multiple sewing machines in my house. We've laughed about it before. But what I really truly didn't appreciate until I started switching them out on a regular basis is that a lot of them are different heights. So I have actually 3 heights of machines at my house. Now, you might not own as many machines as I do or run as many machines as I do at a time, but with a Stay Perfect two-tier table, the fact that it can adjust anytime means that you're not going to have to purchase extra extension tables, and it also means that this table is going to be able to live with you for a long time. It's not going to be that you buy a table and then outgrow the opening and then have to go buy another table. The Stay Perfect table is always going to be able to adjust to you for that. So you can see right here, I've got my flat sewing space on my baby lock bloom, which I'm using just honestly because it's small and I can move it around. It's also a combination sewing and embroidery machine. So if the bloom is on one thread of my hoop back there. Okay. So let me take off my extension tray, put on the embroidery module, and that position doesn't work quite so well anymore because the arm on the embroidery module is going to hit on the back of the table. On most machines, most tables, you're going to have to raise that up and sew in what we call the flatbed position, but I don't have to do that on this one. What I can do here is I can raise up my top table and I can raise up my bottom table. This is one of those gotta have faith moments. So now what I've done is I raised both the tables up. The bloom is a little bit higher, but that's okay because I am working on embroidery hoops, not regular sewing. I put it up higher so that I can have better visibility to the needle guard. I can still see everything that's going on the hoop, so I can watch, I can pull it out. If I have applique that needs to be trimmed, I don't care what machine you have on this table, you're still going to have enough room to put your hoop down and do some trimming of your appliques if you need to do that. But the whole space around the arm is completely free so that you don't have to worry about your hoop knocking into anything. The bonus of having the 2-tier table, though, is that I have this upper table that I can do whatever I want to with. The lower table I can dedicate to my machine, and the upper table I can use for hooping, thread storage. I've got my rotary cutter up here. You can use it to store things, works in progress, extra blocks, so they don't end up in your sewing field. I know anybody who's been sewing for a while has probably had the unfortunate circumstance of sewing over your project or sewing a plastic bag to the back or something. We've all done something like that. So keeping your extra tools up on the upper part of the table is going to save you a ton of, I'm going to say, worry when it comes to that. And also, if I put them up on top, then I'm going to know that they're up on top and I don't have to try and find them or wonder if they rolled off to the floor on me. So the versatility on this table is a lot. So because it can fit multiple machines without having to do really anything. So I'm going to do a little quick change here and trade out the bloom for the Juki. Stay. And if I put the Juki on here, then you'll notice that the height's not quite right for it. It's pretty high right now. That's because I had the embroidery module on. If I go back down to my preferred sewing height, which I've got set as preset 1 on here, then I can also bring this down and get that down to where I like it to be. So it's a little bit off to get a flatbed sewing position. Again, I can push this Juki all the way to the back and have lots of space to do my embroidery, my sewing or my quilting with. The Juki actually comes with an extension table. This extension table is standard on the Juki. You have standard extension tables on a lot of different machines these days. So if I move this back and put the extension table on it, and then tuck it right back into the corner there, look at how much space I'm going to have to work with. I am not restricted to the bed of the machine, which is about 11 inches, to the size of the extension table, which is somewhere between around 20 inches, I think. But I'm going to get the entire extra width of this upper table and then the entire depth of the table. This table, the upper table, is 30 inches deep and it's 54 inches wide. So now I have a workspace that is, even if I count this, I probably have a workspace that's at least 30 by 30 that I can work on to have my quilt. Or one of our chatters is working on a wedding dress right now. And so she can put the entire dress up here and have it supported. I can put the entire quilt up here and have it supported. And everything is going to stay where you want it to. When it comes to quilting and even, garments, gravity is not your friend. Gravity is going to try and pull everything to the floor, which means that your stitches aren't going to be as good because they're going to be trying to pull away as your fabric tries to fall off there. So anything that you can do to get a big, huge workspace is always going to be a benefit to you. The lower table that I've got the Juki sitting on is a little bit smaller. It is 24 inches deep by 44 inches wide. So it's a little bit shorter because it nests perfectly up and under when you watch where the feet are. It's a little bit shorter this way and in depth so that it nests underneath. You could use it as a standalone table, but I think it works really great with the upper tier of the 2-tier table. We have lots of machines that are available in the store, and you have lots of options when it comes to what you're going to take home with you. So what I also have is, you've seen the Janome Semi-Continental in a couple of demos. I have a different version of it. I have the original version, not the special edition. That's part of our in-store program right here. 13 inches to the right of the needle on this one. It's so big, but I can drop it down onto the table and see how much extra space there still is available. I can leave the top surface of the table alone because that's the height that I like to sew at, and then take the bottom portion and lower that down so that I'm going to be perfect. I can't push in quite far enough so that I can be perfectly lined up right here. The reason I can't push in far enough is because I just kind of wasn't far enough down the table. So look at the size of that workspace. 13 inches plus the entire rest of the table for you to quilt on. And I could swap back and forth between these 3 machines anytime I wanted to. The M7 also, it comes with a huge extension table as well. And even with its huge extension table, it's still going to fit on the 2-tier table. The bottom, it being 24 by 44, has got plenty of room. The upper table has got a big enough cutout in it that you can even get this in there. So I can set this huge extension table in there. And I mean, if you look at the size of that workspace, you're not going to have a hard time doing any size quilt in this size workspace. This is one of our ready to sew quilts. I'll be honest, I don't know exactly how big it is, but I grabbed it as a sample so that you could see how much space I have to the left of the needle, even to the right as well, but this is the table, so it's how much space I have to the left of the needle. And all of that quilt length is supported. Nothing's falling off the table. Well, if I could get it up there, nothing would be falling off the table. There we go. Nothing is falling off the table. The entire quilt is supported, which means that you're going to have better sewing, better quilting, better whatever, because you're not fighting the fabric that's in your project. It doesn't matter if you're doing embroidery on a jean jacket or a quilt or a wedding gown. Being able to have your fabric firmly supported like this is going to give you better results than if you don't and you're trying to have your fabric not fall to the ground on you. So the M7 is, you can do it on anything. I have a 2010 at home that I use all the time, but everybody in the store is really lusting after these M7s because they are so big, but it also still fits in the table, right? I've gone from little baby bloom all the way to an M7, and I didn't have to buy a new table, and I didn't have to buy a new insert. It all just worked for me. And if you noticed, I had this upper table moving up and down, even with the M7 on it. These tables have dual electric motors on them, so which means both sides of the table are going to lift and lower at the same time. It's not one side lifting and the other side trying to keep up. Because of that, you have a 225-pound weight limit on each of the tables. Doesn't matter if it's the upper one or the lower one. You have 25 pounds on there. I mean, you'd sit on there and probably still have some room to go if you really wanted to, because and those are that sturdy. We've sold a bunch of them. This is my original floor. No, that one's my original floor model. Nope, this one's my original floor model. So it's been around in the stores since August. It's moved back and forth between the stores and everything has been fine with it. We haven't had a single problem unless it comes unplugged from the wall, but Roger's a good sport and he came over and fixed that for me. The tables themselves are made out of HDPE polyester. HDPE, high density polyester. Welcome back. It's been a fun day. Okay, so I was talking to you about the material that the top of the table is made out of. It's not wood, it's not a laminate, it is a plastic. But this HDPE HDPE plastic, the stuff that they make kids' playgrounds out of, is going to be durable and it's going to last. It doesn't matter where you live. It's heat resistant, it's cold resistant, it's stain resistant, it's scratch resistant. It's I think there was one more resistant that I forgot, but it. Roger said it's kid resistant. And if they put it on outside playgrounds, that has to be true. Even teenagers, because teenagers hang out at those playgrounds after hours. So this plastic top work surface, you are not going to have to worry about. It's not going to bubble. It's not going to delaminate. It's going to be fine for you for a very long time. The bottom, the legs are made out of a powder coated stainless steel. The powder coating means that it's not going to be very easy to chip it off. So you don't have to worry about it starting to flake off and starting to rust underneath there. A couple of other things we've got over here are our new additions to the family. Right here, I have the Stay Perfect single tier table. I had it lifted up a little bit higher today. And then down here, I have the stand. I was telling them yesterday that I keep calling it by the wrong name. The stand is the newest member of the family. It's 18 inches wide and it's 31 inches long. It does have a different leg configuration at the bottom so that you can kind of scoot right up to it and sit at it like it's a regular old table. And because it is smaller, because it is 18 by 31, it will tuck into a lot of different corners that you have. These tables are 30 inches deep. This table is 31 inches long. So you could actually use this to put on the end of that one to make an extension. You could also turn it sideways. You could have this table be more support for your quilt. If I'm going to pan back here, Roger, I can take that table and put it right here. And now I've got even more support for my quilt. I am right-handed. I can put it on the right side of my table when I want to do pressing or ironing. I can put my serger on it. There's so many things that you can do with this stand. I think your mind's going to you're going to come up with more ideas than I just did. And what's nice also is because of the size of it, it will nest underneath the larger tables. So I can pull the big table forward and completely nest the stand underneath the single tier table. So I don't have to store all these tables separately. You can raise the elevation of a lot of the tables and be able to stack the stand underneath the single tier, or the stand will also stack underneath the double tier table as well, which is going to be a great benefit when it comes to putting stuff away at the end of the day and cleaning back up your floor space. It's lovely to have a great big area to quilt on, but we don't need that area all the time. Sometimes we can afford to tighten things up a little bit when we're waiting to start our next project. Here at the back, yesterday I showed the rock and roller with the 30-inch extension on it. Today what I did is I pumped it up and I added the 45-inch extension to it. So you can actually put some rolled on tube fabric on the back of here if you have a lot of it. See, here's the smaller rail that it comes with standard. And if you extend to the 48-inch rail, then you can go and you can get longer things like this on here. You could put multiple rolls of stabilizer or vinyl across the back and have everything on the table where it's not going to roll away from you. It'll all stay right here. And then we've got over on the side, I have the hoops. This is the hoop stand. With the hoop stand, obviously, you can use it to hold onto your hoops. Anything that's got a hole in the middle of it, like the Kimberbell Orange Pop rulers, anything like that, you can get stored easily and safely away by being able to hang it on the end of this hook right here. It will, I don't even know how many hoops it will support. It'll probably at least 7 or 8, just kind of judging by the width of it right here. So even if you have a machine and you have lots of extra hoops, you've got space for them all on this rack right here. This is the stabilizer holder. It's actually one of the favorite things that I have on here for a couple of reasons. First of all, it stores everything vertical. My stabilizer is not going to roll around on the table, right? As soon as you take your hands off it and then you move your fabric, it rolls and it's either unwinding or it's on the floor. But with it contained on the stabilizer rack, that's not going to happen for you. You can pull off what you need, cut it, and then roll the end of it right back up again. And your cutaway, your tear away, wash away, your basics are always right there for you. One of the things that I'm really think it's going to be great for is we use a lot of this SF 101 in the store. It's a it's a woven fusible backing that we put behind embroidery. It's 20 inches wide and it comes on a bolt. The bolt's a little bit awkward to handle. You're unfolding it, you're cutting it. But what I can do with this is I can take off one of the rails. They're very easy to take off. I can use these two clips that are included to kind of catch the end, transfer my SF101 to this roller, put it right back up here, and then it'll be as easy to use as my rolled stabilizer is coming off of here. To me, that's a big deal, especially because I don't buy this by the yard. I don't buy it by the bolts. I buy it by the yard. So I always have a random amount just kind of folded up, falling off the table somewhere. We also we do a lot of Laura Heine Fiberworks quilts in classes here in the store. So this is the apple stick that we would use for, we do have people that are buying it by the bolt. They're buying it by the bolt because they love to do the Laura Heine quilts, and they've got a whole plan for them. So they buy it by the bolt and are still dealing with the same thing. With how do I control it? How do I keep track of it? Especially these kinds of stabilizers, because you've got the fusible in the middle, you've got release paper on both sides, and once you can kind of cut, crease, whatever these, or you can put it on the rack. Just take it out of the box, put it on the rack, and now you don't have to worry about keeping the box or whether the cutter in the box is working or not. It's just going to be right there, and it's going to do what you need it to do. So you do have also on this, can you see the two up here? Okay. So you've got a couple of hooks on there. I'm always losing my scissors, my tape, my little things on my sewing machine, or on my cutting table. So if I can get into the habit of putting them back up here, that'll take care of it. The tape, I'm sure, is going to end up right here, though. Knowing myself, that's where it's going to end up, and I'm going to find something else to hang on that hook. There's no question about it. I also love our flat pack stabilizer, but sometimes it slides against each other. So this is just like, it's a bedside pocket from my daughter from her college dorm room. But you can attach anything you want onto the edge of here too and hold on to it. So I've got a couple packages of Stay Perfect in here where they're right at hand. If I'm not using the rolled stabilizer, I've got the flat stabilizer, and I have everything I need right there in front of me. So this is why these accessories are so important, because they're going to make your sewing more organized, and it's going to make it easier as well. I have one thing that I forgot to show everybody, Roger, and that's going to be the quilt stopper right back here at the back. It's probably kind of blending in, but if I push my fabric back against it, the quilt stopper is going to keep your quilts from falling back off the back of the table and letting gravity start to fight you again. The quilt stopper is going to keep that up there. It doesn't matter if your quilt kind of gets crumbled and kind of bunched up back there. That's fine as long as your quilt is flat in your quilting area. That's not going to be a problem at all. But gravity is going to be a problem if your anybody's had the experience of your quilt falling off the back of the table and you're quilting along and then all of a sudden your quilt goes like this, you end up with a stitch in there that is a couple stitches in there that you're going to want to go back and pick out again. I also think the quilt stopper is a good thing because I tend to lose stuff off the back of my table, a page to a pattern, pieces for a block, spools of thread will roll off the back of my table because it's in the middle of the room. And then I have to go dig on the floor and go root around it and find them underneath the table. So I think the quilt stopper is good for a whole lot more than just quilts. These are the extensions that we've made to the Stay Perfect line. These accessories, the rocket roller, the stabilizer holder, the hoop holder, and the quilt stopper. And then we just brought out the little table, or I'm going to call it the wrong name again, stand. I'm not going to say what I think it should be. It's not bad, but if I say it out loud, then it'll become real. But then we've got our large table and we've got our small and our 2-tier tables. So we have a lot of options for you to make your quilting space more flexible and more organized. And the more organized we can be, the faster we can go, because we're not running around looking for things and we aren't losing our scissors and trying to have to find them again. So Blaine, nope, it's going to be Jane. Jane, can you tell everybody how they can get these tables today?
Absolutely, Deb. And these tables are fantastic. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Everyone get ready on your computers to order these amazing tables. We love them. They are the Stay Perfect tables. We have some overlays for those guys. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. There you go. There is your Stay Perfect All Positions 2-tier electric lift sewing table. Of course, you've got all of the great benefits and amenities in that table. The Quilt Fest pricing, $26.99. But guess what? Because it's Blaine, and these are his favorite, there is a call-in special on this table. Now, we know that this 2-tier e-lift table comes in white. It's got a 30 by 54-inch tabletop, and it's got those dual electric motors with the adjustable height to fit most of your home sewing or serger machines. The table can hold up to 225 pounds, making it safe and sturdy for your machine. And with a touch of a button, you can adjust the height to fit both you and your home sewing machine. It adjusts from 27 inches to 47 inches, and that's before casters, if you want to put casters on that. Let's move to the next table, guys. All right, there we go. There's your single-tier electric lift table. Great pricing on it already for Quilt Fest pricing, $14.99. But guess what? There's a call-in special, 800-401-8151. And that single-tier electric lift table, and this is new, it really does fit all of your sewing needs. It's a great size, 30 inches by 40 inches on that tabletop. And you've got the dual electric motors with adjustable height. So this is a fantastic machine. And again, Deb went through everything. These are great, great tables. Call-in special. Get the right price. Get it this week during Quilt Fest, 800-401-8151. Are we doing the other one, guys? Or is Blaine coming back? Oh, here we go. This is the electric lift stand table with casters. And let me tell you a little bit more about that. This is the single motor lift system for adjusting the height, and it'll adjust smooth and evenly and quickly. And it's so quiet, you can barely hear it when it's moving. So it's going to be a fantastic table to add into your sewing room. It's got that fantastic sturdy construction, that heavy duty powdered coating on that steel frame. It's solid enough to allow for 88 pounds load capacity on top of that table. So we love that. It's great for supporting all of your quilting on your workspace. And again, it's got the adjustable height. The frame is adjustable. The height is adjustable from 27.5 inches to 45 inches. And the dimensions of the tabletop are 18 by 31.5. It's got an easy and convenient control panel. And again, it's got the LCD display, and you can see it right there in the picture that shows you exactly the height of your desk. Great price already for Quilt Fest, $9.99, but there's a call-in special, of course. Get it while it's hot. Get it while you can, 800-401-8151. We love the Stay Perfect tables because they are perfect. I just want you to laugh, Blaine.
You make me laugh. I'm telling you.
I love those tables. I'm telling you what.
Well, I do too. I think they're awesome, and there's
Yeah.
so many uses for them. So,
So
well, hey,
many-
Jane, guess what?
What? I can't believe it.
The
Don't
show's,
say it's the end of day
show's
3.
over. That was it. The last demonstration of the day.
Oh no, I'm so bummed. What?
So, only thing left to do is give some stuff away and pick our third finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway.
That's so great. Is anybody ready to win some prizes?
Well, it's about that time. So
Just everyone's, I'm ready. I'm ready. It's fun.
they're
Let's do
ready.
it.
I guarantee it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give away some of the SMP tote bags. We're going to give a set of those away. They come in
these tote bags
9
are
or
the
8 different
best.
colors. And so Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel. Let's do it. Spin the wheel, Kennedy. Oh, Rosemary Richard, congratulations. Hanging with us on YouTube today. You are the winner of the bags. Go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. Just scroll all the way to the bottom of the page and fill in your name, your address, and all the good information, and tell us where to send it. We'll do it.
Fantastic. All right. So next up, we're going to give away one of the famous SMP sew mats. And they come in 13 different colors, 4 sizes, except for the leopard print, and they only come in medium and large. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
All right. Blaine, can you get a little more excited, please? Spin that wheel. Pretend like it's your favorite, like, oh, Linda Jacobs. Yay, you're the winner. Watching on YouTube all day long. Linda, thank you so much for joining us. To claim your prize, go to smplive.tv, scroll all the way to the bottom, tell us who you are, where you live. We'll get it out to you. But most importantly, as Blaine would say, you need to tell us what size and color you want in your sew mat.
Perfect. Perfect job. All right. Next up, we're going to give a $100 gift card away.
Everybody's like, oh, I waited all day for this.
All right, Jane, I'm going to let you call it.
Okay. Kennedy.
Yes.
Spin that wheel.
Okay.
I make arm motions when I do it.
See, you have to. It's
I
always
know.
fun.
Barbara Wolcott, congratulations. Oh my goodness, $100 gift card to SMP, watching us on Facebook. Thank you so much for joining us today. Be sure to go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize. You know what to do when you get there. Go all the way to the bottom, fill out all the information, and make sure we send it to you.
Very good job. And we will email you, Barbara, your coupon code or your gift card code so you can use it at checkout.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, next up, we are going to give from Dime a weightless quilter away.
What?
Wow, that's so cool. I love those.
These things are pretty awesome as well. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel. Oh boy. Lisa Schwartz, congratulations. You're the winner. Oh, of the Dime Weightless Quilter.
Oh my goodness. What does she have to do, Jane?
Well, she has to go to smplive.tv to redeem the prize. Tell us who you are, where you live, and we'll send it out to you.
Yes.
Very
okay,
good.
Kennedy.
All right, so
Whoa.
our last giveaway, and then we'll pick our finalists. We're going to give away a Janome 3160 PG sewing machine.
We are going to do the. Oh, yes. Hold on 1 second.
We need to overlay
What
to show them
happened?
what we're doing.
Oh, the overlay. We want to see it. Okay, yeah.
We're getting it in just one.
Yes, that's nice.
second. Whoa.
Put a picture of Blaine up there. Oh, okay, good.
There it is. Janome 3160. This is the 100th anniversary computer sewing machine. This is a $1,000 value. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Okay.
Blaine, I'm gonna shake you of this, and you're gonna be screaming it by Friday. Liz Thibodeau, congratulations, you're the winner.
All right, so Jane, I know you're not Cajun. That the last name's pronounced Thibodeau.
Oh, Thibodeau. I said, I got the dough right though.
You did it, Jane. You did
the
it.
same thing, Jane.
I said,
All right,
do.
congratulations, Liz.
Thibodeau.
She's watching today from YouTube. So, Liz, how are you going to claim your prize? Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see Claim My Prize. Fill out all the information complete. Hit submit, and we will get your brand new Janome shipped right out to you to your doorstep.
I got a new thing we can say after we send them to the website, you guys. You want to know what it is?
What's that?
Go claim it.
Go claim it.
Go claim it.
All right, so guys, it is that time of day. Monday's finalist was Debbie Poole. Tuesday's finalist was Christine Curon. So guess what? It is time to find Wednesday's finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000.
Yep.
And even if you don't win if you don't get your name pulled out,
It's
if
still a
you just
winner.
get picked today, minimum a $4,000 prize package. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yelling at
This
you,
is for Wednesday's
very
semi-finalist. Right here we go.
Oh my God, I'm so nervous. This is huge.
So congratulations, Michelle. She is
Oh my
watching
gosh.
today from YouTube. And Michelle, you're guaranteed to win a minimum of a $4,000 prize package, but you're going to be in the drawing for the $25,000 Dream Quilting Studio. And we're going to draw out on air on Friday out of just a hat. We're going to have a bucket or something up here with all your names in it, and I'm going to pull your name out live on air.
I think we need a leprechaun hat.
We
because
might
it's-
have to
Yeah,
have one.
definitely need a leprechaun hat. And maybe the leprechaun pulls it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jane.
Uh-huh.
All right, so
Little showbiz,
congratulations,
guys. Let's get a little
Michelle.
show busy.
All right, so guys, you still have plenty of time tomorrow, all day long. You can comment, ask questions. You can like, share, do all the things you know to do to participate in the show, and you'll have a chance to get your name in the finals. And we're going to give a bunch of stuff away again tomorrow. So please stay tuned. Got another great day again tomorrow, Jane.
Yeah, want me to tell you what I'm doing?
What are you doing?
Well, around noon my time, we're doing quilting techniques. It's an education section.
And who's teaching it?
Belle Brunner.
Yep, that is.
I'm looking
Belle-
at my sheet right here.
Yep, she's originally an Arkansas girl.
Oh, hey, okay. So it's your,
So we get to see Belle tomorrow and can't wait. And
and
Belle
then
is
I'm
actually,
talking to Heather Banks about the Brother SC 1900 sewing machine. I'm so excited about that.
we got a lot of great products tomorrow. So
Yeah, we do. We got so many great products, and we have another great show.
yep. And remember, everybody, voting on the quilt ends tonight at 11:59 p.m. So make sure you get in there and vote. That is Pacific time. You still have time to go vote for 2 quilts if you hadn't got to vote yet. And it is a close race. And it's going to come right down to the wire to see who's going to win the People's Choice Award. So make sure y'all go vote. And guys, thank y'all so much for joining today. We hope you really, really enjoyed it. And we'll see y'all again first thing in the morning. Until then, y'all have a great night.